Hello, everybody. I hope you all are having a lot of fun throughout the conference. It's been a long time, I know, and there are like so many more talks yet to go. So I'm Souvik Basu. I will be your host for the next 5 hours, and we will have a look at a lot of talks, mostly around testing and React hooks. So, but before we begin, I thought, why not let's have some fun time, and that'll also, get us all excited for the next talk. So, what I have done here is I have created a small React quiz, so you can all access this link. This will be just a quick few questions that you'll see on your screen, and then we'll see who the winner is. Well, the prize to the contest is just bragging rights. There aren't anything to win as such, but yeah, it'll be fun. So you might have to log in into the site, Front End Social, to take the quiz. So we'll just wait for a minute or two, and then we'll begin, so that everybody else is able to log in. It's a simple URL. It's the bit.ly URL with just React quiz. So you can join that, and then we'll have a quick round of quiz together. Okay, we'll wait for 2 more minutes. Actually, I was wondering, keeping time in mind, maybe. Okay. Okay, what we'll do is, because we are running out of time, maybe we'll hold on to the quiz for the time being. You can keep that page open. Once we have our next break, we'll play the quiz again. So I'll just keep giving this link again in between talks. So let's start with the first talk of this session. So our speaker is Talia Nasi. And Talia Nasi is an international keynote speaker who delivers content on all things testing and quality. She is a developer advocate at Split.io, where she works closely with engineering teams globally to shape software more efficiently. She's passionate about feature flagging, canary launches, CI/CD, testing in production, and A/B testing. So she's like quite strong on anything you talk about testing, and she has done it. And she has spoken at countless conferences internationally, ranging from audiences of 100 to 4,000. So really looking forward to her talk. And today she's going to talk about testing in production. This is definitely one of the topics that haunts a lot of us. Like things work in my machine, but it doesn't work in production. Like how do we even figure out what's going wrong? So let's welcome Talia on stage.
We are going to talk about testing in production today. It's the one topic that I am super passionate about, and I have some experience with it that I'm really excited to share with you guys today. So yeah, let's get started. So I'm a developer advocate at a company called Split Software, and before I was a dev advocate, I was a test engineer, and so I did QA and automation and testing for a few years before I became a dev advocate. And being a test engineer was really hard for me. And I think it's just a hard job in general because most of the problems that I had revolved around staging and using a staging environment or a QA environment. And I just want to see in the chat, if you guys could just tell me who here uses a staging environment. Like, just tell me yes if you use a staging environment. Perfect. Yep, I see so many yeses. Great. Amazing. Perfect. Okay, yeah. So a lot of the issues that I had with staging, I just want to see if you guys had these issues too. So these are some of the things that I've dealt with, and you guys have dealt with them too. So the first issue that I had when I was testing in a staging environment was data mismatch. So the data in staging doesn't match production, which means the test results don't always match, right? So I used to work really hard on testing every product requirement, and I used to go through the documentation with the product owner, and I worked with all of my developers to fix all the bugs and make sure my end-to-end tests were passing, and then I would sign off on the feature, and as soon as it's launched to production, there would be a bug. And it's such a horrible feeling, just as any engineer, if you're a front-end engineer, back-end, test, whatever, if you're an engineer and you work on this feature and you roll it out to production and it doesn't work, right? So it's just a horrible process, you know? The next thing is a thing called configuration drift. So let's say that you get paged one night because there's an incident for your mobile application, and you look at the logs and you identify what the problem is, and in order to fix it, you have to update a specific configuration in production. So you make the change in production and you go back to sleep because it's like the middle of the night, right? And so even though you fixed the issue, what you've also done is created an even bigger divide between your staging and production environments because you didn't make the same change in your staging environment. So many times your staging environments are not the same as production because of these changes that are made during incident management. And this is called configuration drift. So what's the point of testing and staging if it's not going to give me the same results as production, right? So the next thing that I experienced was that there was really bad performance in staging. So when you're writing tests in a staging environment, you often have to add waits and sleeps because things take longer to load, right? But that's not how my users are going to interact with my features. If I'm writing a test in staging and I say log in, wait 10 seconds for this button to appear, click on this thing, and then wait another 20 seconds for this page to load, and then click on this, like my user is not going to wait 20 seconds, 10 seconds for something to appear. So why should the test do that, right? This is just a really bad user experience, and it doesn't match the way that my users are going to interact with my features in production. And lastly, nobody cares if staging is down. So I would be assigned to test these hotfix tickets, which are just like critical bug fixes that have to be immediately released to production. So I would log into staging to test, but staging would be down. So I ping the DevOps guy and he tells me they're doing performance testing in staging. So I have to wait until that's done. And then I try logging in again after the performance tests are done, and then this time I get the 404 screen of death. So I ping the IT guy, and he says I have to open an IT ticket, and then it has to get escalated by my manager, but she's at lunch. So guys, your comments are so funny. I love them. I have to get the ticket escalated by my manager. And meanwhile, all I'm trying to do is test this high priority ticket, and nobody seems to care, right? So no one's going to get a call in the middle of Thanksgiving dinner if staging is down. And I was so fed up with dealing with a shitty staging environment and being blamed for when things didn't work, right? You're constantly looked at as the gatekeeper for features being released. When you're an engineer and you're not on an engineering team, like if something doesn't work, like, oh, who built it, who tested it, like that's who you need to blame, right? So I thought there has to be a better way to test software because my users are not going to log into staging, they're going to log into production. So I did a ton of homework and I researched what are other companies doing. And this is what I learned. So staging is the norm, like we just saw in the beginning of this session. So many of you guys are using staging environments. And it's especially the case in waterfall companies. So a lot of waterfall companies are using staging, but even a lot of agile companies are using staging. Most companies have more than one staging environment. So, they'll have staging and pre-prod and beta and QA. And I used to work at a company that had one staging environment for every day of the week. So there was like staging Monday, staging Tuesday, staging Wednesday. That was a handful. There was also, I've also worked at companies that like only specific people have access to specific environments. Companies do this differently, but most companies have more than one non-production environment. The other thing is that I learned is that companies are testing in production. So big name companies like Google and Facebook and Netflix and Twitter, they're all testing in production. And when I read this, I was like, what is happening? What is testing in production? How is this possible? I've never heard of this thing. And so what is it? So testing in production means testing your features in the environment that your features will live in. And it means not using a dummy environment like staging or QA. And I was like, oh my God, this is perfect when I saw this. And I also learned that testing in prod doesn't mean that you only test in prod. So you're still using staging for GDPR and SOX compliant and all of the flows that your legal team won't let you test in prod. So you're not only testing in prod, you can still use staging for those other flows. And I was like, I have to start doing this. So I looked into the how. How is this possible? What's the first step? And the first step was really to learn about feature flags. And feature flags are just a way to separate code deployment from feature release. So the idea here is you deploy your code to production behind a feature flag, test it in production, and then release the feature when it's bug-free. And so I'm going to show you how this works. And this is kind of what feature flags look like. So basically, you create a feature flag from the UI, and then you target your internal teammates. And so what that means is you put your devs, your testers, your product, your design, all of these people are targeted in your feature flag. So anything related to this feature can only be seen by the users that are inside of that feature flag. And you can see the default is off, the toggle is off. So that means that the people on the right, these like real end users, they're not going to see anything related to that feature. They don't see any changes because they're not in the feature flag. So only these people, the devs, testers, product design, only they see changes related to that feature. And so while the feature flag is off, you go in and you test everything. You test all of your functionality, you test your design, you go through all the requirements and make sure everything works. And if you happen to find a bug in your new feature, or if something goes wrong, it has no impact on your end users because they don't have access to it. They're not targeted in your flag. So this is kind of a way to manage risk, right? And then once you know your feature is working in production, you turn on the flag, already knowing that your features are working in production and you didn't break anything that was existing. And now your users are happy and they're dancing because they have a perfect feature, right? So you go through this process of creating a feature flag, targeting your users, test your flows with those users. So if I'm going to go in as a QA engineer, I'm going to go in, test those features manually, write some automation scripts, make sure it works in production, and then turn the feature flag on once I know that it already works. And I thought this is such a great process, but how do you automate it? Because you can't possibly manually test every feature every time you release. And with feature flags, you have this added complexity. So how do you automate it? And there's two options here for automation. So excuse me, the first option is that you can target your test users and automate the flows with them. So what this looks like is if you go back here, let's say you have a test user, we'll call him automation bot 1. So if I take automation bot 1 and I target automation bot 1 inside of this feature flag, every time automation bot 1 logs in and runs the test for this feature, it's going to be able to see the feature, interact with it, catch any bugs because it's targeted in this feature flag. And what's great about this approach is that every time this test runs, no matter if the feature flag is on or off, this user will be able to see that feature and interact with it. So even when you turn the feature flag on, you don't have to make any other changes. The only thing to note with this approach is that there is increased fragility because if for some reason someone removes automation bot 1 from that list, the test is going to fail. So you just want to make sure that you have a good way to make sure that only specific people have access to be able to add and remove people from your list of targeted users. The next option is to make a custom feature flag abstraction, which makes it easy to mock out in your test. So basically what this means is you have 3 tests for every feature. So in the first test, you simulate the feature flag on. So for this test duration, if you get any request asking if the feature flag is on, you say yes. In the second test, you simulate the feature flag off. So any requests coming in from here, if you get any requests asking if the feature flag is on, you say no. And then in the last test, you just want to make sure that you can go through the entire flow regardless of if the flag is on or off. So you're really explicit here in these tests, and the tests become much more self-documenting and descriptive. And then whenever whenever a test runs in this sort of system, you just want to fake out all the variants of the experiment, because when it's fake, you're reducing the complexity of the different scenarios, which means faster tests. So basically what you're doing is you're declaratively setting the state of a flag for the duration of the test. And then when you run these tests in production, you want to make sure that your tests only interact with other testing entities in production. So the way that you do that is you have a backend flagging system in production. So something like is test user equals true for all of your test users, and then something like is test user equals false for all of your regular like non-test users. And this way you can separate test data from real data in your data dashboard. So everything that's a test object in production is going to have this flag. So you have a test thing, something that's used for testing in production, it's going to have this specific data attribute that differentiates it from a real object in production. So here you have a few different test objects, and you can see that I've labeled them as is test equals true, and then by default everything in production is false. And for this differentiation, you can use ARIA labels, you can use any sort of data attribute. You can play with the DOM and see what works for you. And what's great here is that once you get data coming back in, so like if you're using Looker or Datadog or whatever, once you get that data coming back, you can separate and say everything with is test equals true is going to be on this side, and everything with is test equals false is going to be on this side. And so that way you can make business decisions based off of your real data, not based off of your test data. And of course, there are exceptions, because when you're testing in production, sometimes you have to make exceptions, and that's okay. So for example, if your software is integrated with a third party, it can be tricky to test. So you can create a unique header in the API request that you send to the third party and say, hey, any request that you get with this header is a test, and I want you to treat it in this other way, do this other thing. And that's something that I've done that works really well. Maybe when you send an email confirmation, something is different in the test. There will be exceptions when you run tests in production, and I think that's just the price you have to pay. But I think overall, the benefits are going to outweigh the risks, and we're going to take a look at that in a minute. And then a question I get a lot is, how do you know what to test in production? How do you know where to start? And I would say there's two places. The first is start with your product person and talk about what are the most important, critical business flows that we have. So what are the flows that give us the most business value? What are the most important flows for our product? The next thing is the data analyst. So talk to your data person about like, what are people doing the most in our application? So between these two people, you should have a really good, solid list of which flows you need to start for. And then besides feature flags, there's some other dependencies that you need. So you need an automation framework, just because, again, it's not scalable to manually test every feature. You need a job scheduler that'll run your tests, and this can be nightly, this can be with every build, this can be hourly, and you can have different sets of tests running at different times, and that's all configurable. You also need an alerting tool that's going to alert you when a test fails, so you can go in and figure out what's going on. Okay, and these are the tools that I've used for testing in prod that I'm comfortable recommending. So for feature flagging, I recommend Split. And for automation, my absolute favorite automation framework is Robot. It's a really easy keyword-driven library that you can use to write tests. I've also used Cypress. I've used Puppeteer, Protractor. There's a few. For my job schedulers, I have zero preference between, Jenkins and Circle CI and Maven, Travis, they're all pretty much great tools. And for alerting, you can configure this to say, like, my business critical flows, if they fail, like, I need to wake someone up, and we can use PagerDuty for that. Or the flows that are running as planned, that are doing fine, we can use Slack for those alerts. Okay, so this whole process of testing in production, like, this makes sense to me. This, the process of using feature flags, targeting your teammates, making sure everything works first before turning on the feature flag, having your automation run the tests for you, integrating with your job scheduler, like, this all makes perfect sense to me. But if it's so simple, why isn't everyone testing in production? Why are you guys all still using staging environments if you have this process that solves all of your problems? And it's because people are scared. Companies don't test in production because of this fear and this lack of trust in their systems. And for the same reason, they refuse to engage in the tools and the process changes that are going to generate that trust, and they're too afraid of the risks. And let's talk about some of those risks. So there's a few things that you can do to mitigate the risks of testing in prod. So the first one we talked about was setting up feature flags before you launch. So again, you target your internal teammates, test with those people manually, and set up automation, and then turn the feature flag on, already knowing that your feature works and you didn't break anything that was existing. The next thing you should do is use a canary release. So a canary release is just a fancy word for a percentage rollout. And this allows you to release your features to a small subset of users before you release it to your entire user base. And this is great because if something goes wrong and you do break something in production, would you want 100% of your users to encounter this issue or 1%? The next thing is to start with an AA test, which just means that you give both sets of users in and out of the feature flag the same experience and make sure that the data coming in is the same for both. And lastly, I recommend starting small. So don't start out with the most complex flow and decide to test that in prod, right? You want to start with something simple, a CTA change, a button change, a color change, something small that you can grow from. And so the outcome of testing in prod was just really amazing, right? So we were able to release faster because you're not tied to a specific release night. You can just push a button and the feature is released. Again, when you use feature flags, you're separating code deployment from feature release. So you really have the ability to release whenever you want. You also have an increased developer velocity. So your developers spend more time creating new features and less time fixing bugs. Again, because those bugs are caught much earlier in the development lifecycle, they're caught much faster. You also have an increased confidence in releases because, again, you know your features are working in the environment that your features will live in, not a dummy environment. And obviously, like, this makes the team really happy. It increases your engineering culture, and you just have an increased team happiness. So in case I have not convinced you that this is a good idea, I just want everyone to take a second and think about the last feature that your team deployed. All right, everyone's thinking about it. Think of the last feature your team deployed. Is it working right now in production? How do you know? Your users haven't reported anything to you. Your alarms haven't gone off. You haven't been paged. So you assume that it's working, right? But you don't know. Testing in production is the only way to know that your features are working right now in production. And oftentimes, shifting your company's testing culture is the hardest part of this process. So getting over that fear that we talked about before. So two things that I recommend is use examples from your past. So think about like, is your staging environment unreliable? I can tell you for a fact, yes, it is. Think about like, oh, hey, remember that time where we released this thing to production and, you know, it broke? And when we tested it in staging, it was perfect. And then when we released it, you know, shit hit the fan. So think about those examples. And then start using feature flags. If you go to split.io, you can set up a free developer account. We have a ton of SDKs you can use to start with experimenting with feature flags. And in case you haven't been paying attention at all for the past 23 minutes, I want you to take away two things. The first is that nobody cares if your features are working in staging. We care if it works in production. And the only way to know if it's working in prod is to test it in prod. So this is my contact info. I'm on Twitter. You can email me. I'm happy to answer questions now. But thank you guys so much for listening, and I'm excited to hear what you guys think. So you just list them. You list their user IDs. You can do it by ID. You can do it by email. But you can just list them as list like their email addresses inside of Split in the UI. Yeah, so like I said in the beginning, testing in prod doesn't mean you only test in prod. So, you know, you do have those flows that you absolutely cannot test in production because of like GDPR and SOX and, you know, all these other like compliance issues. So you can absolutely use staging for those flows, because if it's not possible, it's not possible. But I would recommend that those business critical flows that, you know, you absolutely depend on for your company to be successful, like those you should definitely try to test in production. Yes, it's always going to be difficult to sell people on this topic, but the thing is, like, when you use experiences from the past and things like keep happening to you that could have been solved by testing in production, like it adds more fuel to your fire, you know. We would have these production incidents come up that like we would have just tested in staging, and then they would break in production. And, you know, things like that kept happening, and it was kind of like a group effort, and we all wanted to be part of this like new change, this like testing revolution in our company. And we did it, and it worked. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's always going to be people who say testing in production will never work, and, you know, you have to use staging environments. But you know what? I don't care about those people. Like, they can go sit in the corner and do things the way they've been doing them for the past 30 years. But I want to innovate. I want to move forward. I want to test in production. I don't want to use the staging environment. So you can go sit in the corner with your thoughts. Yeah, this is kind of the same approach. It's just using examples from the past. A lot of times when we have like big releases, like our whole team is involved, like technical people and non-technical people, and just getting them on board to understand the issues that we're seeing. I don't think it matters if you're technical or not, as long as you understand like the problem we're trying to solve. Yeah, so I went over these in a slide before, but so for feature flagging Split, for an automation framework, my absolute favorite is Robot. I can't speak highly enough about Robot. And then for an alerting tool, there's PagerDuty and Slack, and for job schedulers, there's you know, Jenkins and Circle CI and Travis and Maven. Thanks everyone for coming. I'm happy to answer questions in the chat. I'm happy to answer them on Twitter, whatever you guys would like. Okay, so if you want to test functionality that requires code changes that are not compatible with the current version, oh, that's so funny, because I actually skipped a slide in my presentation that went over database migrations that that I think answers this. But basically, whenever you have changes that affect two different versions of code, you want to make sure that you wrap your feature flag around the elements of your code base, not around the elements of your database, so that when you do have changes, you're able to revert without making any additional migrations or anything like that. Would you create multiple users in prod? Yes. Testing different configurations or different users have different permissions? Yes. So for every different, all of the different configuration types, user types, you should have multiple users in production. You just have to make sure that you manage them efficiently, and you make sure that, you have all of the types of users that you need, and just manage them efficiently. Yes, that's the correct site for Split. It's just split.io. I also have a ton of tutorials on there. If you go on the split.io engineering blog, I have tutorials on how to set up feature flags. Cool. Well, I think that's all the questions. Feel free to find me on Twitter. Send me an email if you guys have anything else. But this was great, and thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Thanks, Talia. That was an awesome session about testing in production. That's a very definite question that, a lot of times I ship features, but I have no idea whether my users are actually using the features or not. So if you have more questions, please send them to Talia at her email, her Twitter handle, Talia_Nasi, and she will revert back to you there. So, okay, so moving on, our next speaker is Konstantinos Leimonis. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. He is a software engineer originally from Greece and now currently based in London. He works with Dazen, solving challenging problems best with code, React, Redux, Mobex, MST, and Node. So today he is going to talk about another interesting topic within the testing phase, which is React hooks and testing practices. Like, how do what are the best practices that we can look for while using React hooks? So let's welcome him on stage, and here he goes.
Hello everyone. Welcome from me to React.js Case Study Festival. What a day so far! So many interesting topics to follow. In this presentation, we're going to talk about how to test React hooks and good testing practices that can help you get more out of your testing. My name is Konstantinos and I'm working as a senior software engineer at DAZN, where we build a live and on-demand streaming platform for sport events. I'm a Greek based in London and a great coffee lover. Recently turned that to my new hobby, now calling myself a newbie home barista. I love spending my time in snowy mountain slopes with my snowboard and good friends, at least before COVID was a thing and traveling was easy. In my team, we started adopting and using React hooks for quite some time now, and this is when we started wondering how we should test React hooks. What this talk is about: we'll go through a really quick timeline of React testing and see the current state of testing React. Then straight to the first pitfalls, testing React hooks and how to overcome these issues. What did I learn from that and what approach did I follow? And finally, some coding examples how to test React hooks. Let's go a bit back in 2018, and by that time we enjoy working with React. Actually, we always enjoy working with React. About that time, we think that we can test React components, and after some time trying out different approaches, we think that we finally got it. Then, in early 2019, a new React version gets out to public. This new React version 16.8 supports React hooks and this news have been shared from the React team earlier in the previous year. Community hugs this new React API, we really like them, and we are all set and aligned to start refactoring our code bases using hooks. Until when we realized that we're not actually ready yet. All of our tests are failing. Tests that we have built with so much effort and we have spent so much time into them. And at this moment, we keep asking ourselves, how should we test React hooks? I don't know about you, but I've been actually using just an enzyme in most of my personal and work-related projects. The first time to migrate a class component to a functional one using hooks was quite catastrophic. All of my tests were failing, and yeah, it was actually basically like this. But it's alright. I mean, we are devs, we are used to this kind of weird situations, and we can find out a way. The error that I'm getting when I'm running the tests that I have previously implemented is this one. In variant violation, hooks can only be called inside the body of a function component. And I'm like, what? What's this error? Is it my code? Is it hooks? Is it enzyme? I want to understand what is going under the hood. What this error is about. I'm really curious about that. But before we actually do that, let's take a step back and try to understand. Here we have a simple counter component. On the left you can see a class component that returns a button element with the count state, and on click we are triggering this increase count function that updates the state by increasing the count by 1. This class component during the initialization process set the count to 0, and when the component mounts, updates the state by setting the count to 30. When we are refactoring the class component to a function component using hooks, we are going to use the React useState in order to be able to manipulate the state. This useState returns the state value and also a function that lets us update the state. We don't have anymore any component lifecycle methods like component did mount, but we are able to emulate this kind of behavior by using another React hook, the useEffect. And when the component mounts, we are able to set the count value to 30. Then the counter component returns the button element with the count value, and on click it again triggers this increase count function which updates the state by increasing the count value by 1. These two components are exactly the same, but what we need to understand is that React hooks are not quite normal functions. They need to run inside a React render context, otherwise they will give us a really annoying error. And guess what error is this? Hooks can only be called inside the body of a function component. This feels like we are getting closer to resolving this issue now. But let's see. How we would test this class component using just an enzyme would be mostly like this. So I would swallow render the counter component, and by accessing the count state I would expect that initially it would be equal to 30. Then by accessing the instance of the class component I would trigger the increase count and would expect that the count state would have been updated and been set to 31. This test will break. It depends on properties that are specific to class components, such as the state and the instance. Rewriting tests becomes a concern when a class component is converted to a function component with hooks. This is closely related to whether the test depends on an implementation specific detail to the component, like in this example. And I'm thinking, okay, I can proceed with a different approach so as not to have this component instance and accessing the state like this. and I'm turning the test to something like this example and expect that this behavior, the more behavior-driven approach, would help. So I'm swallow rendering again the counter component and querying the button element and expect that the text content of this one would be equal to 30. Then, by using the Enzyme API, I'm simulating a click event on this button and expect that the content of the button will have been updated by increasing the value by 1 and be equal to 31. But unfortunately though, Enzyme would still fail. This is because Enzyme depends on the React implementation. That's the reason when we configure Enzyme, we need to use an adapter specific to the React version. For example, now Enzyme doesn't support React version 17 because no official adapter is available yet. Now, Enzyme supports most of the hooks, but at that time it didn't. And it took us some time until we were able to use it with hooks. As a result, I decided to look for alternatives, and looking for alternatives, I found React Testing Library. I almost immediately fell in love with that. React Testing Library is an open source library maintained from Kent C. Dodge. His contribution is amazing, especially for testing in React. Please check him out if you don't do so already. So, React Testing Library promotes a much better approach to test components from a user's point of view. User is not concerned with the implementation details of the component, but about the behavior of the components, and so should our tests. How it works is mainly by interacting with the DOM tree like what we would do in an actual browser without using a browser. Ideal, right? In this case, rewriting the test will look like this using Jest and React Testing Library. I would render the counter component, and by querying the button element, I would expect that the text content of this one would be equal to 30. Then, by firing a click event on this button, I would expect that the text content would have been an updated value and would be equal to 31. With this method, the test does not break as a result of the changes in implementation details. Should we have this test from the beginning, we wouldn't need to worry about the migration from a class component to a function one. As you can note, here we are testing the result of the hooks, without actually testing the hooks themselves. Now that we got it, let's see how React Testing Library and its approach can help us test components using React hooks. We'll continue using this counter example. This is the counter button, this pink button, with the count value inside that, and every time I click on the counter button, I'm able to increase that by 1. This is a quite simple example. Let's begin by using React useState. This hook is a function that will return the count value, this is the state value, and a function, the setCount, which let us to update the state of the count. The counter component returns a button element with the count value, and on click is able to update the state by increasing the count value by 1. How we would test this counter component with React Testing Library would be by rendering the counter component. This render function provided from React Testing Library would return the getByRole function. By using this function, we are able to query the button element and then expect that the text content of this one would be equal to 0, which is the initial value. Then, in the second test, when we are firing a click event to this button, we expect that the text content of this one would have been increased by 1 and be equal to 1. We are able to use this fire event again from the React Testing Library API. As you can see here, do we test an implementation detail? No, we don't, but we actually test the result of the hooks. And this is the important thing to note over here. If we take this a step further and we want to use the React use effect, we can emulate a behavior similar to the component mount, and when the component mounts, we can update the count value to 30. Apart from this change, our counter component is exactly the same, so it returns a button element with the count value and be able to update the count value on click. So here, how we would change these tests would be by the initial expectation to expect that the text content of the button element would be initially 30. Then, by firing a click event to this button, we would expect that the text content would have been increased to 31. This is because when the component mounts, we initially set the count value to 30. And this is what we can see here. Let's try to abstract this functionality by using our own custom hook. This is the useCounter hook, and this returns the count value and the setCount function similarly to what React useState would do. That way, the counter component returns the same button as before. Inside our custom useCounter hook, we are having the same implementation from the previous counter component, so we're initializing the count state to be 0 at first, and when the component mounts, we set it to 30. As you can see here, in this implementation, we changed a lot of things in how we handle the state of the count internally. But here, the tests are exactly the same. Why is this happening? This is because they don't depend on any implementation detail of the counter component. They test the result behavior of our hook-based component. And this is really powerful because we are able to refactor the internal implementation by not actually having to maintain and update our tests, because our tests actually test the behavior. Alternatively, we could use the React useReducer. This is a different React hook API. This function gets a reducer function and also the initial state. This function returns the state object and the dispatch function, and that way we are able to use these in order to render the count state inside the button and on click dispatch a specific action that is type increment. The reducer function is able to handle different kinds of action types, such as the increment, and that way update the count state and increase it by 1. Similarly, it could deal with different kind of actions like decrement and decrease the count state by 1. Again, here even if we have changed how we handle the state internally in a component, then the tests don't need to change at all. And this is because they don't depend in the implementation detail, as in the previous example with custom hook. Now, I need to make this example a bit more complicated by introducing a second identical button. These buttons should always be in sync, meaning that the count value displayed on the left one should always be the same with the right one. When I'm increasing the count by clicking on any of the buttons, we should also see the change that the value of the count is increasing in both buttons. Let's try to implement this behavior. The way that we would do that is by using the React Context API. Initially, we would create this context, the counter context, and by using the provider of this one, we would pass the count and the set count from the state that we have initialized at the top of the component. Then, inside that, we are able to render a list of counter components. Our counter component consumes the counter context and is able to get the values that are available from the provider of this context, and this counter component would return the button element with the count value provided, and also by updating the state of the count by increasing it by 1 when a click event happens. Here, how we would need to test this behavior is by rendering the counter container. And then by querying the two button elements, we would expect that the text content of both buttons would be equal to 30. What change can we notice here? There is the change of a newly introduced button, which is because a new behavior has been introduced to our example component. Then we would also need to check the behavior when we increase the count by 1. So we would render the counter container again, and we would fire a click event on the first button. Then, by querying both buttons, we would expect that the text content of both of them would be equal to 31. By triggering another click event to the second button, we would expect that the text content of both buttons should have been updated and been increased by 1 again and be equal to 32. Finally, let's see how that would work if we needed to request the initial count value from a backend service, an external API. Here we have a bunch of changes. First, we need to introduce a new state, which is the fetch status. Fetch status is initialized to loading state, and when the component mounts, we are able to fetch the count value from the external API. When we get this value, we are able to update the count state with the value that we get from the external API, and also update the fetch status state to success. In case this fetch request actually fails, we can update the fetch status to fail. By using the fetch status, we are able to render a paragraph that a counter is loading when the state of the fetch status is loading. Otherwise, when the state has changed to success, we are able to render a list of counter components like before. Our counter component is still exactly the same. It's consuming the counter context and returns the button element like before. For the needs for this test, I'm going to mock the fetch function to always return 44. That way, we're using jest to mock this external function and simulate an asynchronous behavior and always return 44. Here, we are going to render the counter container and expect that a paragraph that is loading will be in the document. This is because the initial state of the fetch status will be in loading state. Then we would wait for the paragraph element to be removed by using this wait for element to be removed function that is provided from the React testing library. Finally, we will be able to expect that the text content of both buttons would be equal to 44, and this is the value that is returned from the mocked fetch function. Then, we would need to check the behavior when we increase the count by 1 when we click on the button. We would render again the counter container and expect this paragraph element to be removed from the document. Then we would fire a click event to the first button and would expect that the content of both buttons has been increased by 1 and be equal to 45. Then again, by firing a click event now to the second button, we would expect that after querying both buttons, the text content of those would be equal to 46. And these values are a result of the initial count value which is set from the mocked fetch count. To wrap up, testing React is about confidence, and what gives us more confidence is the behavior-driven approach. With this approach, we don't need to implement any details of the React components, but we only need to test the results of our hooks. In that way, the refactoring of the components can become effortless because we don't need to keep our tests in sync with implementation. That was all from me. If you want to find these examples from the presentation as well as the slides, follow the link to the repository I have created. And in case you want to connect with me, don't hesitate to ping me in any of these channels. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again. Bye!
Yeah, thanks, Constantinus. That was quite a great talk, of how the React testing library actually reduces our time so well. Hey.
Hello.
So, one quick question though. So, tell us about your experience of using this library. Your overall migration. How long did it take, and did you face any issues during your migration?
Yeah, so this migration has been taking a while. So we've been using Enzyme. I have migrated, for example, my personal projects to React testing library entirely. My most work-related projects are still a work in progress. And yeah, Enzyme and React testing library can live together in the same code base, and this is the really important part that you can take away from that. The migration can be incremental, so you don't need to swap from the one library to the other just in a minute, or for example just right away. And yeah, I mean, you are able to migrate step by step, so you can introduce first and set the integration with React testing library at first, and then start writing the very first tests in your code base with React testing library. And step by step, we are actually migrating the old Enzyme tests to React testing library because we have seen much more value in them.
Okay, great. And did you face any problems with the React testing library? We have seen the advantages of it. Like anything that you didn't like?
So, I mean, because this is a new concept of not a new concept, but actually a different. Feel free to share with.
Post your questions to both the channels in YouTube as well as in Pine. And we're doing here in this link. React.destroy, React.hydrate, React.finddom node. Okay, so every question has like about 30 seconds to answer. Okay, so not many people got this right. So it's the React.destroy method, which is not really part of the React API. Okay, second question. React uses what to improve performance? Original DOM, virtual DOM, both or none? Okay, yeah, Christian, he got it right. It's the virtual DOM. Pretty straightforward though. Then the third one, data flow in React is unidirectional, bidirectional, tridirectional, or the data does not flow in React at all. Okay. So these were just a quick, a bunch of questions that we had till now. We will just find out some another break in between the speakers, and we'll come up with some more quizzes. So now let's start with our next talk. So the next talk is from Colby Fayok, and learning by doing is the best way to learn, and it's how Colby helps others learn JavaScript, React, and static web. His work includes technical writing, videos on YouTube, courses on Egghead.io. There are 2 books he has written. That's quite impressive. And working with the development community as a developer advocate for Apply tools. So please welcome Colby on stage. And here he goes.
Hey everyone, let's talk about how we can add a second pair of eyes to our tests with visual testing. So who am I? I'm Colby Fayok. I'm the one hugging BB-8 and Kylo Ren over there. I work with the dev community as a developer advocate for Apply tools. You can find me pretty much anywhere on the web by just Googling my name, as I'm the only one in the world. Let's start off by bringing out Danny Tanner. Who remembers America's Funniest Home Videos? I'm pretty sure every country had something similar, much like the Got Talent series, but instead of playing funniest videos, we're going to look at some UI gone wrong. First, we have DoorDash. I would imagine a lot of us are familiar with this at that point, at least in the US, or some of its competitors like Uber Eats. Given we're in the middle of a pandemic and nobody wants to leave their house, it's a way to get delivery from places that don't typically offer it, like McDonald's? How is McDonald's a local favorite? Anyways, here's a visual bug that was found its way into their order experience. While stylistically, everything looks great, can't help to notice that order estimation time. If I'm hungry, I'd worry a little bit about that estimation. Or Safeway, a regional supermarket here in the US, who has a pharmacy wing, which is something a bit more important than a DoorDash delivery. If I'm trying to sign up to get my flu shot or COVID vaccine, or whatever type of prescription, if I need to be able to fill out that form, overlapping inputs are going to give you a hard time. Depending on the positioning, you may not even be able to do so. Maybe you can tab your way through with your iOS keyboard, but are non-technical people going to realize that they can even do that? And be sure that the info itself is right? Or how about WebEx, remote meeting software? This one's a little bit more of just an annoyance, but if I'm trying to unsubscribe from a newsletter, I feel a little bit unsettled with a form looking like this. Companies already go out of their way to try to prevent people from leaving. Is that the case here, or is this just simply a bug? Is this form even going to work? And finally, Amazon. We all know what Amazon is. And while I admittedly buy way too much off of Amazon, they make it really easy. This is a good way from keeping me from buying something. Who am I kidding? I'd probably spin up DevTools and fix this just to buy it, but most people wouldn't. And those are missed sales for Amazon. Maybe 1 or 2 don't matter, but at Amazon's scale, if everyone's getting the same experience, that's a lot of missed sales. This isn't meant to shame any of those companies or developers. Bugs happen to everyone. If you look at the attendee above your name in the audience list and look at the attendee below, chances are that one of you have written a bug within the last week. And that's totally okay. No one's pointing fingers, and no one should be pointing fingers. What we should be trying to do is figure out how we can work to prevent those bugs in the first place, which is why we're here to talk about a better way to write tests. Something that's going to be reliable and make sure that your customers are seeing what they should. But let's set up some context a little bit. What do I exactly mean by testing? Well, given that we're at a React conference, it might be obvious that we're talking about software testing, but there are quite a variety of types of tests. Like the test pyramid from Martin Fowler. That includes the UI, service, and unit testing. The UI are typically the broader tests that cover a wider range of functionality like end-to-end tests, but are generally slower and cost more money. Service tests are focused around a specific part of an application. Maybe that's authentication or payments, but would test functionality around that. Where unit tests are small, extremely focused tests that end up being fast to run and cheap to make because of their size. Or the test trophy from Kent Dodds, where he argues we're at a point where our tooling has helped push us past the limitations of cost and speed. We can now focus on more broad integration tests, which test how different parts of the application work together, like an API and a UI. They're more impactful, where unit tests will still test for important things like business logic. It might not be as impactful if you're spending a lot of time on it. He also adds static, which includes things like linting, which helps prevent bugs in its own right. But regardless of the name that you give them, they're all testing pretty similar things, and they have different characteristics that help them prove to be more or less effective than others. It's important to have a mix of them to make sure that you're covering a wide coverage of the project. Now, typically I hear a yawn in the back of the room when I start talking about testing, but it's an absolutely critical part of our job as developers. So let's take a quick look why. Starting from the top down, we have our CEO. While sometimes you have a really good hands-on CEO, often they report to the board and care mostly about the bottom line. They want to make sure that their business is thriving. How do you do that? Well, by making sure your product doesn't go down. Testing helps build confidence that you're not going to lose money, as well as keeping customers and stakeholders happy. The project or product manager is typically responsible for building that confidence. The development work funnels through them. They need to set those priorities. Adding testing helps the PMs know that they're going to continue to deliver a quality product and keep the CEO happy. While I'd argue that everyone on the team should care about UX, it's literally in the UX team's title. They're focused on how to make the application usable for the people that are using it. By adding tests, they're focused on making sure that customers aren't hitting regressions that provide a bad experience. They also want to make sure that their hard work and intentional design decisions aren't getting pulled off. The developers are the ones who ultimately write the code. While writing tests isn't as fun as building a new feature, they're responsible for making sure that the code doesn't have bugs. It's also hard to be sure that someone down the line will understand that code. Making an accidental change that breaks things, like adding tests, help build confidence in that code. If something breaks, the test will hopefully catch it, and not having to deal with those eventual bugs ends up leaving more time for fun feature development. And it's a common misconception that automated tests replace manual testers, and that's absolutely not true. Even the best testing software doesn't replace a human going through an application and trying to break things. It also doesn't replace a human prioritizing the areas that need work on testing coverage in the first place, and implementing the tools that will actually help make those tests work. Automated tests are just another tool in a tester's belt, helping them and the team build more confidence. It seems like all stakeholders in a project should be on board with tests, but getting good test coverage isn't always as easy as just add tests. So what makes it so hard? Well, whether you have one giant end-to-end test or 100 unit tests, all of those tests take time to write. They also require a lot of code. That code, just like features, needs to be maintained. That code, like feature code, might have bugs and increase in complexity. Tests can easily lead to technical debt and end up frustrating developers when broken and left untouched. And speaking of those broken tests, they're often fragile. They depend on hard-coded IDs or super specific selectors where one little change and that test can be broken. I may or may not have accidentally removed an ID for testing and broke a test before, but as a new developer where the testing wasn't actually integrated into the development workflow, I really didn't know any better. But the thing is, those things happen, but they end up breaking your tests. So you're thinking it, I'm thinking it. The time you're spending on the tests is time that you can't build new features. For developers, it's usually not as fun. I know that, but it's just as important to keep existing features working as it is to actually build the new ones. Otherwise, you're spending more time refactoring that old code, trying to get it working again, which can be even less fun after a bug prevents your customer from actually shopping. But like this guy out in the mountains, we're probably all thinking the same thing. There's got to be a better way. And before you go spend a weekend out in the mountains just to think about your tests, spoilers, it's visual testing. So let's look at an example of what I mean. Back to DoorDash, instead of writing a bunch of code to assert each of those text elements, making sure that with the order I place that we have the exact values for that estimation, not to mention every other element that needs to be tested on the page, that requires time to write all that code, which can be very fragile. I want an easy way where I can see what's changed on the page, where whenever changes get pushed out, I get test failures like I did before without having to write code for every little detail on the page while still being able to pinpoint those issues. If I have my scripts set up to go through Safeway's screening form, it's going to think everything's fine because those forms are still there. And from a robot's perspective, it's usable. But we're not robots. I need to be able to identify that. And with a huge website, we might not have time or resources to go through every single page manually, not to mention on every single device. Same goes for WebEx and Amazon's quantity selection. We need to be able to test these things the way that we as humans are using it. We need to literally give our tests a second pair of eyes. And this is where Applitools comes in. Applitools is an automated visual testing platform, powered by AI, might I add, that automatically ensures that you're maintaining a high level of quality in your apps. By running Applitools eyes on your project, you're using real images that show what the users of your website or app are actually seeing. This is critical, where a broken image might not show up in a failed test or an unusable form like before. But by using visual testing, you can make sure you're catching all user-facing bugs. But part of what makes Applitools awesome is not only that it's checking for differences, but it's powered by AI. To show a really quick example of how this actually works, let's play Spot the Difference. How many can you find? I'll give you a few seconds. All right, I found 3. We have the little hat logo, we have what's on the plate, ketchup on the top of the bottle. Let's see how these visual testing actually picks this up. Eesh, that's not looking too good. I thought visual testing was the savior, right? And that's absolutely not helpful. Well, you probably couldn't tell, but these pictures were off by a little bit of a few pixels, meaning that the entire image ends up being different in the eyes of a pixel by pixel comparison. This is how a lot of the visual testing platforms actually work. They're only smart enough to see a pixel by pixel change, which in this case isn't helpful at all. Now, flipping on the switch of Applitools API, while it seems like it's still highlighting a bit more than it should, we're looking at a completely different picture. Maybe some of the other elements in this picture were a bit messed up through compression. Regardless, we're still getting a lot of false positives. But it's a night and day difference from before. But wait, there's more. With Applitools, we can even take that a step further and hide anything that's changed due to the displacement or the shifting around of the picture. It's smart enough to know that the elements were the same, but they just shifted a little bit, which is incredibly helpful for websites that might render a pixel difference, because that's just how the web is sometimes, right? But now we can clearly spot the difference between these two photos. And looks like I was right. We have our hat, our logo hat, a plate, and the top of the bottle. I can even zoom in right inside of the dashboard and I can see exactly what's going on. And while the spot the difference is a lot of fun, this is even more helpful in the context of the web, where between our two login forms, we might not have been able to catch that a broken image or alignment issues with code scripts, but we're able to spot those differences with Applitools. Not to mention, we can run those tests on a variety of different devices. Like here, we're checking it out in both desktop Safari and Chrome on an iPhone. That's right, really easy cross-browser testing. So let's break down how this works for a second. Applitools supports a wide variety of SDKs, from web-based testing frameworks like Cypress and Selenium to native platforms like Appium and Espresso. Whatever testing framework you're using, Applitools likely supports and will help you get immediately productive. Let's use Cypress as an example here, where as devs, we're probably at least familiar with the name Cypress. The way it works is first we'll install the SDK into our project straight from NPM. We then call that SDK to capture a snapshot. Once that happens, the SDK will extract the snapshot of the DOM, or the document object model, which is the underlying tree of elements inside of our browser. Then upload that snapshot up to Applitools. And then with those snapshots, Applitool will use its visual grid, and depending on your configuration for browsers, to actually generate those screenshots. Where finally, Applitool's eyes will use machine learning to compare those images and intelligently look for differences, where it will then show those differences right in the UI like we saw before. So to do this, you can use the Applitool's Eyes Cypress SDK. It's an NPM package. That makes it easy to install right inside of your existing project. And to see how this all works, let's run through a quick demo of adding Applitools to some existing Cypress tests. So here's what we're going to go through. We're going to start off with a simple existing project that I set up ahead of time. We're going to first review that project. We're also going to review the Cypress test that I had already set up. Then we're going to go through and install Applitools for our visual testing. We'll finally add some tests and then run those tests. So let's dig in. All right, we're going to get started with this really simple demo application where we're looking at a login form where if we enter in a username and password, we can see that we're going to get taken to this demo dashboard, which is showing some financial overviews where we can see some balances here and we even have some transactions. But really the goal of this page and demo page is really just to prove for a good way for us to automate some tests in order to test this stuff out. So if we go back over to the login page, we have two things that we primarily want to test. First of all, we want to make sure that when we go to demo.appletools.com, that we're actually going to hit this login page. To do that, we're going to load up this page and we're going to make sure that we see this login form text here. And that means that it's going to load successfully and we're on the right page. Now, the second thing we want to do is we want to try to log into this form. And we can do that just like we did before. We're going to automate being able to fill in this username and password, clicking the button, and then we're going to check and see that this financial overview text is here to make sure that we're actually on that dashboard page. Now, in order to automate those tests, we're going to use Cypress, which, if you're not familiar, it's an end-to-end testing platform based on JavaScript, where we can write scripts to really automate anything we would expect a user to do within our website or application. So for instance, if we load up this page, we can really go through and automate doing things like clicking buttons, we can fill out forms, really anything that you would typically expect somebody to be able to interact with when visiting your project. Now, to get started, I actually already created a new test where we can see how that works. So inside of Cypress, the first thing we're doing is I'm visiting this demo.appletools.com page. I'm going to do that before each of the tests. Now for the first test, just like I said before, we're going to first get that header where we're going to make sure that it has that text of login form. Now for the second test, we're going to get each of those form input fields and we're going to fill out the username and password. We're even going to get that button to log in and we're going to click it. And then we're finally going to get that header where we're first going to look at the first one, for instance, and we're going to check that it says financial overview, which means that we are successfully on that dashboard page. Now to test that out, I'm going to open up Cypress, where if I click on my test here, login.spec.js, it's going to spin up a new instance of Chrome. And as we can see on the right there, it's already automating our processes, where if we kind of replay this back, we can see as we go through each of these steps that it's first going to load up that page. We can see that inside of the test body that it's going to grab that header and then it's going to check that it says login form. And we can see the green check and that was successful. We can also see that on the login page that it's going to similarly load that demo application, but it's going to go through and it's going to find the username and password and fill it out for us. It's even going to click the login button where we can make sure that once we land on that new page that we're successfully finding that header and that it says financial overview. So that's working great. But say that we come into this application and what happens if we're finding things that are broken that maybe Cypress can't actually see, but somebody like us as a human that we can see visually with our eyes. Now, just to kind of see what this looks like, I'm going to load up a demo page inside of here at index_v2.html, where we set up a demo page to try to just check out what this would actually look like. Now, if we look, we can see that we still get 2 green check marks. If I load up this first test, we can see that over on the right-hand side, we actually have a broken image. We also have a completely different login button here where it's both a different color and it says something different. But when Cypress went through here, all it knows is it was looking for that login form text to make sure that it was on the right page, and that's all it knew to do. We can't really even check that that image was loading without some hacky code that's really going to be fragile or flaky to even maintain. But looking at the second test as well, we can see that it went through, it filled out our information, it still found that button because it had the same ID, and it was still successful because it took us to the dashboard, but it wasn't ever able to see that that login button actually changed because the color changed and the text changed. Now, that of course could be completely intentional from somebody who's changing this page, but it's also possible that maybe somebody was using a component and they refactored that component, and maybe they didn't realize that somebody was also using it on the login page where they're breaking those components throughout the website without even knowing it. Now, what can we do to actually test that and actually look at this page as if we were a person actually viewing it? And to do that, we're going to use Applitools. which Apple Tools is an automated visual testing platform that allows us to actually put a pair of eyes on all of our tests and all of our pages, where it's going to use visual AI to compare different screenshots or images of our websites and apps to make sure that they're looking and working just as we'd expect them to. What it's going to do is we're going to first set up the SDK inside of our project, and then we're going to be able to upload those images or snapshots up to the Apple Tools cloud, and they're going to compare it in there to make sure that things are looking right. We can see that even if I'm going to log into my account, if you don't have an Apple Tools account, you can get one for free right at appletools.com. But since I already have an account, I'm going to log in. And we can see that I already have a bunch of tests, but we're going to run our own tests to kind of see what this looks like. And to do that, I'm going to use the Apple Tools Cypress SDK, where the cool thing about Apple Tools is not only does it have a Cypress SDK, it really has an SDK for all the popular testing frameworks. So all your existing tests, you don't need to rewrite everything for a special testing framework. We implement the Eyes SDK right into your existing testing tools. So to start, the first thing we're going to want to do is, just like any other npm package, we're going to be able to install that right into our project. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to cancel out of the Cypress instance, and I'm going to run yarn add Apple Tools Cypress. And just like any other package, that's going to go through and it's going to install the dependency into our project. Now, the second thing we want to do is we need to actually configure the Apple Tools Eyes SDK plugin and commands into our application. Now, we can see here we have an automated way to do it, but you can also go through and do it manually, where we're going to do the plugin, we're going to do the custom commands, but I'm going to use this easy way and simply run npx eyes setup right inside of my terminal. And we can see that Apple Tools Eyes went in, it added the plugins, it added the commands, it even added TypeScript definitions for those of you who want to use TypeScript. We're not going to get into that, but we support it for those of you who do. But we can see that we're already ready to go and use Apple Tools Eyes right inside of our project. Now, before we actually write those tests, we want to do one more thing. Now, in order to use Apple Tools, once you have your account, we also need to specify our API key to make sure that we're communicating with the right account. And to do that, inside of our dashboard, we can head up over to this little person icon at the top right, where we can select the My API Key option. We can grab that API key, and we can head back over to our terminal, where I'm going to type in export Apple Tools API key. I'm going to set that equal to that API key. And what I'm doing here is I'm exporting this environment variable so that whenever we run a node process, that node process is going to be able to find this environment variable and inject it so that the Apple Tools Eyes SDK is able to find this variable and use it to communicate up with our individual account. Now, since we have the plugins, the commands, and the API key installed and ready to go, we can actually get started writing our test. So if we go over to the documentation, we can see under the usage tab here that in order to make this work, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to visit the page, just like we're doing in our current tests. But the next thing we're going to do is kind of treat it like we're looking at our own individual eyes, or even a camera lens, where the first thing we want to do is we want to open up that lens. And once we do, we want to grab a screenshot or snapshot with it by running eyes check window, just like we would a picture with a camera. And then finally, once we do all of our other interactions, we want to close that camera or close our Apple Tools Eyes, where then we're going to send up all that information up to the Apple Tools cloud, where they're going to be able to use that to actually compare our images. So we can actually get started right inside of our code, where because we already added those commands, we can add those right to our existing tests. So the first thing we're going to want to do is run side.eyes open, and we also want to pass in a new configuration object where I'm going to say my app name is financial dashboard, and then I'm going to also run a test name, and I'm going to call that login form page. Next, we want to also take that snapshot, so I'm going to run eyes check window, and then finally we want to close those eyes, so we're going to run eyes close. And really, that's all we need to do to actually get started for this first test. So let's actually see what happens when we run this. And before I do, I'm going to also revert this back to the original so we can see what happens also when it breaks. Because the first time we send this up, we want to send our baseline, which is going to be the correct image that we're going to use for our application snapshots. So back over inside of our terminal, I'm going to run yarn open to spin back up Cypress. But once it loads, we can see that we're going to be able to find our test inside of our project, the login.spec.js, just like before, where we're going to be able to open it up and run it right inside of Cypress. Now, the cool thing is once we have that moving and going, we're going to be able to see this right inside our Applitools Eyes dashboard, just like all these other tests, where we're going to be able to see exactly what that looks like. Now, inside of Cypress, we can click our test again. It's going to open up the instance of Chrome, just like before, where it's going to go through and it's going to load up our tests, and it's going to go through and take those snapshots and interact with the page. Now we can even see that it's working by looking inside of the Cypress logs, where we can see these options requests and the posts up to the eyes, where Applitools is taking that information and posting it up to Applitools Cloud. And we can even see that it's finished and it's done. And when we go through the different test logs, we can see that it first opened up those eyes, it then checked that window, and then it then closed the window. So let's head over to our Applitools dashboard. I'm going to click reload to bring in that test. It looks like I have a little typo there, but when we look in the screenshot, we can see this is exactly what we were sending up inside of our project. So this is going to be our new baseline, and we can look over at our demo. This is exactly what we want it to look like, and we're going to use this to compare any future tests to make sure that it's both looking and working as expected. Now, as we did before, we have two tests that we actually want to run. The first thing was actually checking the login page, but we also want to check that we can log in. So to do that, we're going to copy and paste this in as another instance, where instead of the test name of login form page, I'm going to add it as test logging in. And then I'm also going to add the eyes check window right before we do anything else. So then we're going to go through, we're going to add the username, the password, we're going to click to log in. We're going to check that that financial overview header is still there. We can leave that all in just like before, but then we're going to add another instance of eyes check window. And because we're running eyes check window twice, we want to also add a tag to that. So the first thing, I'm going to add a tag of login page. And then the second one, I'm going to add of dashboard page. That way we're going to be able to distinguish the two within the same flow. And finally, just like our first test, we want to add the eyes close, which means we're going to send that information up to Applitools Eyes so that they can take that inside of the cloud and actually use it to compare our different snapshots. Now, just like before, when we were running our test with Cypress, we're going to be able to see that it went through and automatically started our test so that we don't have to sit here waiting while it's actually spinning up Cypress and running for the first time. But as it's going through and once it's actually finished, we're going to be able to see that we're going through the tests, and then it's going to do the same thing exactly as it did before, where it's going to open up those eyes, it's going to check our window, and it's going to finally close the window, where it's then going to send that information up to Applitools so that we can compare it with everything else. And just like before, we're going to be able to see all those logs right inside of our terminal to see that it's doing those requests and doing its work to send up our project data. And we can now see that with that second test, that as we go through, it's going to first open up that page, it's going to open up the eyes, it's going to take that snapshot with check window, it's going to go through just like before, it's going to log into that form, it's going to then check and see that it went to that second page, but we're going to take that second snapshot right of that dashboard page and finally close the eyes. Now let's see what that looks like inside of the Applitools dashboard. So when I reload the page, I'm going to click that out, and we can see that we have two separate tests. Now the first one, similar to the login form page, we're still going to have that one instance, but this time we have two images. So what we see here on the left is the baseline, where the one on the right is going to be our checkpoint. Now this is green and it's passing because they're still exactly the same. We're still in good shape because our application is working as expected, and that'll automatically pass for us. But we can also see this new test here where we added that test name of test logging in, where if we open that up, we can now see that sequence of events where we now have a baseline that shows somebody actually logging into the application. So this is taking our steps up another level, where not only are we able to kind of check the code that's existing on the page as we're running through with Cypress, but we're able to take this snapshot and look at the page exactly like somebody would be looking at inside of our browser. Now, if we go back over to our test, similar to what we did before, when we tried to test to see what happens when we break the page, let's see what happens when we do the same thing when running this with Applitools. So I'm going to change this to index.v2.html, and I'm going to save it. And just similar to before, what's going to happen this time is Cypress is going to visit this v2 page. it's going to run through the exact same steps as it did before. It's going to open up its eyes, and on the second test, it's going to log in by opening up the eyes, checking the window, both on the login page and on the dashboard page, and finally it's going to close its eyes and send that data all up to the Apple Tools cloud. Now, if we look back over into our Chrome instance, we can see that that's already done running, where the first one, we can see that we have our failed test, where we have 2 diffs detected here. Now, we can see here that we have a URL that we can open up right inside of our browser, but I'm going to actually just go back over to my dashboard and hit reload like we did before, but we see this unresolved tag. Now, if we look at these 2 tests, we can see it's yellow. That means that something happened on the page that we need to test out. If we open up this login page, we can see immediately that we have these pink highlighted areas on the page. If we zoom in, we can see that Apple Tools was able to capture this difference right on the page, where we can see that we now have a broken image, and it was able to capture that just like you or I would be able to do by going to this page and looking at it ourselves. We can also see that it also captured that difference in the button and the spacing, because the page actually had to shift while that button while the copy of that button changed because of the size of it, but it also changed the color of it. Now, the cool thing is, because that remember me button or the checkbox had to actually shift because of the size of the button, we can also click this hide displacement button, where it's going to be able to ignore that change because it knows that those pixels or that remember me checkbox is exactly the same on the other side of it. Another cool thing we can do is we can also see what's actually happening and view why something is actually wrong. So if we open up this root cause analysis and click one of our items, we can see that it goes through and it actually shows the difference in the code, where we can see the tag name, it changed from A to button. We can also see that it changed from sign in to login. We can also see that it changed the class name. This is a really great way for us to be able to capture what's actually happening in the differences. Now, the button is a very simple example of that, but imagine what that looks like as you're scaling up through your application with 100 of different components right inside of your application. We were able to pinpoint exactly what was wrong with our application, so we can tell the developer, or if we are the developer, how we can fix that inside of our application. Now, back inside of our other test, we can see the exact same thing, where if we open this up, we can see that it went through, it found the exact same differences as before, and we don't want that because they were incorrect. We want to fail that back, and we can do that by clicking the thumbs down button. That way we can say that we rejected that change, it wasn't right, and it wasn't working as expected. But we can also see in the second snapshot that we have this text at the top that actually changes due to the different time. Now, I'm sure many of us have dynamic aspects of our page, whether it's something like a timestamp like this, or even if it's somebody's name. What do you do if you have that different kind of information on your page that's going to be constantly changing? Well, what we can also do is we can change what the Apple Tools eyes is going to look like by adding a little box here, and we're going to say that we want to ignore that, or we can even check that it has a different type of content in there. But for now, let's just use the ignore, and that way anytime that Apple Tools goes and sees this box again, it's going to completely ignore that region, so that it knows that only check inside of that box, or outside of that box rather, to make sure everything else is working as expected. And as we see here, we have no other changes on this page, so that means we're good to go on that page. So now that we have that region ignored, we can hit thumbs up and we'll be good to go for the future test. And again, for this one, the login form page, we can reject that as well, where we can continue, and that's going to save out our tests just like before. So now we can see here, we had our one page that was kind of successful because we ignored that region, but we had that login form page that was actually broken. We can see that this test is now failed because we rejected those changes and we said that we didn't want those to be saved. And we can even see here that it says unsaved. We can go over here and click the save icon, which is a disk, if you remember what a floppy disk is. And now let's go back over to our test project, and I'm going to remove that index.v2 HTML again and see what happens when we rerun those tests. Now, if you remember, back inside of our browser, we had 2 versions of our application. We had one, which was the normal working version, but we also had that index.v2, which had the broken image. So we're going to switch back to the original and see what happens after we failed that other test. And we can see that after Apple Tools actually goes through, or Cypress goes through rather, it's going to perform those same exact actions, where it's going to go through and capture all the snapshots and send it up to the Apple Tools cloud. Now let's see what happens inside of the dashboard. where we can head over here and we can see that it's completely fine. It passed. Let's look at the test. We can see that it's back to normal, where it compares back to our original baseline because we failed that last test. And we're in a good stance where we have our working page. We can even go back over to our test logging in test, where if we open it up, we have the login, the images working as expected. The sign in button is working the same. So we're good to go with this, and it passed. And now we're ready to go. Now, the cool thing is with this is not only are we able to test all these flows just like we would inside of Cypress, where we're able to go through each of those different pages, the different interactions, but we're adding another level of testing to this where we're able to capture those visual differences that a testing suite with scripts might not actually be able to see. Because we're using the visual AI, it's capturing it just like a human would be looking at the actual page and be able to capture those differences to make sure everything is right. And the cool thing is, not only does it capture those visual differences, it's going to capture pretty much anything that's broken on the page, because it's able to completely comprehensively look at that page just like somebody would actually be regularly testing it. Okay, so to recap what we achieved here, after reviewing our existing app and Cypress tests, we installed Applitools using the Cypress SDK. We set up some tests, and we finally ran those tests. Like I mentioned before, Applitools supports a huge variety of SDKs, so you can find what you need with pretty much any testing framework. You can check it out at applitools.com/tutorials. And if you want to learn how to go from end to end, from design all the way up to a full stack Next.js app, including installing Applitools to run visual testing on Storybook component library, check out my free course on YouTube, where you can find it at From Design to Dev. And that's it. If you want to learn more about Applitools or chat about the talk of visual testing, you can find me everywhere at Colby Fayok. My DMs are open. And I'll also tweet out a link where you can see some of the stuff you've seen here today. Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thanks a lot, Colby. So that was a great session. I always used to actually fancy about such testing tools, wherein I just as a developer, I just keep working on my application, and there is a testing tool that keeps track of what has changed and give me an indication of that. And this looks like a real cool tool, like AI really being used the right way to aid our developers. So tell us more about the course that you mentioned just now.
Sure, yeah. So the course is called From Design to Development. My goal with it is to take people from design to development, but we start off in Figma, where we actually design some components and a page. And before that, I start off by introducing, I have 50 projects for React on the static web, where we grab a project idea. So we take one of those projects and we work off like a wireframe to design the site in Figma. We take those components and we actually spin up a new project with Next.js, but then we try to create those components inside of a Storybook library. But once we have those components, we actually run Applitools as part of that course, because the Storybook integration with Applitools is actually really cool and really easy, because you literally just run one command and Applitools sucks in all the stories and it runs it through the AI visual testing cloud. It's just a really compelling use case of it. But from there, once we have like our foundation of the front end and everything, we actually take that up another level, and we end up with a full stack Next.js application where we add authentication with Netlify identity, and we also add dynamic content with Airtable, which is a fun place to store a simpler database.
Oh, that's nice. And tell us about, so there was one interesting thing that I saw in your slide, like, that pixel by pixel comparison, which was kind of the way a lot of visual tools would do it in past. Like they would do a pixel by pixel comparison, which would give a lot of false positives if the layout has changed a little bit, or, sometimes even
Exactly.
the color of a particular pixel just changes a little bit, and then you have an error. So how do you tackle that in this tool?
Sure. No, that's exactly the thing that I love about Applitools. And with the pixel by pixel, you're exactly right. Like you get a lot of false positives where even just the tiniest change, because I remember with like Storybook, for instance, where I would before I even ran into Applitools myself, like any little change, whether it has anything to do with what you're actually trying to fix or not, like that's going to set off all the flags, right? And that can compound if your component is within different components, right? So if there's no kind of intelligence on there, you have to search through all those different tests and see if any of them are actual breaking changes or if they're just catching little pixel changes. But with Applitools, so what it does is it uses AI to tackle comparing those different images. So for instance, one of the things that I showed with the SpongeBob picture is the displacement, right? So if it is off by like a pixel or whatever, it's able to detect that those elements are still the same, and you can still highlight the things that are truly different between the images, and that's really compelling. But it's a lot better of a way for being able to capture those different tests and try to make sure that your project is working as expected.
Yeah. Do you see Applitools as a replacement for all our tests, or do we look at it as an aid in our end-to-end test?
Sure. No, so it's definitely one piece of the entire toolkit, right? Applitools by itself can do a lot. So for instance, with the Cypress implementation, if you think about it, as you're going through a test where you use Cypress to work through an end-to-end flow, right? And through that time, you're capturing a snapshot of each page, you're triggering functionality. During that time, you are testing parts of your business logic. If it's adding something to a shopping cart, you're testing that functionality works, right? So you are capturing a lot of that information, but it still doesn't completely replace things like unit tests for business logic, because those are things that truly need to be set up for those very precise calculations to make sure that it's getting right. So, so it's definitely, it can cover a lot, and it depends on the kind of like testing shape you want. I know there's the pyramid or the trophy, but it is very valuable, and it is a compelling reason to invest more time in those because it captures so much.
Yeah. And did you have have you ever faced any kind of a problem using Applitools, like any kind of too many false positives coming up, or you anytime you felt like it's too much of work versus the benefits? Did that
Yes.
happen?
So not really. Yeah, the AI has been really great, like from my experience so far. And the thing that's interesting, even if it has different match types. So when you're going through it, you might have something that you want to focus on the layout changes, or you have something that might be a content region, right? Where it's going to be like if you have a blog, right? And you want to capture the snapshots of that blog, but that blog content is always changing. You don't want to get flagged every time you open up a new blog post, right? So it's able to detect that its actual content changes. So you're not getting flagged if it's just simply content, as opposed to if it's a layout change that's going to break the site.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, this was quite a wonderful talk for me personally. I'm definitely going to give it a try and see how it works.
Yeah.
And I see you mentioned that there is a free version for developers to start up, right? Like if I'm just starting up. Okay.
Yeah, and we have a lot of resources on the website, and feel free to reach out to me. My DMs are open. I'd be more than happy to help get you set up. But it's definitely compelling, and it's really easy because it fits right into your existing testing frameworks, which is part of the thing that I think is also compelling. You don't need to implement some crazy system in order to get it working. You just really implement those couple lines, and you're up and running already.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a reminder to our audience, you can post your questions in the YouTube live as well as in the Pine website, wherever you're watching it from. And then we'll get those questions across to our speakers. So yeah, I guess that was it for now for this session. And moving on. So thanks a lot, Colby.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Thanks
looking
for having
forward to using this tool myself, and see how it can really benefit my work here. So yeah.
Sounds great. I'm excited to hear how it goes.
Great, thanks. So everybody, there are a couple of announcements that we want to make about a lot of wonderful workshops which are going on. So I'll put a link to those workshops here. Give me a sec. Okay, and I'll probably put it here as well. So this is a QA workshop. So Yep. So we hope everyone is enjoying the conference so far. And now, yeah, I would like to remind you that we have this incredible opportunity to get the best practical knowledge and hands-on skills by registering for our QA workshops. The slots are limited, so don't wait and grab the tickets right now. Just follow this link that I just pasted it here for the workshops. And there is an announcement around more things. So I'll just wait for. Okay. And yeah, our dear attendees, so thank you for commenting on YouTube and Pine. Both, all our three speakers were really, those talks were really insightful. A lot of simple things and things that we miss out in our everyday coding life, and that can really speed up our work. It can really improve the way we work and add performance. So, all the speakers and the team, they really worked really hard to get this event together. So we are having a giveaway for our events among those who will post in Twitter and tag our official account of Geekle.us. So I'll just put this Twitter handle here so that it's easy for you to. So this is the official handle for Geekle.us, and if you write and most of the events topics and or support our speakers who are taking off the time to speak at these conferences, that would really be appreciated. So there will be 5 winners, and they will get 2 free tickets to any of the Geekle events in future. So please follow this Twitter handle and tag about your experience of attending this conference. So for this mini session, I guess that was all that we had in the testing culture. So the last 3 talks that we had was mostly all around testing, and we saw totally different views about how to go about testing. And the first talk by Talia was about testing in production. The second one by Konstantinos was about React hooks and the testing practices. And lastly, the third one by Kulbi was about adding a second pair of eyes with visual testing. So I hope you really enjoyed this, and it would help improve the way you test your application. We will take a break right now, and so we will come back in about 45 minutes time from the break. And the next block of talks that we are going to have is going to concentrate more on React components and best practices. So we have 3 awesome speakers to talk about React components and the best practices around those. So see you in around 45 minutes again. Bye. Hey. So, hi everybody. Hope you all had a good break. And we'll continue our session. So, just to introduce myself again, my name is Souvik Basu. I live in Vancouver, Canada, and I'm a freelance front-end developer. And today I'm host for this block of sessions. We had some awesome talks in the past couple of hours related to the testing culture in React, where three of our speakers, they talked about testing in production, React hooks and testing practices, and adding visual testing to your test libraries. So all of them were like pretty diverse topics, and gave a lot of insight into how to go about doing your test the right way. Now we have three very good speakers for our next three talks, which is around the theme of React components and best practices. So, starting off with our first talk in this session is by Patrick Ulrich, uh, and he's going to talk about the React, the refactor lifecycle of a React component. So, Patrick is a full stack senior software developer, and he has experience with the architecture, leading teams, and working with clients ranging from startups to government entities. And he regularly speaks in local communities, meetups, and he recently spoke at Prairie Dev Con and at Microsoft's digital meetup in Tour, Canada. So he also he usually talks and blogs everything about React.js and .NET. So yeah, let me get him on board.
All right. All right. Welcome to my talk with 3 refactoring questions. Level up your React skills instantly. My name is Patrick Ulrich. I'm actually originally born and raised in Germany, but I've been living in Canada for about 10 years now. I currently live in Regina, Saskatchewan, and I work as a full stack developer for Outpost Health. We are a patient-centric digital health platform that currently focuses on emerging markets such as Nigeria, the Philippines, and other countries in Africa. I've been working as a software developer for coming up to about a decade. I worked with government entities in the digital identity and health space, worked for some larger private companies as well as startups. But around the last couple of years, I've really been focusing on consulting and startups. And during the time, I also started focusing more from a technology perspective, and I kind of you'll find me kind of working with React and .NET applications nowadays the most. If you don't find me working away on React or .NET, you're probably gonna find me dropping into Verdansk, playing some Call of Duty, or traveling. But obviously, those ratios aren't all that accurate currently because there ain't a lot of traveling happening right now. So the goal of this presentation here is that I want to share some neat methods on how to identify when to refactor and when to refactor. And to do that, I want to plant a couple of thoughts in your mind that are constantly in your head for the rest of your development life that will trigger you to constantly refactor or make refactoring part of your process as a developer. Excuse me. Well, so maybe asking yourself, are you talking about solid? And yes and no. So solid are the five principles: single responsibility principle, open close principle, list of substitution principle, interface segregation principle, and the dependency inversion principle. Can't even say that all with one breath. But solid is just part of it, and there's so many more principles, and they're all great. But one of the issues that I always had with those is that there are so many principles. And I made it my mission almost to figure out, isn't there like a way that we can maybe just have 2 or 3 questions that we can ask ourselves that encapsulate all of those principles. So I don't have to think about every single principle and apply it. It should just kind of come to me based on those 3 questions. To make sure that we're all on the same page, well, and kind of starting from the same level, I think we should actually review Solid. And reviewing Solid, how it applies to React, and look at some common use cases. So let's jump right in. So let's take a look at the single responsibility principle. The easiest ways to summarize this one is that reasons to change, we look at a component and want to see what are the reasons for this component to change. Let's say if you have a long component, you have some logic in there, and you have some UI there, well, you might think to yourself, if you have to update how the data is being loaded, that's a reason to change. If you want to update how the list that you render looks like, that's a reason to change. So you kind of encounter this a lot with presentation component versus container, or I guess now components versus hook. So often when you split your component into components and hooks, you're most likely pretty close to following the single responsibility principle. That's, if you want to look at this here in action, here we have a component, a types list component that has on top the logic and how we load the data, as well as rendering the data on the bottom. We split those out into a hook and into the component, and we follow the single responsibility principle. The next one is the open-close principle. A good definition for this one is that software entities should be open for extension but closed for modifications. And there's actually tons and tons of ways to do this in React. React just lends itself for composition. So in this example, I created a quick little favorite Pokemon list component. It handles how it gets Pokemons or your favorite Pokemons, as well as a remove functionality, and then renders that within a unsorted list. Now I can use this component anywhere, and I decide as the user of this component how I want to render the list items without ever having to change the favorite Pokemon list component itself. The next one is the list cost substitution principle. Now this one is a doozy. The one explanation I always hear is if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but it needs batteries, you probably have the wrong abstraction. And I think this one is meant well, but without actually understanding the list of substitution principle, I always kind of struggled with that sentence. Like, I was like, okay, and how do I use that while I'm coding? Because I don't want to have to sit down and think about something just to refactor. It should just come to me. So I figured, you know what? Let's read the actual definition. Substitutability is a principle in object-oriented programming, stating that in a computer program, if S is a subtype of T, I'll just stop there. All right. I think we just got to look at a couple of examples. All right. So the most common example you will find, probably when talking about the Liskov substitution principle, is something like this. You have a class, and you extend the class, or it could be a class and you create a couple of abstracts of it. And here we have a method called getCatchHere. And it's reliant on the fact that catchDate implements a function called getFullYear. We have that with a JavaScript date object. So during our initialization here, we say let Pokemon equals new Pokemon with a date. This will work fine. But when we create this water Pokemon and we initialize it with a string instead of a date. But once we call the getCatchHere method, we will get an error. This is breaking the Liskov substitution principle. However, this actually could be easily avoided using TypeScript. So if you don't using TypeScript yet, but looking for a reason to use TypeScript, there is one. But it actually goes a little bit more. And one of the tricky things with these principles is they always talk about abstractions. And actually, by you following React's do not mutate React state, use set state. So for example, in this example, we say set count instead of count equals count. You are actually following the Liskov substitution principle. It's kind of just a nice little thing to know, I think. The next one, the next principle that we're looking at is the interface segregation principle. So no client should be forced to depend on methods it does not use. This is something that I see quite a bit is actually that often there are components that just take in a class or a DTO, but then only render one or two properties of it. That makes this really hard to use, especially if you use something like TypeScript, because if you get different DTOs, different classes from different sources, but they all have, for example, Pokemon name on it, now you can't use the Pokemon list item because it's expecting a certain class. So better component style would be to just take in the properties that you actually need. And then finally, the dependency inversion principle. And I found a couple of different definitions for this, but to me, the easiest way to think about it is always abstraction over concrete implementation. So one that I see mostly applied, especially in backend languages, is wrapping third-party libraries. So in this case, instead of using Axios as our fetch library throughout our application, instead of writing await axios.get everywhere, we create a util function, which is called API get in this case. And now I can call it. And if I ever decide, hey, I don't want to use Axios anymore, I want to use fetch or another third-party library. I mean, the browser has fetch, but you know what I mean. Then we only have one place to change instead of everywhere in our application. So this one we see a lot, but one thing that I don't see enough, I believe, is you can also do this with your third-party components. So for example, if you're using Bootstrap or here I'm using Chakra, instead of, if I have a design guide that says, hey, a primary button is blue, instead of just saying button color scheme blue everywhere and have a dependency on Chakra, instead I can create that primary button component that then renders the Chakra button. This in a button case maybe doesn't seem as seems almost overkill, but let's say if you render a select component or you implement a library like Formic, where if you have like form dependencies, this pattern becomes very, very beneficial. And then finally, I just wanted to add that here because every time I hear discussions about React context, it's usually React context versus Redux or global storage. React context is amazing for dependency injection, which is one way to apply the dependency inversion principle. So in this case, I have a Pokemon storage component that relies on the context that is wrapped around it, and it doesn't know how it's implemented. It just knows it gets Pokemons and it has a delete method. We can use the in-memory provider or the API provider, and that logic then is implemented. So that was cool. So, I mean, worst case scenario, you spend 50 minutes with me here, and if you walk away from this presentation and think like, man, I did not learn anything from this guy, at least you can say, oh, I learned how solid looks like in React. But like I mentioned, those are 5 principles, and there's so much more. There's the dry, do not repeat yourself, but then some people say wet, write everything twice, or then later on, some people, including Kenzie Dodd, for example, mentioned the aha, avoid hasty abstraction. But then there's also single layer of abstraction, Kiss keep it simple, Yagni you aren't gonna need it, and again, all of those are awesome. They are all great rules and great principles. But personally, while I have sat down and looked at a component and apply all of those principles, it just never felt very intuitive or not very practical. I also like there has to be a better way to just get the benefits. And I believe there is. So with that, let me introduce a component that we're gonna work through. And that component is gonna be the component that we're gonna refactor. And as we refactor it, I will introduce the questions. So here's our beautiful, beautiful component. It lists a list of Pokemon types. You can click on them, and then it will list all Pokemons based on that type. And there's a little bit of coloring going on. As you will see, there's zero CSS in the code because I just wanted to make sure that we really focus on the logic rather than the UI. So the code looks like this. On the top of our component, we see we have a couple of view states. 3 of them are all handling the states of loading types, 3 of them are handling the logic of loading Pokemons, and then we have hooks associated to them to get the data. We also have one which says if the selected type is poison, then there's a warning message. And then on the right picture, we just see the render logic. Okay, let's get to our first question. Is this component testable? Now, this is important before we look further into this. I'm not asking you to test, but you should know how to test. Otherwise, this next step is going to be a little bit more complicated. But you should ask yourself, is this component testable? So if you look again at just the logic, and you have experience with testing, you probably notice like, oh, this is a headache to test. Having so many use states, kind of hard to like spy and mock. You could maybe go a different route and you could mock the use effect. So you could say, well, if Axios get this URL, return this data, but honestly, that's not a lot of fun. And it's a huge headache to write tests for this. So the easiest way to make this testable is pulling the stuff into a hook. Because if you have a hook like that, you can just mock that specific hook. So in this case, I could mock use get types, use get Pokemons by type, and it makes testing very, very easily. Now, I didn't pull out selected type and Pokemon warning. And the reason is, in this case, I saw a clear path on how I can mock or trigger those without having to pull them into a hook. So I knew if I want to get a Pokemon warning, I can trigger a button click for selected type, for example. Now, if I don't feel that it's easy enough to do this testing, or we have a bunch of those internal use states, I would probably pull them also into a hook and just call it use Pokefinder. But again, I'm just going to stick with my question. Is this component testable? Now it is testable. And even better, our component now fits onto one slide. So we made already progress. Now, the second question I will ask myself is, does it read well? And I love this one because, again, it sounds so basic and it's so powerful. And this one really is very much inspired by a single layer of abstraction. But as the question states, I just want you to read the component. So here on the left side, if we start, if we're loading types, show a loading. If there's error types, show error. If there's no types, show an empty message. If there are types, then render a list with list items that have a button that changes state on whether it's selected and with an on-click button, and then render another list. So I'm just going to stop right there. and I kind of wrote it out on the right side. If you notice, there was kind of like this jump in language. We kind of had like if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this, and then if blah 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 blah, which gets really hard to speak. So that's immediately an indication to me that, hey, maybe this is a good time to refactor this part of your application. And I did that right there. So what I did is I pulled out the type list as well as the Pokemon list, because that was like the big unsorted list item, button logic, if it's selected, unselect, like it was just, that's where the jump in language happened. And then we can just do it again. Let's just read it again. So if you start at the top again, if loading show loading, if error show error, if type show type list, if loading Pokemons, then show loading, if error show error type. So again, maybe when I speak it out loud, maybe not as obvious, but if you kind of read and look at the code, you notice that there's almost like an indent, right? I have all these states related to the type list, and then I do this kind of jump into the Pokemons. So that just makes me think there's even a better way to do it, so it's even easier to read. So that's what I just did here. So I essentially pulled out the type selector and the Pokemon by type selector, and we end up with this code. Now, no matter what we read, if you read the component on the left side, return type selector, a Pokemon warning if there's a warning, and Pokemon by type selector. You see, now all the logic of a component is together. It read nice. If you go over to the type selector, if it's loading types, loading, error types, error, return a type list, Pokemon by type, etc. So it's all there. It's just nicely readable. No more science to it. Sweet. So now we have pretty awesome component, testable component, easily understandable and easily readable component. Now, the last question that I have is this the same? Yeah. And this one will kind of deal with the whole idea of, dry, aha, and wet, etc. So let's look at our 3 UI components here. And I mean, of course, this kind of applies to pure JavaScript as well, like your functions, etc. But I don't think people have as much issues with that part. So for this, we're just going to focus on the UI portion. So as we look at the code, the first thing I'm going to ask is if is loading types and if is loading Pokemons, that span loading, is that the same thing? And yeah, I think it is. Boolean is true, we're showing a loading. Whether it's a loading indicator, loading, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Error. So this one is interesting because in the top 2 components, we have a server error and then we're going to show the server error. And on the bottom one, we have a warning and it's a client-side warning. Let's keep that in mind. And we'll get back to this later, but for now and for the sake of the rule, we're just going to say these are the same. And then finally, no Pokemons with this type, no types available. It's an empty state of a list. It's the same thing. Pull it out into component. So we create a new component called loading indicator, a new component called error message, and then one more component called empty list state. And we are done. So to review, the 3 questions are: is this component testable? Does it read well? Is this the same? And I want you to just keep those 3 questions in your mind going forward, and that should just trigger you to constantly refactor and write less bad code. Notice that I didn't say you will write the best code and the most perfect code in the world, because I think those 3 questions will cover 98% of all the code that you will encounter. But there are some special cases where maybe the 3 questions alone are not enough. And that will kind of bring us into the last part of this presentation, and we are almost done, is a couple of extra tips to kind of help you. And the first one is tip number 1, the correct abstraction. I know there's a lot of conversations about this one, and I just want to share how I think about correct abstractions. Remember that warning error component I was talking about a little bit earlier? Maybe when you thought about that error warning component, you maybe had something like this in your mind. You see this, let's say, on Bootstrap, Chakra, and other component libraries where you have this error message, that warning message, an info message, etc., a success message. They're all kind of designed the same. So therefore, there should probably be the same component, right? So you probably created a component something like this. It takes in the type and the message. You could apply some styling to it. There's a slippery road here because once you kind of go into this, where you make this abstraction like this, and the requirements start to change and you stay married to that abstraction, you end up with some crazy components that take in like 20 different props. It's probably the likelihood of this to happen with a server error or error message is probably low, but you could think about things like, well, on a server error, I want to reload the page, but on a component warning, I want them to just reset the form. So you're going to start putting in an on-click event, and then it just kind of keeps going, right? For more bigger components, I think this is a little bit more tangible. For example, a select component or something like that. There's so many use cases that it becomes very hard to maintain this component because you have to consider all these effects. So Kenzie Dodd actually tweeted about this, and he had Chen Creighton called it the apropcalypse, which is pretty neat. And Kenzie Dodd actually has a really awesome talk about kind of that topic and how to apply different patterns to kind of avoid that. But I want you to think about something different. I want you to ask yourself little bonus questions, and that is, what is less bad? So we identified two options. So we could either create a common component and make them the same, and then we pass in a type to handle the different styling. The other thing we could have done is we could have created a client warning and a server error, two different components, and we just would have written something twice, but some things would have been different. And finally, we could have just left it. And you see, and we will kind of talk about when to refactor, but I think that's the power of constant refactoring is you don't have to be right and you don't have to find the best solution. Most of the time you won't, because the first one would be the best solution if warning and server errors are being styled the same forever. So when you want more padding on the server and the client error message or warning message, then that's awesome because there's only one place to change it. Now, of course, it also depends if you use CSS and they share the same CSS class, then that could be solved too. But if they have the same logic changes, then again, it makes sense to have one component. If the logic starts to divert quite a bit, then having them two separate components would have been better. But once the logic starts to diverge, you can always pull out this code and make it its own component. But everything would be better than just leaving as it is. Because the issue is if you start having 30 warnings and they're all just span whatever in your code, good luck with trying to make a change that affects all of them. You will have to go through all of them, copy paste the code to every single place. Now, this is all considering very straightforward and simple components. Of course, when you get into like very advanced components, like an open source library for file uploads, or for a table, or for select, like a little bit more compact ones, at that point, I think you gotta start, or you should look at some of those advanced React patterns, version of control, provider pattern, state reducer, etc. And again, Kenzie Dodd's talk is awesome about this. But until you get to that point, I wouldn't worry about them as much. Because who says you need them to? Maybe having two different components, one React multi-select and one React select is fine. You don't have to create one component that handles all of it. Because those advanced patterns essentially at the end of the day are just for you to create a nice API for the consumer. Cool. So is this the same? Ask yourself, what's the less bad way to go? And I think that will kind of help you to avoid these wrong abstractions. Second tip, architectural decisions. And this one might be a little bit far-fetched, but hear me out. If you are into Redux, if you used React Query or SWR, you may have heard of this, but I kind of came to the same road, if you will. So I used Redux and I had everything in there, and I asked myself, side menu is open and closed, and the list of Pokemon that I just fetched from a database, are those the same things? And I don't think they are, because one is server state and it has two sources of truth, and the other one is UI state and it only has one source of truth. So they are fundamentally two different things. Now, I'm not telling you how to solve this problem, but I'm telling you that the question of is this the same helped me to then find potential solutions and clean up my code. You could use two separate stores, one that is purely dealing with server state and one with client state. You could use a library such as SWR and React Query. So give it a try. Maybe you're going to come up with some neat solutions or find potential issues with your code just using those questions. And now to my very last tip around frequency. So to kind of tie it all together, how do you apply this? And I really like the whole red-green refactor idea. You think and plan about what you want to build, you implement the solution, and then you refactor. And when you refactor, you ask yourself the three questions, and do your changes based on that. Now, I think that's very, very, very important, because one thing I noticed a lot in my career is that there's a lot of amazing developers out there. I was joking, like I noticed I met some developers that had every single software book under the sun on their desk, and they had no dust on it. They read that book back and forth. They know every anti-pattern, every principle, etc. And some of them are even more genius, and they can just apply those principles. As soon as they start writing, they apply these principles. And I saw projects fail because of this, because they started over-engineering the most basic components, abstracting everything away, applying all these rules. So they're following all the right principles, but they're kind of pre-applying all of them. And what that often leads to is A, it's very slow. B, the code ends up changing in some way that they have to keep changing the abstractions that will slow them even more down, because they probably made the wrong abstraction, given that they only had a small little requirement and tried to predict the future of 6-12 months of development. And this is kind of to tie this all up, those questions in the refactoring should be just part of you trying to ship code. And just trying to write the best code you can with the time constraints that are given. Because the only bad code is code that has not been shipped. And I don't want you to end up there. Awesome, thank you very much. That's the end of my talk. If you want to check me out, you can check my homepage out, patrickulrich.ca, my Twitter, Instagram, Medium, and LinkedIn handles. It's Patrick U. I blog about React most of the time, sometimes about .NET. I was going to say .NET Core, but it's not .NET Core anymore. And sometimes I also tweet about life and scuba diving. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks, Patrick. That was quite a good insight into how do we apply these good coding practices and the various rules that we have always, heard about into practice. So Patrick will be available for a Q&A. We will do a Q&A together with all our other speakers. In the meanwhile, all our audiences, if you have any questions, please post them as comments into the YouTube live stream or on the Pine website, wherever you are logging in from. And we will kind of consolidate those and ask the questions to our speakers during the Q&A session, which will happen after 2 more talks. Okay, so moving on to our next talk by Ilda Nater. So the talk is about performing in a robust and scalable project by creating a components library. So our speaker, Ilda, she is joining us from Brazil. And she loves sharing her experiences, and she's quite active on a lot of social media like LinkedIn and GitHub. She has her own YouTube channel where she where she shares her knowledge about coding and life with other people. And she will be explaining in more detail about the pixel density and how pixel value is calculated on mobile devices. So probably I'll not give any more spoilers here, and I'll let Ilda take over from here, and let's hear directly from her.
Hi everybody, my name is Ilda Neta, and it's a pleasure to be here today in React.js Case Study Festival 2021. So, today I will be presenting about performing in a robust and scalable project by creating a components library. Before we begin, I would like to thank all of you for being here with us and spend a little bit of your time to acquire more knowledge. Who am I? I am a minimalist developer who loves to talk about technology, financial education, and investments. I am currently working as a mobile developer with React Native at ABC Bank Brazil. I also write technical articles on my blog, ildaneta.dev. And for love to share knowledge and help other people, I am a dev mentor on LinkedIn and Discord community. And if you have some questions about career, code, LinkedIn, or GitHub, feel free to contact me. So, these are the topics that I will be talking to you today. And to start, what is Pix? What is design system and how can we bring it to life? Our decision to create a components library, benefits of creating our own library, good practices building a library, team motivation, and closing. And to start, what is Pix? Pix is a new instant method of payment in Brazil. Pix allow us to transfer or receive funds by generating a QR code or a key. And with our keys, we can generate random keys instead of having to disclose personal data. And this was a little introduction about Pix. And now let's understand more about our project. So, do you know what a design system is? A design system is a living product which can be constantly improved and evolved. In addition, it is a product that serves other products dynamically. And in this product, we have a set of rules such as typography, colors, dimensions, usage patterns, which together brings more consistency in the interface that uses it. Easier, no? But how the design system usually looks like? These are some specifications taken from our Figma, where the designers created some rules of our design system, and this is how it looks like. We can see here our font family, our typography, variations of font size, line height, and font width. And these characteristics are called design tokens and look like pieces of Lego, as each of them can be grouped to form a Lego component or simply our components. Therefore, a component is created by merging of one or more design tokens, as you can see here. And here we have the specifications about the heading 3 that have a font family 01, font size LG, line height LG, and font width 700. And all these pieces together, they form the heading 3 text component. So, you might wonder, the design system is a product only for designers, right? No, it is completely wrong. Although we have designed the name, the design system only exists if we developers codify it. And usually, the best way to create a live design system is to build a components library. With this, now let's talk about our decision to create a components library. Our decision was based in some particularities of Pix project at ABC Bank Brazil. And the first one is a very challenging project. Pix was a very challenging project for us because it was the first time that we had an instant payment method in our country. The second particularity was a short period of time to develop it, because we would have to finish the implementation in 3 months. We started in August and finished it in the beginning of November, as the application had to be available at Play Store and Apple Store by November 16th. And finally, we had a small team to develop the entire project. We are a team of 5 developers, including myself, and merging all these particularities helped us to create our own library, because we would save time and team efforts. And here we have some existing UI components library, such as React, Checker UI, material UI, InDesign, and Grommet. And all these libraries are very good, but it is hard to change or add some styles and properties inside the component. This is a commonality among them. And in the Pix project, we would like to create custom components and components devoted to the users, providing a good usability and user experience. And relying on those existing libraries, we would not have as much flexibility. And it turned out the ability to change component styles and properties was our first benefit of creating our own components library. In addition, other benefit is reusable components. Because when we build a components library based on design system, this project will serve other projects. As you can see in this image, we have our components library at hand, so it can be used in the Pix project and in other projects. And this feature helps us to maintain visual consistency as the library becomes our only source of truth. And another advantage brought is that it prevents us from building duplicate components. Finally, another benefit learned is that the creation of our components library helps us to increase communication between different teams. Because designers and developers will be speaking the same language, and if anyone has any doubts or questions, we will be consulting the same Figma file. And it also helps when new members join the team, as they will understand from where the interface rules came from, helping the team to have the same visual understanding. And now let's talk about good practices that we can use when creating a components library. I am going to share the ones we used in our project and in our code. The first one was how we named our components. For example, we used mini card with icon as the component name. This component is shown in the emulator on the left, and you can see that it has a mini card with an icon. Another good practice that we utilized was to add the letter I at the beginning and props at the end of the interface name. The letter I indicates that it is an interface, and props indicates the main card with icons property. Other good practice we adopted in our code was to extend existing properties such as touchable opacity props. So we did not need to recreate properties. And after we extended the touchable opacity props and destructured its properties, I only used onPress property, but all the other properties are available anytime to use. As you can see here. And after I use the onPrex, another good practice we adopted was to create separate files with all our variables for all our colors, as you can see here, and our dimensions. And we have here with div height values, margins, And in our fonts family file, we have all the font width configured. And in our font size file, we are utilizing rem, which is a relative measurement. And 1 rem equals 16 pixels. And we adopted one of our dev suggestions, which was to name our variables with a number at the end that indicates the pix value. And it facilitates when we need to use these variables. For example, our variable named xlarge24 equals 24 pixels and 1.5 rem at the same time, and you will understand it better in a little bit. So, I created this homepage in order to show you how we use these tokens in real life. I am using a text component where we utilize the TypeScript because TypeScript helps a lot, especially with the IntelliSense feature that shows us how the properties are used. In this case, this component has mandatory properties such as description and headstrong title, and it will remain red until these props are filled out. And let's fill out the description. And the headstrong title property is a Boolean type. And TypeScript does not allow that property to receive a different value. For example, I will set its value as right, and then it informs that it is not compatible with the Boolean type. And I will change this value for the Boolean value. Now, I am going to change the description color by utilizing our colors design token. The font color was gray, and I will change it to a dark gray, and you can see it in the emulator on left. Now I am going to change the font size of this component, and you will see the advantage of naming our variable with a number at the end indicating the pix value. So, by looking at our variables, I know that xlarge24 equals 24 pixels, and the large 18 equals 18 pixels. Another property that this component expects is the align description that receives a value, and this value will align the text as we set it. We created the num, and when the dev fills out this property value, it will indicate its available values, and this prevents it to be filled out with non-existent values. And looking at the inside the num, we can see its expected values such as left, right, center, and justify. Lastly, we adopted another good practice, which is to use the JSX.element return instead of the React.fc. So these are the good practices we utilize. And you might wonder, what motivated us to deliver a very challenging project with great quality within a small period of time? The first reason was the ability to communicate among ourselves. We had a frequent meetings on Discord, where we were free to present different solutions and reach a final result. We also performed tests together, which allowed us to be more efficient along the project. And we also shared knowledge on a day-to-day basis, which was a mutual help as we clarified each other's doubts and suggested ideas of improvement. And we had a pleasant environment, and the developers had the freedom to be as creative as possible and were encouraged to give out our best. And I believe those motivations guided us and allowed us to deliver a successful project that was well recognized by the bank. And to wrap up, these are some images showing our PIGS project result. I hope that you liked this case study that I presented to you today. It was a challenging project and a great accomplishment. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. And thanks for your presence.
Yeah, that was a very insightful talk, Hilda. So let me get you back.
Hi,
Hey.
Souvik.
Hi, Hilda. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, doing good. Thanks. So we have been having so many good talks, since the last 4 or 5 hours. Like I'm just, stuck here on my seat, and like I'm not able to move a little bit. I don't want to miss anything from here. So a very good talk. Thanks a lot. I had a few questions for you. Maybe I'll ask more during our Q&A session, but there are a few things that comes to my mind. Like, I was quite curious about those. What are the biggest challenges, that you face while creating a components library?
So, very good question. And the biggest challenge to create a components library is have time to build with patience and details with the components, because when we have more time, we write better codes and to reach a consentment among the team on how important it is to create a design system or at least a component library that you can rely on.
Great, thanks. And why is it important to keep a good communication with the designer team? Like, how does it help?
Mhm. When we have a good communication with the design team, our work flows easier. And the good communication creates a stronger bond among the team as we have to work together every day. And it opens doors to questions and answers, and it drives our attention to the user experience and interface.
Great, thanks a lot. So, a quick reminder to our audience, like if you are watching this from YouTube Live or Pine, please post your questions in the comment sections there so that we can ask our speakers now or during the Q&A session. I see one question for me as well there in Pine, where Ryan is asking, uh, what's popping? Sorry, I think by mistake I popped in once during your call. So yeah, sorry about that, Ryan. And he's asking where's Souvik at? So I live in Vancouver, Canada. So I work as a freelance front-end developer. And yeah, I work on React, Angular, Vue, and I love all of them. Front end is such a bliss for me. If I start coding in React, I mean the world freezes for me at that time. So, yeah, thanks, Hilda. That was a great talk. Hope you'll be online, after a while, after our next talk. So we'll have the Q&A session. So, okay, we'll move on from here. Okay, so guys, moving on to our next talk. Our next speaker is Geisa Nepomuceno. I hope I pronounced it correctly. If not, please pardon me. And she's going to talk about understanding React server components. So Geisa, she's from Sao Paulo, Brazil, where she has worked as a full-stack JavaScript developer at IBM for 3 years. And she has lectured at events such as IBM Systems Technical University and Women in Tech. She talks mostly about JavaScript. In her spare time, she is an avid reader, video game lover, and sometimes adventurous in Muay Thai. So, yeah, welcome, Lisa. And here you go.
My name is Geisa Nepomuceno, and today we're going to take a quick look to React Server Components, what's been published until now, to answer a few questions. And please, if you have any questions for me, you can contact me anytime, okay? So let's dive into it. So this is the summary of the presentation. I'm going to start telling you first, who am I? Secondly, we're going to dive in what are React Server Components. After that, I'm going to show you the differences between server components and client components, and when will I be able to use that. The advantages of using server components and how do they differ from SSR, which is server-side rendering, okay? Let's start with who am I, right? My name is Geisa Nepomuceno. I'm 22 years old. I'm Brazilian. I work at John Deere in Brazil. I'm a software engineer in there, and I like to play PS4 during my free times. And that's me. So what are React Server components? Basically, they are special type of components that ends with .server.js, which is the convention right now that React team is using. And this type of component is run only on the server. So this component has 0 bundle size and full access to the backend. Let me show you an example. So this is the first React Server component that I'm going to present to you. Right here at the top, the fun part starts because we're now able to import a database directly into a React component. And right here we have a regular React component imported using .client at the end. And that is the main difference between a server component and a regular React component. The regular React component is going to be called a client component because it communicates with the client, the browser, okay? And the server components are going to end with .server.js, okay? There are a few differences between server components and client components. The server components may not use a state. They may not use rendering lifecycle effects like use effect or use layout effect. They cannot use browser-only APIs such as the DOM. They may not use custom hooks that depends on state or effects. They may use server-only data sources such as databases, internal microservices, and file systems, and they can render server components, native elements like div, span, etc., or client components, okay? Let's move on to the next. The client components, they are the regular React components, so they are only going to continue what they've already been doing. So they may use state effects, custom hook and utilities that use state effects or browser-only APIs, and one thing that it's worth to mention is that server components can call client components, but not the other way around, okay? So the client components cannot import server components or call server hooks. And they may not use server-only data sources. This is a common question about when will I be able to use it. It's still under development. It's a experimental feature. The React team already published a demo, which I left a link at the end of the presentation. And they said that if you're going to use that in your professional projects, it's at your own risks. So if you want to try it, you have the demo so you can learn a little bit more about this new feature, but it's still under development, so take care. And the advantages of using it, right here we have 3, which is the automatic code splitting, the 0 bundle size components, and the no client server waterfalls. Let's start with automatic code splitting, which we used to do in a different way before. If we wanted to lazily load our React components, we would wrap them up in a react.lazy. And right now we don't need that anymore because the server component does that automatically. So you just need to import your client components and it will treat every client component as a potential lazily loaded component. So in this case, the photo renderer, it's being loaded, lazily loaded for default. And as soon as the use new photo renderer becomes true, a request is going to be made by the server to the browser, requesting the bundle of this component. And as soon as this request is made, this component is going to be downloaded. It wasn't downloaded until this point, and this is the code splitting working for you. We have 0 bundle size components, which is in a regular React component we use to import the libraries on the client. So everything had to be downloaded on the browser. So we had this size in here for each library imported. And this is the exact same code with the same libraries, except it's with 0 bundle size for each of them because it's on the server component. And one interesting fact is that if you inspect your application, you will never see the file of a server component. Just the result is going to be presented on the screen because it's a server component, okay? And one of the main worries that we developers have is that if we use a library like moment.js, we could increase the bundle size of our client, and we should have no worries about that now if we use that on a server component, because it will have no bundle sizes for that, so we can freely use them, okay? We don't have the waterfall problems, which is basically when you have a API that you have to call multiple times on your client, you would go from your client to the backend. So you would go client to server multiple times. You would go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But now that you have the possibility of doing server to server, you reduce a lot of the latency between client and server. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this was one of the main motivations that the React team used to develop this kind of server component, okay? And how do they differ from SSR, which is server-side rendering? They are not in here to overcome one another, okay? They're complementary. And SSR is primarily a technique to quickly display a non-interactive version of client components. You still need to pay the cost of downloading, parsing, executing those client components after the initial HTML is loaded. You can combine server components and SSR, where server components render first, with client components rendering into HTML for a fast, non-interactive display while they're hydrated. When combined in this way, you can get fast startup but you will also dramatically reduce the amount of JS that needs to be downloaded on the client. These words came from the React team explaining the difference between the SSR and the server components, okay? In here, I left some useful links that I used to develop this lecture. So we have in here the React RFC, where they are gathering feedback from the community. We have the demo repository, where it is the demo that I mentioned, and the React blog post, where I got everything that it's on this lecture, so you can check this out in there. And that's it. Thank you very much for watching my lecture. I left a few links about me, so you can find me on LinkedIn, GitHub, or my personal email. Thank you very much, and I hope I see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Gisa. So yeah, that was quite insightful. A lot of us actually had heard about a zero bundle size, or but we never knew how to use those components. So, and especially why even use those, and what are the advantages. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we have a Q&A session, and we will move on to it after a small break maybe. And here is an announcement. So we have one announcement for you. So our speakers prepared for you a pool of private interactive workshops where you can get much more informative information on the topics and deep dive into React.js. There are 3 workshops like component-driven design systems, resilient component libraries with React, React app hosting in Azure, which is platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. And I'll put the link into the chat for both YouTube and fine. Give me a second, and I'll put the link here as well. So this is that link, and there you go in the YouTube, and so this is the link to all the awesome workshops which are conducted by Geekle team and the speakers from this conference. So next, there are some questions that we had for Patrick. Unfortunately, Ilda, she had to go, Ilda and Kisa both, because it's quite late for them. And I really appreciate the fact that, despite being so late, they are able to, attend these conferences and speak up. Like that really speaks volumes. So let me see if I can get Patrick on stage. Okay, so we are facing a bit of delay trying to get back Patrick on stage. And in the meanwhile, just a note to our audience, whether you're watching this from YouTube live video or from Pine, please use the comment section to post your questions, and we will bring those questions up for our speakers in a while. And while Patrick is joining us, there is one more announcement that we had. So so basically, it's time to show some love to the youngest kid on the block. So please welcome the early bird tickets to Flutter Global Summit 2021. And if you want to learn about the latest updates that Google has to offer for cross-platform development for professionals and enthusiasts, join us at this amazing price of $49 today and get one more for free. So let me put that link as well here. So this is the link to our Flutter conference, which is coming up, and there are early bird prizes like tickets to be won here. I'll put the link into our YouTube channel as well. And just a second while I try to get Patrick online. Okay, so I think Patrick will join us after the break. So yeah, thanks a lot, everybody. And this is me, Souvik Basu, signing off now. It's been and really worth while like the last 5 hours. I just couldn't figure out how it just flew by, and there were so many good talks to listen to. And we'll take a short break now for about how much? It's 50, about 40 minutes. And like our next session will be hosted by Push Singh. And yeah, so if you have any questions for our speakers, please put them into the comments section, and we will have our Q&A session starting soon. So it will be in about 30 minutes, sorry. So yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, everybody. This is Souvik Basu signing off. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Q&A session. And I'm back as well. I thought I was signing off. So we have Patrick with us. Hi, Patrick. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, doing good, thanks. So what time is it for you?
9:30 at night here. I am
Okay.
just in middle of Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, I'm a little fortunate. Like it's still 8:40 for me. So like
Nice.
an hour ahead. So yeah. So unfortunately, the other two speakers, Ilda and Geza, they could not connect for the Q&A because it's quite late for them. They're connecting from Brazil. But yeah, I really appreciate the fact that they could attend at late night from from Brazil. So for our viewers, Patrick gave a talk about the refactor lifecycle of a React component. And we are going to ask him a few questions around those. If you have any more questions that you would want to ask him, please post it into the YouTube live channel or in the Pine app, and we will get it on stage here. So there is one question that I see here on the YouTube channel. Let me post it here. Yeah, that's quite a big one. So he's asking, based on the Pokemon component example, would you consider use Pokemon state as sort of unified hook to encapsulate all use state for the component?
Yeah, so that's actually a really awesome question. I hinted on that just a little bit during the talk, but essentially the question in which we talked about this component was, is this component testable? And again, that's as far as I wanted to go with that. So as we pulled out the logic into hooks, we only pulled the things out that would be hard to test. Now, there was a couple of use states left, and in this example, I did not pull them out because the component was still very testable, even with a couple of use states within the component. Now, if there's more use states or I feel like it's not very testable, then absolutely just pull out essentially all logic and put it all in a hook. You will actually see when I write my components, often usually I follow this a little bit more strict, where I essentially have just my component with essentially no internal logic, and then a hook with all logic, and then it's kind of split. Very similar to container and presentation components.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Patrick. So there is another question here. Let me put that across. So the next one is, what's the best time to refactor?
So that's a good one too. It's always, I think oftentimes people kind of do the refactor work before they have anything to refactor. So they kind of do it before they even wrote the component. Or alternatively, you will see people doing it, after 20 commits or multiple pull requests, and it's like, this code is bad. Let's stop for a week and just refactor all this bad code. But instead, I would propose to do it on every feature, essentially. So every feature or bug you write, make sure as a third step, after thinking about it and writing it, make sure that you also refactor. Now, what was I going to say there? I had one more point. Doesn't matter. But oh yeah, actually, I think just while we're on the topic, I think it's important too that when you do the refactor, if it's an existing feature and you fixed a bug or something, you want to do the refactor on a different commit, just so that your pull requests stay sane.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. There is one another interesting question. So someone is asking, what should I do when I did a wrong abstraction? This is quite a tricky one.
Yeah, so wrong abstractions, and this is kind of where the whole idea of write everything twice or avoid hasty abstractions come in. I think wrong abstractions often happen because of this thing we developers do, where we think that we have to write these components that solve a world peace. Like one component needs to solve everything. It's always this, let's make it general and so smart and so intelligent. And I think that's really the wrong way to look at it. So I do think these, avoid hasty abstraction, write everything twice. Those are all good things to remember. But really, I think the last question I kind of introduced there, is this the same, is how I look at it. So you just write it. You write it twice. Maybe you write it 3 times. Hell, maybe you write it 4 times. But as part of your refactoring, when you ask yourself, are these things the same? That's when you start abstracting. And then the last part of this is, if you ever go down the wrong way and you started making a wrong abstraction, there's no reason you can't stop and just undo your changes. Like, only because you abstracted something away doesn't mean you have to stick with this abstraction forever. I think I mentioned the example of a drop-down menu. It's a little bit silly because I think a drop-down menu and a multi-select should probably be the same component. But for whatever reason, if you get to a point where they're so different, then start pulling the code out and do essentially the opposite of the abstraction. So I think it's more important to not be married to your abstraction than worrying about doing the wrong abstraction.
Yeah, it happens with me all the time. Like, every time I would want my component to be reusable as much as possible. And with that intent in mind, I try to put in one after the other abstraction into the same component, and it just starts getting bloated. Yeah. And to the point that, it just gets so much more difficult to use. Like in every usage, I have to put some kind of an if-else condition, which is kind of an indication that, okay, this needs to be split up into, better, smaller components. Exactly. So yeah, thanks for your insight on that. In fact, I loved that slide where you mentioned about the solid principles. It's been a while when I saw the exact names for that acronym. Like if somebody asks me even today, I can't, just recall those. It's just that those principles are kind of ingrained in us as programmers. Like, when we see a code, we know whether it's good or is there a smell to it. But thanks for putting that across. For sure. That brought back some code memories to me. There's one more interesting question that we had. What advanced React patterns should I learn first?
So I listed a couple, and the thing is, it so depends. So I don't actually have a great answer for this, but I think one underrated pattern I think is composition. And this sounds silly because React is known for composition, but I think a lot of people, based on the code that I see, don't actually really seem to understand composition or don't use it enough. And composition will actually take care of a lot of weird components that you encounter. And really the idea is where in other frameworks we call them slots, right? So for example, so really the idea of passing in children's, but for example, slotted children. So, you can pass a header component or something like that in. If you really get that concept down, which might not be that advanced, I think you're going to be pretty fine. And then after that, again, as you get more experienced, just start adding more and more pattern to your tool belt, and you use them when you really have to.
Great. Yeah. Yeah. So thanks, Patrick, for this this insight into cleaning up our code. Basically, like in React, a lot of us we never look at this as a priority, and then the project code, it really gets messed up, and then we have to create tech dates at a later point to clean that up. But keeping these things in mind while we are coding definitely helps to make it much more maintainable. So yeah, so I think that's it from us for this Q&A session. Thanks, Patrick, and and thanks for staying back so late for the Q&A session.
Thank you so much. You have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. So that's it from this section, and I'll just repeat one of the announcements that we had. There are a few React workshops that I have posted the link on our chat that you can subscribe to, and there is also this Flutter Summit which is coming up, and there are early bird tickets available for that. So please take advantage of this. And the next session will start in some time, I think in another hour and a half. Yeah. So yeah, the next one will start in another 45 minutes. And now I'm actually signing off from this session. It was a wonderful day spent at this React.js case study festival. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the session. See you. Bye.
Hello all. So before proceeding, I would like to know whether I'm audible to all my lovely audience. So please reply into the chat whether I'm audible. Am I audible to everyone? Yeah, so I got a response like I'm audible. So hey all, this is Pushp Singh and I'm gonna be your moderator for next couple of hour. And good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all the audience across all the time zone and the globe. So yeah, I believe everyone is in their health is good and everyone is healthy. So we are going for our next talk with Homer. And just for your information, I would like to give a small intro about Homer. He's a front-end dev by day, and he's a maker of music by night. And currently he's working as a senior UI engineer, and he's a certified accessibility professional. And with a background in behavioral psychology, with a focus in neurology and art. And he focuses more on accessible front-end development along with clean, intuitive design. Yeah, I believe this is a very much impressive background of Homer. So even I would like Homer to introduce himself to all of you. That would be very much great.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the talk. Wherever you are, I hope that you are healthy and safe. I've got a lot to cover. I hope this is informative, and I hope everyone gets something that they can take out and, take back to their teams, back to their jobs, and hopefully, impact those teams for, and make a change for the better. So my talk today is going to be on the 4 principles of accessibility. And I first like to start off, when we're building websites, when we're building these interactive experiences, it's always best that we keep everyone in mind. We always start off with the best intentions, but it's very possible that, as time goes on, those intentions kind of fall by the wayside and we no longer pay attention to them. And that can be a problem. Case in point, this image here that you see is, this was me walking down the street, and, we have these at every intersection so that it makes it easier for us to cross the street, avoid traffic and so forth. And here in Atlanta, traffic is crazy. People will run you over. It's insane. So you definitely have to be careful. But if you notice, over time, they've allowed this palm bush to overgrow the corner, which makes it difficult to actually get to the buttons, to be able to access the buttons in order for you to cross the street safely. And what you can't see in this photo is that on the end of each of those palms are really small needles. So as you would reach over to push the button, most likely you'd get stabbed. And it's it just wasn't a pleasant experience. So you hear people talking about accessibility. A lot of people ask why we have to even worry about it. Even more so, I get questions of, where do we even start with accessibility? And hopefully with this talk, you will have those tools as soon as I'm done. So let's start off. So all over the globe, the major economies have some form of laws or regulations that govern accessibility. Over in the EU, they have Directive EU 2016-2102, the Disability Acts from 1995 in the UK, and we also have the Disability Act here from 1990. And what this does is that its aim is to add equality for individuals with disabilities and grant them the same access that any able-bodied person would have to facilities and services, so that no one is actually left out. There are 70 economies or 70 countries all over the globe that actually have laws in place that govern how we should treat accessible properties currently right now. So if you see your country on this list, I would strongly suggest that you take some time to do the research on that if you already don't know about the accessibility laws that are in your country. And why is it important? Well, 15% of the world's population has reported that they have a disability. That's roughly 1 billion people. Here in the United States, roughly 11% of the population, the entire population from Gen X to millennials, has a disability. So, that's from the ages of 21 to 64. And one thing to keep in mind is that as populations get older, the chances of having some form of a disability increases. One that you can probably all relate to is when you see someone wearing glasses. That means that their eyesight is no longer 20/20. And individuals with low vision also have issues when they are, looking at websites that are built and they're not responsive because they use certain tools that an able-bodied person wouldn't use, like browser zoom or screen magnification in order to navigate. And so when we think about disabilities, often the image that you see in front right now is what comes to mind. So you have two gentlemen having a conversation who are deaf and they are using sign language. You may think of someone who has prosthetic limbs, or you may think of someone who, is walking around with a cane because they're blind and they have a seeing eye dog. And then you also have the gentleman that's in the wheelchair. Those are all disabilities that we can perceive, that we can see, that we can observe without the individual actually having to tell us anything. But what we really have to be concerned with are the invisibilities. These are the disabilities that you can't see. If I weren't wearing my glasses right now and I had contacts on, you wouldn't know that I had low vision. But one that really stands out are cognitive disabilities. Now, cognitive disabilities are the #1 disability around the globe. They affect the largest population. You have autism, attention deficit, and memory loss. All of these play a part in how they use technology. So we have to be mindful of that, especially nowadays. Right now, with the world dealing with the pandemic, we have a term that is called long COVID. And what long COVID is that it describes the long-lasting effects of those who have survived COVID. And these effects are starting to affect them cognitively. And one of the reasons that this is a problem is because if we start to design applications that do not take these cognitive disabilities, into mind, or even consider them when we're doing the applications, when we're building the applications, we can start to leave an entire population of people out. And as you can see there's about a 20 to 70% effective rate from this. And these numbers are early. There are studies still going on right now. Nothing has been finalized, but these are the preliminary studies that have come out since late last year. And again, they're still ongoing. These numbers do not represent any one particular age group. It is a wide range of age group from young to old. Then we also have to remember that not all disabilities are permanent, but also not all impairments are disabilities. So what I mean by a disability that's not permanent, if you break your finger, say for instance, you break your finger and that's the finger that you use to click with. A broken finger is a temporary disability. You have that cast on your finger. You don't have the same type of mobility that you would normally have if your finger wasn't broken. An impairment would be if you are in an environment where you can't hear the message clearly because the ambient noise is too loud, or if you're just out in bright sunlight and it's hard to see the screen on your portable device because of the glare and the UI is not bright enough to counteract those. So we have to be mindful of those as well. Then there's the accessibility and money. We have a lot of developers here in this conference right now, but we also have individuals who are interested from a business perspective and how accessibility affects their business. So here in the United States, it is reported that roughly $490 billion of disposable income are related to individuals with disabilities. 10.3 billion of that alone comes from individuals with just a visual disability. So if you think about that for a second, e-commerce websites are the number one failures for accessibility globally. So we have to do a better job of building out these e-commerce websites. Health websites come after that, banking websites and so forth. But if you are building a website that does not take into consideration individuals who have a visual disability, this is the type of money that is being left on the side that companies just are not earning. Then there's also the legal aspect. Like I said earlier, there are 70 countries who have some form of accessibility regulations that companies need to adhere to. Here in the United States, you can see that cases have been on the rise. They rose 23% since 2019. 2020, 3,550 cases so far this year. And we're not even in June yet. It's crazy. Part of the reason is because of the failures with desktops when users are primarily on their computers, sitting at their computers, especially, during COVID when everyone was in lockdown. This really exposed the cracks in a lot of the applications that exist today that no one even considered to even test for accessibility. And as you can see, ever since the decline, accessibility lawsuits here in the United States rose 50%. And that's because everybody was basically at home. So what do? We got to make everything accessible. When I say that, a lot of people get nervous because they think that, oh my gosh, I got to tear down, my application and build it from the ground up. This is going to be super difficult and super expensive, and we don't have the time or the resources to do that. And that's really a big myth that a lot of people would want you to believe. Me, as an accessibility professional, I've been in those situations and worked at companies where, you know, their applications weren't accessible. And me and my team had to do the work to actually bring them up to speed. And I know the growing pains that go into it that you would have to go through, and it's not as bad as you think. So first, I'd like to introduce you to the 4 principles of accessibility: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. The acronym is POUR. Now, when you think of perceivable, this means that users must be able to perceive the content that is within your application, your digital product. They must be able to use their senses to basically understand and perceive the information that you are giving to them, whether it's they may be using a Braille reader or a Braille tablet, such as the one that's pictured here. You need to make sure that your UI is nice and clear. Color contrasts are great. Even your content has to be written in a way to where, you know, users do not have issues with them. Then you have operable. Not everybody uses digital devices the same way. You have individuals who have motor disabilities who can't use a mouse. Oftentimes you have keyboard input. That's one of the top modes of input for any digital device that we have. And as you can see here, we have different type aids that users are using to be able to input data. You have binary switches. You also have sip and puff type of mechanisms that individuals would use to navigate through web applications and so forth. Then you have understandable. Understandable comes down to how your content is written. Are you writing content that is so specific to your industry that the average person cannot comprehend or even understand what it is that you're actually talking about? There was a company that I worked for, you know, early on in my career, back in the early 2000s, where we actually had a product that when I started, the product had a really strong scientific name. Unfortunately, I can't actually talk about that because of agreements, but no one understood what the actual product was. But then after they did focus groups and things like that, and they realized that if they made the name of the product more friendly for consumers, then sales will go up. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as they changed the name, sales skyrocketed through the roof because now people actually understand. The same thing goes for any of our content that goes inside of websites. You have to make sure that you present the correct context for your users. So links, for instance, it's really a bad practice when you have a link that just says click here, because click here does not actually inform the user as to what that link is supposed to do. So be mindful of how copy is written as well when you're guiding the user through their journey. I have a screenshot here for a website that at some point in time, I would suggest that you all try. I played it, and it's the reason that I lost all my hair. My beard went gray. It's really stressful. It's called User Interface. It is a horrible game. But basically what you try to do is get through really bad UX practices and try to get to the end. So I challenge everybody to try that and just let me know how it goes. But don't get mad at me if you get too stressed out. And then the last one, last but not least, we have robust. Robust means that we are building our applications and our websites and our products so that they are available to a wide range of assistable tech. That means, again, we need to meet our users where they are with what they're using, whether they're using nothing but keyboards, whether they're using a mouse, whether they're using Braille readers and so forth. We need to be able to meet them where they are. And we start by doing that with semantic markup. That's our coding practices. So what I'm going to go through now is I'm going to talk about some common coding practices and some common errors that I find when I do accessible audits of applications. So last year, WebAIM did a survey, top 1 million sites, global. And what they found was that of those 1 million sites, 98.1% of them failed. Their homepages failed. That means no accessibility or the bare minimum was done. Of these websites, 60% of them had incorrect uses of ARIA tags. Now, a lot of people may not understand what ARIA are, and I'm gonna get into that. So we have standards that we have to follow. We start with the HTML standard 5.2, and then we walk with the WCAG. Now, the WCAG actually sets up the various success criteria that your application should meet in order to be considered accessible. And then we have ARIA. ARIA comes into play because of our dynamic nature of our React applications that we're building now, where single page applications can do a lot and they don't behave like, traditional websites. So within the WCAG, we have different levels that are recommended to meet. Now, all of the governing rules and regulations for all 70 countries that I spoke about earlier, they recommend meeting level AA, and I'll get to that. So level single A is doing the bare minimum, pretty much like the image that I showed you with the cactus growing in front of the buttons that allow you to cross the street, or even in this image here where, wheelchair ramp available, just ask us at the counter. Well, that's kind of inconvenient. Yes, you did some work and be like, here's a wheelchair ramp. We offered it to you, but it's not always there. You actually got to go out of your way to come get it. Not really accessible. That's the bare minimum. Then you have level AAA. AAA is a daunting task to make. Rarely do I see a project that comes through that even comes close to being fully AAA compliant. It's doable, but extremely difficult. And that's what leads us to the sweet spot here. It's kind of like the Goldilocks theory, too big, too small, right in the middle, just right. We have level AA. Now, level AA is much easier to reach, and it's going to cover a lot of the situations and the circumstances and things like that you will come across when you are authoring your code for your website or your product. So that's where we want to aim for. Everyone should look at the success criteria within inside the WCAG, find the rules that apply to your project, and strive for level AA. And that brings us into semantics. Semantics are how we write our code. It is the best practice for making a site accessible, because out the gate, if you're writing semantic markup, you're going to actually catch a lot of those accessibility pitfalls that 98.1% of the sites are missing. And one way to maintain those is to build your components and then add them to a design system or a component library, because now what you're doing is that you're allowing for other developers to come in and grab components that are already accessible and already have those hooks built in and reintroducing them back into the application. So garbage in, garbage out. If you correct everything going in for the first time, you don't have to worry about it coming out the second time, unless, you have a developer that just decides to go rogue and, change everything. Well, then you've got to go back in and test. But semantic markup is definitely where you want to start. Starting with buttons and links. This one seems to confuse a lot of developers, and rightfully so. Because when you're in a hurry and you're writing something, you're writing your code, a lot of people start with divs, they start with spans. They don't think about the actual semantic elements that they would need to use. And, you'll see people ask, well, when do you use a link versus a button? Real easy. If the URL is going to change, use a link. If the URL doesn't change, use a button. It's that simple. And what's nice about that is that when you use buttons, or I should say, when you use the correct semantic element that for interaction, you get a lot of those accessibility wins already. So like here, the first example where we have a span, we have a roll button and a tab index. Does that work? Yes, it does, but it's not the best because you actually have to add additional parameters like the ARIA labels and such to actually make it fully accessible. When you add on clicks to spans or divs, that's actually a no-no because those elements aren't actual interactive elements. You're making them interactive, but a lot of times, especially if the user is using a older version of some accessible software, it won't know what that is. It doesn't tell the person, it doesn't relay that information to them. Because, for instance, screen readers have different browse modes that they switch between. And that switch is triggered by the element that is presented. So if you need someone to click a button and you don't place the button there, the screen reader may not switch to the correct browse mode, therefore making it difficult for the user to navigate the rest of your application. So for buttons, you always want to include the type, whether it's a button, whether it's a submit or reset, but you always want to include that. That helps with the navigation. And then, as we're building out our components, you definitely want to have the button, but you want to assign the on click there in addition to the ARIA label if necessary. Tab index and tab order is another big one. What you really don't want to do is set a tab index that is greater than 1. It's very possible to go ahead and number all of your tabbed elements or all of your focusable elements on a page 1 through however many you have. But the problem is this: if your design were to ever change, or even with responsive design, how elements rearrange, what you have now done is that you've told the focus order to jump around, which can be confusing to users. Instead of it being taken care of in a linear fashion, you now start jumping from place to place all over the screen. Using a tab index of 0 will add focusability to a particular element and add it to the tab order. If you use a tab index of -1, that will remove the element from the tab order, which is often the case what you want to do when you don't want somebody to interact with something at a particular time. And then for images, with images, during the survey where they found the issues with the websites, alt tags was one of the highest failures for websites. It's because developers would just place images on there with nothing. And what ends up happening is that individuals who are using screen readers or whatnot, that gets super noisy for them, because if you don't place the alt tag in there, one, you're not telling the user what that image is. So if they have a visual disability, they can't see it, or if they just have low vision, they still can't make out what the image is. A screen reader will read back the actual name of the image instead of the alt tag, which I have here. Decorative images are the same way. You just handle them in a different way. So again, if you don't place anything, a screen reader will speak the name of the image. That can get super noisy, especially if you have a lot of images on the page. But these are for decorative elements. These are images that don't actually provide information, but they're just they're a part of the design. This goes for all image formats, SVGs, PNGs, whatever it is that you're using inside your application. You want to use an alt tag. And if your image is decorative, the alt tag should be empty. This will null it out. And then you can use a role of presentation. Basically, what that will do is that will remove all the semantic meaning for that image. and the screen reader will come through and be like, oh, I don't have any semantic information for this, so therefore I will ignore it. The other method is to use ARIA hidden true. By doing that, it's basically like a display none for CSS, and it just hides the image, not visually, but hides the image from the tab indexing and from the screen readers, from assistive tech. Then we also have headings. Headings was another big area where things failed. A lot of times users who are using assistive devices, they have different methods of navigating websites. Those who are able to use mice and so forth, they'll use a mouse to click around. But there are users who use the headings, also known as landmarks, to navigate through the content on the page. And semantically correct headings should be in sequential order. You should always have at least one, just one H1. You can have as many H2s and H3s, but they should be set up in a way that they structure the hierarchy of the page correctly. So you don't want to have an H2, an H4, an H3, and then an H5. You want to have H2, H3, H4. They should all be in sequential order. And then when it also comes to headings, I've seen a lot of designers do this, especially designers who don't quite understand semantic markup. They will set an explicit size for the actual element itself. Well, and then they will dictate, where that is to be used. Well, the problem with that is you can start to get into the situation where, just like the example here, your headings are all out of order. They don't make any sense. And so when someone is navigating through, they'll go through H1 and they'll jump down to this H1 and then they'll jump up here to an H3, and it can get confusing. What I recommend there is that you use classes to style your heading. That way the markup can be written correctly and your headings can be styled according to how they were actually designed. So when building accessible components, we really want to start with, semantic markup, and then we want to test our components against the WCAG first. Then after that, if you start to find any gaps in your components where the accessibility or the accessible tech is actually failing, that's when you want to start adding the ARIA labels in to fill in those spaces. We got to be careful, be very mindful of over engineering, because when it comes to adding ARIA labels and roles and other tags in there to actually help with the assistive tech, it can actually become problematic for individuals. This right here is a situation that I ran into about a year and a half ago. Had no clue that I was actually even going to do this, but I was looking at how we handled disabled buttons in an application. And it was really interesting to me because all of my screen readers kept coming back saying that the button was dimmed. Well, I'm thinking about that. And to me, you're telling me that it's dimmed. That's telling me how the button is presented, not that it's actually disabled. So me thinking that I was doing something great, I went and over-engineered our disabled state. So now when a button is disabled, based on the Boolean, I would change the ARIA label to read or to report back to the user that it was actually disabled. Then I kind of got a weird feeling about it. So I asked some friends of mine who actually use screen readers all the time because they need to. And they all at the same time smacked my hand and said, no, don't do that. And this is the reason. They are used to hearing dimmed. And when they hear dimmed, they know that that particular element is disabled. The other thing that I did is that I broke internationalization. So by writing in or forcing an ARIA label to have an English word or the English phrase disabled in there, I removed the ability for anyone who was using our application that spoke a foreign language from understanding that this button was now disabled. because now instead of it reporting back dimmed in their native tongue, it said disabled in English. Bad idea. So something as simple as a disabled button can be over engineered. So be mindful of that. And when you go into testing has two sides that we have to be cognizant of. DQ, they have the Axe plugin, a really good testing suite. I highly recommend it. They are also one of 2 companies that are actually approved for individuals who want to further their education and become accessibility professionals. They actually do the training themselves for that the IAAP actually accepts. But with the Axe plugin, you can get the plugin for Chrome, Firefox, and they also have a GitHub repo that will allow you to download the code yourself and embed it into your build process, which is great. Where I am now over at Guru, we have it embedded in our build process. We also have it embedded in our design system, and we also have it embedded in our PR process as well. So 3 different checks that our site goes through or our code goes through before it actually even gets merged in. Automated testing, though, is not the end all to be all. Like I said, there's 2 sides to this. Automated testing is going to catch anywhere between 20 to 50%, depending on the criteria that you're testing against. So you have to be very mindful of that. The other part of testing is manual testing. That's where you really start to dig in and find the usability issues that you may have accidentally introduced into your code. Automated testing will catch things like color contrast and semantic errors. That's because we can write tests for those. But the manual test actually is looking at the user experience, the user journey as it goes through. So you have a user journey for anyone that is abled, and you have to be mindful of that. And then we also have the accessible user journey, which can definitely affect anyone who's using assistive tech. Just recently, I came across an audit of a app that I was working
you have
on.
5 minutes left.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I came across a problem where, the path that a user would use while using their mouse was not the same for individuals using the keyboard. In fact, even though the code was semantically correct, from a keyboard perspective, it was wrecked to the point to where we actually have to go back and rethink how we're going to do this. Other tools that can help with manual testing are screen readers. Mac has VoiceOver built into it. If you're running Windows, NVDA is an open source one. It's great. I use that here. And then also JAWS. JAWS is a paid one, but it is also a very good one that you can use. Manual testing will catch, keyboard support. You want to be mindful of tab orders and focus state, and keyboard traps are huge. Keyboard traps are basically when the user is tabbing through or using the keyboard to navigate through when they get to an area of your application where they get stuck, where they can't move any further. That's considered a keyboard trap. You also want to look at how your content is written, error states, form labels, and such. Color contrast. If you have video, you want to be mindful of captions. And then also too, manual testing shows you how your application actually responds when the user is using a screen reader. Great quote here from Haben Girma. Ableism is incredibly limited, and we need to be aware of ableism in all the different ways it comes into our technology. Because when people start to build applications thinking that, people with disabilities don't use our app, clearly the numbers that I showed you earlier prove that wrong. That starts with empathy. Empathy means that we are actually thinking about others outside of ourselves. And there's actually 3 different levels of empathy. We have cognitive. Cognitive means that you are aware of the situation that the person is in. Emotional means that you're able to put yourself in that person's shoes. And compassionate means that you are able to actually act on that. And when you are acting on it, you are effectively consciously making those changes for the better. And how do you apply that? Well, when you want to act on it, when you're testing, what can I see that fits with perceivable? What can I do that falls underneath operable and understandable? How does it work? Does it work with my setup? That goes into robust, ties right back into the 4 principles of accessibility that can all be found inside the WCAG. That's my talk. I hope I didn't blow through it too fast for you guys, but thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was really awesome, Homer. And yeah, I was holding my breath like, okay, we'll be running out of the time. But yeah, you finished at a very correct time. So you are a great finisher, by the way. And yeah, there are a lot of stuff I came across, which was really nice about the coding practices and all. So yeah, since we had a question to ask you, but yeah, all those questions would be there in the Q&A session. So yeah, thanks for being here, Homer, and we'll see you soon in the QA session.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so that was all about Homer and the speak. Hope you audience enjoyed. And yes, so the next amazing speak would be from Eric. So I would like to bring him on the screen, and then I would like to discuss or introduce something about Eric. And then I would like to give stage to Eric. So yeah, please welcome Eric. He's from United States. And of course, he's working for Couchbase, and he's an international speaker, blogger, and he advocates for JavaScript. And he has spoken at React Live, NL, React Loop, and a lot of other stuff. So yeah, I would like to give this stage to Eric and let him introduce himself in his own words. So welcome, Eric, to this speak.
Hey, how you doing? Very nice to be here. Yeah, I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, living in Fremont. Developer for about 20 years, a lot of that time as full stack. But I also have a lot of experience with frameworks like Angular and React. I've been living here in the Bay Area for over 5 years, worked for SolarCity, Tesla, Progress Software, and now Couchbase.
That's great, Eric. Nice to hear from you. And yeah, so take this stage away, and yeah, it's totally yours, the 40 minutes of the time. So see you after 40 minutes. And yeah, don't worry, we'll keep you informing about like if you're running out of the time and all. So don't worry about that. So take it away.
That's perfect. Yeah, so today I'm going to be talking about context API to Recoil.js. Basically the how, the why to use Recoil, when you can use it in place of context API, but better, what is that threshold that you eventually get to in your application where you need something like Recoil? Because a lot of the time, the regular state and context API that comes with React is good enough, and it gets you very, very far. But there are some situations which I'll try to highlight. I'll have a more advanced example that we'll show, but for the demo and for a lot of the code on the slides, these are a lot, I guess, a more contrived example of the same situation. And of course, the demo that I'm going to show you at first, it doesn't look like you really need Recoil.js for it. And I would probably argue that you're right about that. But it is the simplest kind of use of these things called atom families and selector families inside Recoil, which I think if you're not using these things in Recoil, you really probably don't need Recoil.js. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and share my screen so I can show you guys my slides. Let's see if this works here. And can you guys see my screen? My slides?
Well,
there we go. Perfect.
Yep.
All right, great. And look, and I even get to show up on the other side with my face. So yeah, Recoil.js, basically what is it? and we're going to get into that. So our agenda is basically, first, we're going to talk about a case summary, kind of why, what is the issues with Context API, a reason that you might reach for Recoil. I'm going to go over kind of making the switch over to Recoil. And then when I go over this example.
Sorry to interrupt you, Eric.
Yeah.
I think your slide lost. We are not able to see your slide.
Let me try it again here. All right, so I'm sharing the slides now. Great. So here's the agenda again. Again, first, we're going to go over the case summary. Then we'll go over making the switch over to Recoil. And in this example, we're not going to really be using Recoil for what it's used for. Instead, we're going to be controlling some global state in the application, a theme, and like a side navigation that opens and closes. But walking you through that example and showing you how to switch out from context to API, I think is very useful for just getting to know Recoil in the first place. And then we will move on from there with better examples of Recoil and then why you really would use it. Also, towards the end of the talk, I will be showing this slide again. Obviously, you can pause in a virtual stream. So, but I will show this slide again at the end. This is where all my resources are for this talk. And there are some really good resources which I'll talk to you again at the end of the talk. So the case for basically using Recoil instead of Context API. So as all major programming issues, our example starts with a basic list. So this is the most simple example that I can provide that makes case for Recoil. It's easy enough for you to replicate, but not so complex that it's hard to follow. So we have this contrived travel application with hotels that you can choose from. And you can basically add hotels from the left-hand side over to a favorites list on the right-hand side. Pretty easy, right? So the list on the left are hotels that we fetch, obviously from a Couchbase database, but actually we're fetching them from a GraphQL API. And this can easily be handled by internal state, something like Apollo, query, React query, something like that. And on the right-hand side, the favorites, those get added at will. And we want to be able to basically click on, to book it. So one of these gray check marks, we'd be able to click that one since there's vacancies, and it would basically change the state of that one favorite, right? Like I said, it's a contrived example, but follow with me here. Now, if it's a red, kind of like a stop sign looking thing here, that means there is no vacancies and you can't click on it. All right. So when we book this, we're actually going to change the state of that single favorite. So each one of these hotels in my favorites list is its own component. And in Recoil, each of those can have their own state, kind of like their own context provider, generated, like I said, on the fly at will. If I were managing the favorites list with Context API, when I click the check mark to book the hotel, instead of just updating the one instance, like for instance, the Malibu Beach Inn, so that favorite component, it would actually re-render the entire list. And if you had React DevTools on, it would look like something like this, right? Not only is it going to update the other favorites when it's unnecessary to update them, but it's also going to potentially re-render the entire favorites list, which is the component that all of these individual favorites are inside of, right? And we don't want that. Instead, we would like to see just the Malibu Beach Inn component updated. And so, we don't want to have to create a context provider. We want to be able to easily sprinkle Recoil throughout our application. In the case where this is my team and I are working on an application like this, maybe it's a real large application and this is just one screen. But it would be nice if we could just sprinkle Recoil into maybe the favorites list component and this overall screen here, but not put it anywhere else in my app. And that also, with the way Recoil works, you can kind of sprinkle it in and use it, and you can do code splitting, because basically the atoms, which are the single pieces of state that are tied to each of these individual favorite components, it's all done right there inside of that favorite component page, so to speak. And because of that, until the favorites list, until the component that houses the favorites list loads, you don't actually end up loading Recoil. So again, code splitting and the ability to kind of integrate Recoil into your project in little tiny pieces until you're ready to go full into Recoil. And once you do go full into Recoil, there's a lot of other benefits that you get, ergonomic benefits, etc., that you gain from Recoil. But again, you have to have a reason to use Recoil. You don't just use it because it's cooler than Context API. So the first thing I want to do here real quick is just walk you through this demo. So I do have, so this is actually the working version with Recoil. And I just want to show you this. I have the components here, and I've got highlight updates when components render. So again, we have a list of hotels over here. And if I click one of them, right, these all three have vacancies, so I would be able to book those if I wanted to, but this one doesn't, so I can't book it. Notice when I'm adding them to, it's only kind of updating that one component inside this favorites list. And if I go to book it, I'm actually changing state in that component, and you'll see that the highlight is just around that individual component. And this is exactly what you want. Now, we'll come back to this demo in a little bit, but for right now, I am actually going to go back to our presentation and continue on, and we'll see more of that demo in a little bit. All right. So making the switch from Context API to Recoil. Again, this is the example where we don't really need to use Recoil, but it's a good kind of, if I can walk you through switching over from Context API to Recoil, you might understand how to pull it into your project a little bit easier. So in that application that I showed you, there are things like you've got, if we make it real small here, we've got this side navigation that opens up, and we've got a light and a dark theme here, okay? So we'll see that, how that's kind of implemented in Context API. So what we're looking at here is the, what are we looking at here? So this is kind of a very basic example of using a theme. So this is easily solved by Context API, but we've chosen to go with Recoil just to show you the basics of it. So we can simply import an atom using use Recoil state instead of use state. So as you see here, I'm sorry, this is the screen I was supposed to be on here. As you see here, we have use state set up on two different components. And we are, in effect, keeping track of state in two different components. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this very simple example first is to show you how easy it is to go from using just basic use state, not even Context API, just regular React state in a functional component, and then going to using use Recoil state. So if we kind of toggle back and forth between these two, you'll see that the use state gets changed to use Recoil state. And even the tuple on the left-hand side, tuple, whatever you want to call it, has dark mode and set dark mode. And now with Recoil here, you're not keeping track of state in two different places. You are actually keeping track of state in just one Recoil atom, and any changes made to that atom will re-render both of these components. Like I said, contrived example, but it kind of shows you very easily how you can use Recoil. And in the second one here, we actually don't even need to use Recoil state, so we can have a little bit additional optimization here by getting rid of that and using use Recoil value instead. You can see on the bottom here, I've changed this to use Recoil value. Now I've had to do another import up there from Recoil, but so now one of my components uses use Recoil state because it needs to both read that state and be able to set it, whereas the button only needs to be able to read that use Recoil value. And if we were using Context API here, you could think of the button having like a const context equals use context, some type of context. So Context API was a much welcome feature in React, and it's an improvement over the prior experimental Context API that maybe some of you remember. And as of today, it's widely used for state outside of the normal component model, especially for state that is app-wide and global. There are limitations to Context API, though, and Recoil was created specifically for this purpose and provides an API familiar to anyone that uses like the normal React and normal use state, like I just showed you. When you're using Recoil, it feels a lot like React, and that makes sense. It's created by a team at Facebook on the Facebook open source team, and it is currently an experimental library, but they are looking to release it sometime in the future, and it will have, it'll be compatible with like concurrent mode and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, and so a Recoil instead of context API, usually you want to use Recoil when you want to have flexible shared state. So shared state between two components, that's boilerplate free, no reducers, simple get and set with the ability to code split. You want derived data and queries. So derived data simply, safely from state and or other derived data, accessible in the same way that a normal state is accessed. And you can do it synchronously or asynchronously. And what I mean by derived data, so you could either be getting data through an async query or just using other atoms and kind of combining their values together, or combining the value of an atom, like I said, which is a piece of state, along with some type of calculation, like whatever. And then finally, kind of app-wide state observation. You want to read and or observe any part of Recoil state and potentially even persist that to an API or database, and the ability to rehydrate that state back into Recoil. So these are some of the reasons why you might want to use Recoil, and where context API might let you down. As well, this unique type of state can be derived, like I said, with values from other slices of state. These slices of state in Recoil, they're called atoms. And when you want to derive state from another atom and kind of use calculations to create a new type of state, that's called a selector, okay? Yeah, so basically Recoil solves the problems in an application where you need a large number of rendered components, each needing to be frequently updated, and it needs to update and render in isolation, right? Just that one component. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a more realistic version. This is the theme in the side nav that I was talking about. Right now it's currently using context API. So let's make the change and switch it over to Recoil. So here you can see the context provider component. It tracks a few pieces of state globally. That's the nav open state and the theme state. For the sake of keeping the context variables separate from our Recoil state, when I recreate it in Recoil, I'm just going to add Recoil to the end of it. So theme will become theme Recoil, nav open will become nav open Recoil. And that also helps when you're actually making the change realistically in your application. You don't want them to be named the same thing. It'll make it very hard to do finds and replaces and stuff like that. But again, in context, you have to have this provider component, and you have to use state inside of there. And I've even got like some use effects and some other things going on in here, some initialization for the preferred theme. You know, I want to look at the user's machine and figure out if they have dark or light mode set, and then base maybe my default off of that, right? So there's some initialization, some effects, and then also the management of my state inside of this provider component. Now, in order to kind of replicate this with Recoil, right, I go from this, as far as the state is concerned, to this. So we import atom and selector. As you can see here, we have nav open Recoil and theme Recoil. They have a key. Now the key needs to be a unique value, and it needs to be serializable. So like a string is great. And then down here at the bottom, we have something called theme text Recoil. So this is a very contrived example of using a selector. It's the most easiest way you can use a selector. Basically, what I'm doing with the selector is I'm using the get, and I'm getting theme Recoil. So that's going to be either light or dark. It's going to be a string called light or dark. And I'm attaching some text onto it, right? So the product of this selector is the theme is light, the theme is dark, right? Very contrived example, but it shows the most basic use of a selector. Now think if you wanted to use multiple atoms and maybe another selector or something to be able to create the selector, right? So it's very powerful as well. Although this is a simple example, you can get very intricate with it. The next thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go into our app.js, right? And we're going to have to take that app provider that wraps around our entire application. In my application, I create basically the entire app in a component called frame. That's where all of my layout and everything is. And I need to change it to Recoil root. Now, Recoil root looks a lot like a provider, and it acts kind of the same way, uses context API underneath the hood. But I would think of it more as like a manager of many providers, each of which can be assigned to an individual component, right? Remember how I said we had some initialization going on inside of that provider component? Well, what I've done is I've taken just those bits out. So just the initializer and just the effect, and I put it into a hook called use theme initializer. Now, all the code for this is going to be available in my resources at the end. So just letting you know. If I'm going a little bit too fast, you will be able to see it all again. Now, let's see here. I think I've got an extra screen here. All right, so here is the actual theme initializer. And if we go back here real quick, this is the frame component that I was telling you about that my Recoil root wraps around. And here I've just kind of imported that use effect, and I'm calling that before I do anything else. And this will help to set some of that some of that initial state in my atoms. And as you can see here, this is the actual theme initializer. This is that hook that I was telling you about, where I imported theme recoil from my atoms, and I am basically doing some basic setup here. And then you've got the use effects that we saw that were originally in the app provider component. Finally, we have a couple of other components that used that original app context. So here we have a side nav, and you're probably familiar with this if you've used context API before. And so we want to go from this to using Recoil. Here's the basic change that you need to make, right? So first, you're going to import Recoil and your atoms. And then instead of use context, you're going to use Recoil value. And then down here at the bottom, instead of context.navopen to actually change the value of that navopen state, we're just going to call navopen. I'm sorry, we're going to read navopen. Sorry about that. So in this component, we're just reading. Next, we have a menu, which actually does do something to the state. So here we are using the context, this app context that we originally were using, and we're saying context.toggle side nav. We want to change the value of that nav open. Is the nav open or closed, right? So in order to use Recoil, we're just going to import Recoil state. And Recoil state gives you the ability to, since it has a tuple here, you have nav open and toggle side nav. So you can both read and set it. Whereas before over here, we were using use Recoil value because we just want to be able to read Recoil state, right? So Recoil value versus use Recoil state. And then at the very bottom here, we're just calling toggle side nav rather than context toggle side nav, but it's pretty much the same thing. All right. And then with that, you're basically done converting a very basic amount of global React state that was using context API to using Recoil. Great. You've used Recoil for a reason that's not really needed. But the cool thing is that if you find a good reason to use Recoil, like we're going to show you, then why not use Recoil for things like that or in the rest of your application? So that's a good idea too. So first, we will just go over Recoil and some of the basics again. So Recoil can help us handle like what Dave McCabe, the creator, calls leafy state. Sometimes we want to update a particular leaf and not cause the entire tree to re-render. React does a few things well, like massive changes to the entire screen or a very small update to one component that has its own local state. So it works great in those cases. But in the case where you have a large tree, you have many leaves and many components, so to speak, we need to be able to update a particular component without triggering changes and re-renders statewide. Okay, so this is the Recoil website. Recoil was released at React Europe last year. I was actually the guy doing the Q&A at that conference, so it was really cool to be able to learn about Recoil in that way. And there's not a lot of API to learn. As I said, it's very close and matches the React API. You can literally sprinkle and co-locate Recoil bits into your app and code split those components. It's using React local state under the hood. Think of it as multi-context. Context has one value that consumers can consume per provider. Recoil is a provider that can create any number of values that can have their own consumer. Everything else, like atom family, selectors, and selector family. So for this reason, the API is designed to eventually be compatible with concurrent mode, but also feel like you're actually using React and all of the different APIs inside of Recoil. That's what I'm trying to say. That they all feel like React. I kind of tripped myself up there, but that's the whole point. It feels just like React, and of course it would. So Recoil, how can it actually help us? So if we go back to our issue where we had a list of items stored in context API. So with Recoil, we can put those items in an atom family. This creates a separate atom that is linked to each item, each of the items in the favorites list. Remember, Recoil is like a provider that can create any number of values that can have their own consumer. This means that when we change a single item in that list, only the subscriber to that specific atom will be updated. So this is like being able to create a separate React context for every single favorite. All right. This way, atoms and selectors can build off of each other, and they can be deployed in groups called families. And that's like the real power of Recoil when you get into these atom families, right? If you're just using atom by itself, you're not really using Recoil to its full potential. Once you start using atom family and selector family, those two APIs, I feel that you're now getting into the crux of what Recoil is there for. So here we see an atom family. Notice that when we call it, we don't just use the atom family name. We actually pass in an ID, like a function. This means each favorite in our favorite list has its own atom with the state isolated in that atom. All right, so this is kind of, if we're working backwards from the favorite component up to the favorite list and then to the whole hotel's list page, we'll start here on the favorites component, right? And as you can see, we've got an atom created up here. An atom family created up here, and its key is favorite. And its default for, so each atom default is just going to be a blank name and booked equals false. And then when this favorite gets created, we use Recoil state. We pass the ID for this particular hotel in to the favorite by ID function, which is actually atom family. And now we get our first atom inside of that atom family. Also, there's another thing here, vacancy, which has this use Recoil value. Another thing I wanted to show you really quickly is how this is in the same file. It's just above the code that we just saw. Just like an atom family is a family of atoms, a selector family is a family of selectors. And even though I'm not really using any atom values in the selector family, I wanted to show a really simple way of how to do like an async call in the selector family. Now, a lot of the times there would be a lot of other things going on here. You can do not only a get, but you can do a set within a selector family. So again, this is a very, very simple way of using selector family. I'm not even sure if this is the best practice, but it does show you that the async capabilities are possible. And what happens is when you add this favorite, this hotel as a favorite, what we're going to do is we're going to call this GraphQL query up here, and we're going to get the new value or whatever the current value of that vacancy is to make sure that right when we add that atom or that particular favorite, that we are getting the most up-to-date version of the vacancy. Like, is it vacant or not? Can we book it? So now we need to create the favorites list, which I have highlighted here. So if the favorite is each one of these hotels in your favorite list, then the favorite list is kind of the component that houses all of them. So let's take a look really quickly at what the favorites list component looks like. All right, so here we have favorite list IDs. And basically, we're just creating an atom where the value is an array of IDs. So think of, you have kind of an atom family over here, and you have this list of IDs, and that allows you to kind of assign an atom for each particular favorite. And here you can see we have the favorite IDs equals use Recoil value. So we're going and getting the value of all those those IDs. So basically const favorite IDs is just an array of IDs of hotels that we've added to our hotel list. And then the favorites list generates a favorite for each one of those. Pretty simple. Finally, we have like the whole page, right? The hotel list page. And on this page, we can kind of, we call this thing, all right, let's break it down here. We have favorite IDs at the top, right? Which is, we've already seen this. We know what that holds. Next, we have this add ID to list and create favorite. Okay, now I named it kind of long on purpose because I wanted you to know exactly what this thing does. And you can dig around this code a little bit later. I can't go into it all in depth right now, but basically what we're doing is down at the bottom in the list items, that is the list of all the different hotels on the left-hand side of the screen. And there's an icon in there that you can click. And when you click on it, it adds the favorite to the favorites list, okay? And it calls insert favorite, all right? So basically that insert favorite is basically use Recoil callback. So use Recoil callback is similar to use callback in React. And it provides an API to work with, to update Recoil state. It's async capable. It has other, instead of just set, you can do set, snapshot, go to snapshot, reset. So there's some other API to it. And we pass add ID to list and create favorite callback function. We pass it in and return our function. So our signature for insert favorite is the same as our returned function add ID to list and create favorite. All right. So if you wanted, you could literally just take, instead of creating add ID to list and create favorite, you could just throw that in as the callback to use Recoil callback. And that would be just fine. But I've kind of broken them up as separate pieces of code here. So what this in effect does is whenever you click the add favorite button here, it adds it to the favorites list. It generates a new favorite component. That new favorite component has a piece of Atom state assigned to it. And if that state ever changes, and we can change it very easily with Recoil, it will update just that one individual component. Okay. Right. So far, you know, if you store state of many items in one piece of context, you can't isolate that state. So only changing one item renders only that item, right? You can accomplish this with React by using Atom Family. We talked about that. Although you can use Recoil as a replacement for Context API, the real power comes with Atom Family and Selector families. So pay attention to those if you start to learn Recoil. And Atom Family allows you to store each element state in its own atom. All right. So a little bit more demo and be able to really show you guys how some of this is working. So let's start with the hotel list application. So one thing we want to do, like I said before, whenever we add one of these, we are not only creating a favorite inside of that favorites list and an atom inside of the atom family, but we're also checking the vacancy. And that can be a useful thing to do in your application. So see right here, it says vacancy is yes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll over here real quick, and I'm just going to change that. Does that not work? Here, let's grab one that does work here. 17309 should work. Oh, I think I had a space in there. That's why it wasn't working. All right. So currently this one, its vacancy is set to true. We're going to change it to false. Save it. And so now this one here, it has a vacancy says yes here, but when I add it, it should say no when I add it. So there we go. It's not. Now I'm not updating it over here. That's more than this is going to cover, but you can see here that I've been able to not only create a new atom, but I've been able to call like an async operation and get some type of value and derive state based off of that value. Now, if I add the rest of them here, you'll see, just like before, only the individual atoms are lighting up and re-rendering. So next, what we want to do real quick is we want to go to a more involved example, right? So in this next one, I want to tell you guys that A lot of the stuff that I've learned about Recoil, I've learned from a guy named Jacques Blom, and he has a lot of different tutorials, but he has this course here, Learn Recoil for free. I just wanted to show that real quick because it's really the best learning you can do for Recoil. I haven't found anything else out there that's better. So here we have a design app. And if any of you have seen Dave McCabe's demo from React Europe, this is exactly kind of what he was showing. Now, as I add all of these items to the page and we have re-rendering, highlight re-rendering, you'll see that as I move these around, you're getting, each of these is getting lit up, right? So it's never, it's always re-rendering. Every kind of millisecond, those other components are re-rendering, and that's not good. Especially when you start to add a lot of them to the page, things could potentially get very slow. So think of a design application where you've got a toolbar and all that kind of stuff, right? So this isn't good. Now, the reason why they're re-rendering is because this is using Context API. Basically, we've taken this application here as far as we can with Context API. So now let's look at the same application, which is using Recoil instead of Context API. And we have all of the stuff for this is all inside of my the README here. If you go to that link that I share, all of these repos and everything are inside here. So let's add some more of these to the page. Let's kind of pull them around and watch as I move it. So as I'm moving it, the only thing that's updating is this component over here on the right where the position and stuff is. And that's supposed to be updating. But as I rescale it and as I move it around, we are not seeing these other items re-render. And that's a huge performance boost. And this is the reason why you use Recoil, right? And this is a more advanced example. You can walk through this course here. It'll show you how to build this entire thing. However, my example here, which you also have access to, is like the simplest way of kind of doing the same thing. I've got a list. It's got items. My favorites could eventually be 1,000 of them here. And when I change something, I don't want them all to re-render. All right. So with that being said, I don't think I have a lot more slides. Let me go ahead and finish out the end of this here. Get this presenter view out of here. So again,
5 minutes are left,
great.
Eric. So you're good to go.
Absolutely. So like I said before, Learn Recoil is a place where I've learned a lot of the things that I have about Recoil. Jacques Blom, a good friend of mine, has put this entire course together, made it free out there. I really suggest you taking a look at it, especially Recoil is experimental. As a developer in the React space, you really should be kind of not focusing on, but taking note of what's on the horizon, what's coming out next in React, and what tools out there can help you do certain things. And you've got to understand what are the things that tool helps you to do and not use it just for no reason. And then if you don't know Jacques, you might know him from his hardcore YouTube bangers like Intro to Recoil, Blitz in 10 minutes, Recoil in 2 minutes, New in Recoil 02.0. Again, I said it's experimental. It's not released for production yet. Data fetching with Recoil and suspense, and building a high-performance React app, which is also a Recoil video. So do check out all of his information. I have some talks that I have actually put up in our resources page here. And you can get a hold of me. My name is Eric Bishard, but I'm at HTTP Junkie on Twitter. And on LinkedIn, I'm in /Eric-B. And when you go to this tiny URL right here, you will get to this repo, which is the hotel list repo. Again, the most simplest version of why you need to use Recoil. It's a very easy, simple configuration. I'm both controlling global state and also the hotel favorites list in there. So there's a lot of different examples in there. It's all function components and hooks and everything. And then through here, you will see some of the different demos that we've gone over, the original React Europe talk that we had here, and all of Jacques Blom's YouTube tutorials, along with his learning resources, and then some other resources. So A friend of mine over at Progress on the Kendo React team did a React Wednesdays where he gets Dave McCabe and sits down and just asks him a lot of really good questions. I talked at React ATL about 2 weeks ago, doing a similar talk to what I'm doing now, but where we walked through the entire thing, building that entire app. And so I'm very sorry if I was a little bit fast or if I tripped up. But this is where you could potentially go and watch me build the entire thing right in front of you. And then I also saw a really good one here. This is who is this? Lehigh. I always forget his name. Lee Halliday. Sorry. Lee Halliday does draggable divs with Recoil state management. And with that, that is basically the end of my talk. And I'll go ahead and pass it back over to you guys. And yeah, thank you very much for having me. And this has been great.
Thanks, Eric, for such a wonderful speak. And I won't say that was too fast, that was not too slow. Everything was precise, well explained, and
they can always pause it, right?
Yes, correct. So one of the takeaway for me from your speak was to avoid re-rendering. So that was one of the best thing which I would say as an engineer, because as an engineer, we always compromise or get stuck into the DOM re-rendering. So what you explain that can help the viewers who are watching your video to understand how they can avoid re-rendering. Because as an engineer, I feel the most expensive thing which you can put onto a browser is a re-rendering, a DOM re-rendering. So that was a very good point.
Yep.
And yeah, Eric, that was totally a nice speak from you. So yeah, and hope you are good at your health. And sorry, I didn't ask you at the beginning, but looking the situation, I need to ask about the health of my speaker.
Oh yeah, I'm doing well. Haven't had COVID, I don't think. I think at the very beginning of all this, I was sick, but I don't know if it was COVID or not. The last year, everything's been fine, and my family is doing well here. And yeah, couldn't be better. I hope that we can all get out and kind of meet each other again at the conferences soon. That will be great. It'll be nice to travel again soon, but it is what it is.
Yes, the same thing. Even I'm wondering if we can get this face-to-face kind of festival, which we are doing virtual. So yeah, hope for the best for upcoming year. So yeah, Thank you, Eric, for your time, and really appreciate your presence here onto this speak. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And check out my stuff and check out Couchbase. All great stuff. I hope you guys like it. Thanks a lot.
All right, then. Bye-bye. So yeah, that was all from the Eric. And I believe that was a very much interesting speak from the Eric. And yes, so we have a couple of other speak lined up. And the next speak is going from Gabriel. And I believe this speak is almost going to be recorded. So I would like to take a time and I would like to introduce all my audience and viewer about Gabriel. So a small intro about Gabriel. He's a software engineer and he's passionate about JavaScript and its world. He's working with front end since 2015. It means when the React came into the picture, he started working on the React, it looks like. And he worked in a big tech companies from Brazil and other companies. And yeah, he's a local community organizer and a speaker who wants to spread to the world the power of programming. So that's what we also do. So that's a nice intro about Gabriel. And yes, let me tell you about on what his talk is based on. So he would be talking on how and why to build a React app with RxJS. So if you are wondering about what is RxJS, so let me tell you about RxJS in a short. It's a library for composing asynchronous and event-based program by using observable sequences. And a small abstract which you can find in his video is it's an amazing library which handles asynchronous call, and it's a popular among Angular developer. So that's a nice thing. It's still popular among the Angular developer. So without taking much of the time, I would like to put the recorded session of Gabriel onto the screen. And here we go.
So today we're gonna talk about how and why to build React apps with RxJS. So before we get started, let me introduce myself. My name is Gabriel Tosta. I'm 25 years old and I'm living in Brazil. Currently, I work as a software consultant, so I work in some companies here in Brazil, and also I have my own startup called HeroA, which aims to help people get their first jobs in as a software developers. Well, once that's said, let's get started about RxJS. So what is RxJS? RxJS is a library for composing asynchronous event-based programs by using observable sequences. It provides one core type that is the observable, the most important that we're gonna work here in this talk, and another ones, the observer, schedulers, and subjects. And also it provides some operators inspired by the methods in the arrays like map, filter, reduce, and some others. And it allows us to handling some asynchronous events as collections. So RxJS is a library that helps us to build asynchronous tasks in a much easier way and um, yeah, a simple way, a easier way. Let's get started and understanding and how RxJS works, and it will be more simple to you to understand what is RxJS. So before we get started to the code, let me talk about the Angular. So you can ask me, okay, Gabriel, but why are you talking about Angular in React in a React conf? RxJS is a library created by the Google as well as the Angular framework. So it means that these two libraries are built on top of are built for from a company very big, very important in our market. And the Angular uses RxJS in its core. So it's very important to know because once that's said, we know that the RxJS will not die. It will be used for a long, long time. The Angular is used by some very big apps like Gmail, YouTube, the Office, the Xbox as well, and uh, those apps uses RxJS behind the scenes. So it's very important to know because once that's said, we know that we can use this library, and this library is very important. It will help us in the future, and it will not die. Well, okay, so how does as a RxJS works and how does string works? Strings are a pattern. Strings are a pattern that is used by RxJS since we have a pipe of values being emitted, and we can handle these values. One after another, like in a string, like a promise. So let me show you an example, and we'll go further in the RxJS and the strings in the next slides. Okay, so here we have a picture that has an observable dot interval, and we pass as parameter 10, the value 10 here. It means that we are going to emit 10 values 10 times, one after another, and we can see in this diagram the values being emitted. Here in the right side, we can see how this code works, how we are emitting this code. So first of all, we have the RxJS variable here, dot interval. It's a function of RxJS, and we are passing as parameter 1000. That is the 1000. It's 1 second in milliseconds. and after that we can create a pipeline of functions through the pipe function. And here we are saying to RxJS.interval that we are going to listen until the value emitted by Rx interval reaches to the value 10. So once that's said, we have we can use the dot subscribe function, and this dot subscribe will have a callback function that will capture the value emitted by the observable. I know this is a bit complex in the first view, but we are going to see how it works in the next slide. So let's see this example running in a real example. So I'm opening here CodePen. Let me open my console. Okay, and we can see here the values being emitted 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 9, and when it takes 10 values from 0 to 9 it stops because we are pipelining our interval here. If I remove this value, let me just remove this pipe, we can see that the interval we're gonna pipe infinitely. So it starts from 0, and we can see that it will go on and go further. And we can just we will just capture the event through the subscribe function. Okay, so this is the first contact with RxJS. It's very important to know how it works because it doesn't make sense to go to the React without understanding how RxJS works. Okay, so well, that's how RxJS and string works. Okay, so the first thought that you might have is what are the differences between strings and promises? And we have one major differences between these two. The promises are promises is a communication channel that receives only one value. So we call a promise and we have just one value as a return. And a string is a little bit different. Once we have one call and many values can be received. So this is the main difference between those two. A promise just receives one value. On the other hand, a string receives many values. Okay, well, once that's said, we can think that RxJS is almost a Lodash for asynchronous code. Okay, it's very important to understand because we can create very complex things, very difficult things through RxJS. It's very important, very interesting. Well, okay, so let's go step by step in how the observable works in what we created in our previous slide here in some fragmented ways. Okay, so the first thing that we have to know is what is an observable. So observable is a function that emits values of any different ways. So we can just emit a lot of values, and it can be subscribed via the subscribe function, as we said, actually as we saw in our previous example. Let me show you it here in our example. Okay, so here we have an observable, the interval, and we have subscribe. And here in this subscribe, we can see every value that is emitted by this RxJS.interval. We can have a lot of subscriptions here, and each one of these callbacks will emit separately. So let me show you. opening my console here, we have the first and the second subscription emitting the same value. This is very important to understand that we can have multiple subscriptions here in just one uh, by just one interval, okay? Well, so now let's understand how the operators works. So the operators are functions that are made to build on top of an interval. So we have an interval, actually an observable, sorry, and through this observable, we can create a pipeline and create a lot of operators that help us to handle this code. Okay, so the operator take here, it will, as we said before, will listen to the interval up to 4 values. Since we emitted 4 values, it will stop. Okay, so let's see our example here. Here I have an example with 10 values. It's almost the same example we said on the first code, the first slide, and it, as we said, it will emit 10 values. Okay. Okay. So it's very important to note as well the subscribe. The subscribe, it's the function that we use to subscribe actually to an observable, to understand how it works, to understand what values are being emitted, and actually to create something in our code based on this value. So we can have multiple subscriptions, as we said before. Here we have the example. Okay, same thing, we have just the subscribe here, and also we can create a unsubscribe. I can create here my subscription, okay, and I can just unsubscribe from my subscription, and that's gonna work as well. Okay, well, and for at last we can understand how a subject works. Subjects are very important here in the RxJS because we can create an observable, we can subscribe to this value, but we can also emit values to this using a subject. It will allow us to be much more precisely in order to emit a value and to manage the content we are going to use in our application. So let me show you how a subject works here in RxJS. So I have here in my code pane a subject through the new RxJS.subject, and as I said, as I told you before, we can use the subscribe function here, and we have a console.log. So this subscribe will emit when we send some value. So here we can send a value using the .next function. So if I open my console here, in the console, okay, I will see that we have the next value 1, value 2, and value 3 inside a timeout, and we have these values being printed here in our console log because we are capturing these values through our subscribe function right here. If I refresh my page, I can see it again, value 1, value 2, and after some while the value 3. Okay, so a subject is very important because we can emit the values in a much more simple way. Okay, and okay, also we have the behavior subject. The behavior subject, it's almost the same thing of the subject, but we can start the subject with some value. So it's very interesting because here we have the subscribe being emitted with the value Olá Mundo, that means hello world in Portuguese. So after that, we have next valor 1, next valor 2, and next valor 3, working as we said before using the subject. Okay, so once we understand the basics here of RxJS, we can understand how we can implement that in React apps. So let's start. Let's back here to our slide, and now we're gonna understand how we can create an application with React using RxJS. Okay, so our first example is an application using React with Redux and RxJS. We bind the Redux actually with the RxJS through a library called Redux Observables. So the application it's a simple app with 2 pages. The first one is a GitHub users page where we can find some user. So if I type my user here, it will take a while and I can see my user. If I put any other user, I can see the result as well as a simple request to the GitHub API. And the other page is a to-do list with some to-dos, doing and done things. The content doesn't matter, some Portuguese things here. But the idea here is to show to you why RxJS is so important here and what we can do using it. So the first thing that I wanted to tell you, to show to you, is in the GitHub user tabs. Let me show you the code. Here in Redux, that's the most important thing here in our code. I would like to show you the GitHub. And here in GitHub, using Redux observables, we have to create an action, an special action called epic. Here we are gonna create our epic, and this epic is how we're gonna handle an action. Okay, so here we're gonna handle all the actions that are equals eactions.http search GitHub users. So every time I dispatch an action called search GitHub user, this action, this function here will be executed. So we haven't went deep before in RxJS, but we have another operator here called the bounce time. Using this bounce time, every time I dispatch an action called search GitHub user, I will debounce this action for 1 second, and after that, after this 1 second, I will go through another operator here called switch map. This switch map it will get the user in the GitHub API, and using the result of this this query, we're gonna map the result in an action. So we have here a type and a payload. That's very interesting because we can debounce some we can debounce our request. So I can back here in my application, and if I start typing, if I spend less than 1 second, I don't go, my application won't go make any request, and just after 1 second, I will have the request made. So that's why I have my debounce time here. So if I just comment this code, save my code, and back here in my application, let me just refresh the application. If I start typing, look here in my terminal what's going to happen. Every time I type, I'm going to cancel my last request. That's because I have a switch map here. That's the operator that does that. So it's very interesting what we can do using RxJS. So we can handle actually a lot of things here, asynchronous code here in a very easy way, very understanding and interesting way. So we can achieve this kind of thing here in your GitHub action, search GitHub users epic. And the other page I would like to show you is our to-do list. Our to-do list, it happens almost the same way. If I show you the index.ts here, we're gonna have a get to do's epic, and this in get to do epic, I can do. We are doing here two things. A take until operator. This operator will cancel our request. So if I dispatch some action called cancel to do's, we're gonna cancel our request. And if if this action doesn't happen, our request is gonna happen naturally. Everything will work well. So let me show you how we can cancel our action. I have here a action called cancel get to do's. So if we search here in our code, I am using this action in a component will unmount of our class board. Okay, so if I toggle between these two pages very quickly, we are gonna see our to-do page, our to-do request actually being canceled. So let's see. That's very interesting. It's very interesting because Netflix uses RxJS in order to cancel their request and everything else. So we are using here the same mechanism they use in their platform. So it's very interesting what we can do, what we can achieve so easily using RxJS. So in this example, I showed you how we can implement this using Redux, but we can implement this actually using RxJS natively. So let me show you. I have another branch here called RxJS. Let me install the dependencies here real quick. So start. Okay. So once we can see here our application, I will show the code. So here in the code, we have some services, and in these services we have the logic behind RxJS. So I have a service called API, which just calls our request in the backend, and also I have the GitHub and the to-dos services. So here in the GitHub services, I have a public get, a function get that receives a query. This query is an observable, is a subject observable. So every time I dispatch a next value through our search user, this dot query will be triggered. So we can just the bounce time and switch map our code exactly the same way we did in the example using Redux observables. So it's much more cleaner and simpler to implement. So in our application, we have just to call our search user. So let me show you. Here in our GitHub component, I have a function called search GitHub user that triggers the function from my service, passing the text to the user type as a parameter. So it's very interesting how we can do to achieve the behavior we expect to get the user. And also we have on our component did mount are subscribed in order to get those values from the API and to set the state here and to show the content on our page. So it's very interesting the way we can manipulate and handle our code using RxJS. So let me show you. here we have the service and our component side by side. Very, very interesting. We have these two guys here. So also we can store the subscription here in order to unsubscribe when our component dies, when we unmount our component. So the application works the same way. We can type our user here, it's gonna debounce some time, and then we're gonna have the result. If I show you the network, let me show you, we're gonna have just one request to the backend, so it's very interesting. The same thing happened to the to-dos. So I have here the to-dos service, and the to-do services we have an add to-do, change to-do, move to-dos, and our get to-dos. The get to-dos is the most important for us because the get to-dos is when we get the to-dos from the backend, and we have another function here called load to-dos. The load to-dos get the to-dos from the backend and convert it and store the value from this request to our these to-dos, to our subject called these to-dos. So I have this to-do here, and we are listening this subject through our get to-dos. So if I don't have any to-dos, or if I don't have any value cached, I'm gonna get the to-dos automatically here by my to-do services. And also we are going to return our to-dos as an observable. So what does that mean? It means that we can use .next here. So for our component, the component can't use .next. The component just can here and subscribe to what our to-dos are receiving. Okay, so if I if I search here my get to-dos, I gonna see on my board component that we gonna have our get to-dos passing false as variable because we don't like to cache, so we are passing cache equals false, and then we are subscribing the value the same way we did in the GitHub example. Okay, so when our component will unmount, we can cancel the to-dos request if the request is still happen, and also we are unsubscribing our service here, or to-do services. Okay, so we're gonna have the exactly same behavior I showed you in the GitHub. So the to-dos are being canceled, and we can have the bounce here in the GitHub users. So it's very interesting the way we can use the RxJS in our application. It's very cool. And in the first time, it could be a bit difficult to understand, but it's worth. I promise you. I promise you, it's worth the learning. Okay. So well, back here to our slides. The advantages of using the RxJS with React is that the application is very performant. It has a performance very good. So the RxJS used by the Angular team. So it's guaranteed that we're gonna have an application very performatic, and also it's very versatile. So very, very good at this point. The RxJS has a wide range of functions that help us to create complex tasks. So as I showed you, we can debounce time, we can cancel requests, we can do a lot of things in a simpler way. So it's very, very good. And also it's used and supported by large companies. So as I said before, Google is using the RxJS, they created the library, so it's very, very used and supported by big companies. So it's very, very good for us that are using the library. Okay, so the disadvantages is the learning curve. So as you could see, it's a bit complicated in a first moment to understand what's going on and how we can abstract and think using RxJS, and also the unusual data flow state for React developers. So in the Redux observables, the first example that I showed you, we used a single flow state, okay, but using RxJS without any other library, you could see that I used a pattern MVC or something like that to organize my code. So for the developers who are who are accustomed to work with React, it could be a bit strange at the first moment, but I guarantee you that's very interesting and cool library and a new way to think as well. Okay, so thank you for the time with me here. Thank you for the patience, and I hope you learned something. And if you have any questions, you can get in contact with me. I would like to talk to you. I would love to answer your questions and everything else. So thank you and bye bye.
Yep, that was really a nice session, and even a lot of things to learn in terms of what has been explained by our speaker, Gabriel. And yeah, RxJS is really fantastic on my personal experience, since I have not used RxJS, but I came across its use cases, and it was really fantastic. So since it was a recorded session, my viewer, just for all your information, and we might expect Gabriel during the Q&A session. So if any one of you is having any kind of question that can be answered during Q&A session, so we will try our best to get Gabriel during the Q&A session. And yes, that was really interactive and informative speak by the Gabriel. And yes, our next speaker would be Liad, but yeah, it's almost 6 minutes. We can bring him onto the stage. So before that, if any question is there by any of our viewer, they can post into the comment box, and we would be taking those questions into our Q&A session. So we would like to take 1 minute of break over here, and then we will come back soon. So hello everyone. So this is Pushp Singh, and I thought, like, instead of putting Liad to wait for a long time, why not bring him on the stage? So before going ahead with our next speaker, I would again like to remind you all, for myself, I'm Pushp Singh, and I'm moderating this event since couple of hours, and I'll do for some more hour. And I'm working as a web engineer in one of the industry which is into the magazine, media and publishing domain, and even I have worked on different domain itself, like logistic domain, food industry, and a lot of startups. So I thought of reminding you all about the moderator who is moderating, so that you all should have an understanding of like, hey, from where the moderator is coming, which industry he's from. So I thought of doing this for your people information. And yes, now we would be having Liad Yosef. So I would like to give a small intro about Liad, but even I would like to bring him on the stage so that he can be on the stage, and I would give a short intro about him, and then he can take away from there. So hey Liad, how are you?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm in Tel Aviv right now. It's a beautiful weather outside, beautiful morning. I've been following the conference for almost, I think, 17 hours now, which is amazing.
Wow, great.
Yeah.
So
How are you?
I believe, yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, and hope you are at your good health and your family too are in the good health in this situation.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, so especially in India, it's afternoon and it's hot weather over here. So to let you know, and all the audience over here. So yeah, I would like to give a small intro about the Liad, and then he can take it away from there. And yeah, so welcome everyone. He's Liad. He's a front-end architect at Duda. And what he says about himself is he's a dev enthusiast for over a decade. So yeah, that's really more than 10 years. That's nice. And he keeps juggling with the React, Webpack, and the buzzword at the latest. Oh, that's really nice, at the latest, which we generally use in our NPM while installing. That's really nice. And yes, just for our audience, this speak would be based on the case studies which Liad would be talking about. So yeah, Liad, you are having 40 minutes of time, and you can take the stage to you, and you can briefly introduce about yourself, and then yeah, the ball is in your court now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So yeah, so like mentioned, I'm the front-end architect in Duda, and I'm going to talk actually about something very nice that I ran into in I think 6 months ago. I'll just add the presentation. Yeah, so my talk is called A Weekend Adventure, and it's actually nice. It's about how to build side projects in a weekend. So I think that, like I said, I introduced myself. I'm the client architect at Duda. The subtitle of my talk is "If you build it, they will come." And it may sound like a weird subtitle, but you'll understand shortly what I'm talking about. So let's say you're sitting at home and you're trying to think what you want to do with the spare time that you have. Maybe some of us has some more time right now, or they have some more time to learn new things or to do new things. And you sit home and you probably watch Netflix, because that's how we spend your time. And then you think to yourself, do I want to build something? Do I want to build a side project? Do I want to write something new? And you usually you ask yourself, why do I want to do that? And because we have a lot of free time right now, so you can say, okay, I'm going to learn something new. I'm going to maybe learn some AI, or I have a course how to improve yourself. Maybe I'll build some nice education app that can connect people remotely. For example, it's something that I guess a lot of people think about dabbling with. And when you start to think about it, you say, no, I want to build a game. I have free time. I have a free weekend. I want to build a game. Well, it won't be as complex as this game. Let's see how we can build a game, something like Splendor. So Splendor is a game, whoever doesn't know Splendor, it's a card game. It's a game where you buy and sell gems, little gems, using cards. And it's a very adequate game if you want to start to develop some sort of a side project and learn new technologies while doing it, because it's a simple game and it's easy to translate to code, and it's very fun to play a lot of people together. So if you want to build some sort of an application or a game that connects people remotely, Splendor is a nice opportunity. We don't need to know the rules for this presentation. You just need to know that there are some cards, some tokens that represent the game, and we play with them. And there are some, it's called noble ties that we'll add to the game later. So Splendor is very popular. It even has like a Marvel addition to that, special edition. Okay, so this is the game. And let's say we want to our screen to look like that. So we want to have the cards in the middle. We want to have the tokens in the right. We want to have the nobles on top. And let's say we want to add some sort of a chat, maybe. Because if we want to play to build an application that people can play with each other, we also want them to be able to communicate. And we want to add some sort of a video chat, because you want to communicate not only textually but also video. So you want to add the video of your friends and another video of some other friends you have, and maybe some older friend that you have. And you want to build, I mean, this is the layout. This is what the vision that we have in our head. So you say, okay, how do I start a React side project? So you look online, you go online, you say, how do I start a React side project? And then you get all sorts of tutorials and guidelines and how to start a side project. But you have something very, very concrete in your head. So you read it, and some of the tutorials are very good. But some of them are just, okay, just try to create React app, my app, cd my app, and npm start. And that's it. That's all they give you. And you have, if you look online, you see like all sorts of advices like follow your passion and learn as you go. And it's basically like that. It's how to draw an owl. Just draw 2 circles and then draw the rest of the owl. So it's not very helpful if you want to build something very complex. So you're going to your IDE and you say, okay, I want to start building something, but you're familiar with the blank canvas situation where you have an empty IDE and you don't know what to do, you don't know how to start. You have when you start your server, you have like an empty page, and your mind is blanking, and you're saying, how do I get from this empty page to what I envisioned, to what I wanted, to the side project that I had a weekend to work on, but now I don't know what to do? So you just give up. So you just like close your computer and say, okay, that's it. I'm not doing it anymore. And you're going back to watching Netflix. So don't despair, because in this talk I'll show you some tools, some tools, some technologies that can help you build it very fast. Okay, so this talk is called Use Side Project, and it's going to be fun. Let's dive into it. So we said that we want to build Splendor, right? So we have something in mind, we have this thing in mind, and we want we want it to be like the best application that we build, but we want to build it quickly. Yeah, because we want to try new technologies and we want to iterate quickly as we go. We want to build it quickly. So the first thing you need to do is planning. And in order to plan, we have a very nice tool called Excalidraw. So excalidraw.com, it's like a blank canvas where you can draw rectangles, you can move them around. It's really easy. There are a lot of similar tools, but Excalidraw is nice because it also allows you to share. So let's say we have in mind, okay, we want to have the game area, right? We want to have this block of game area. Then we have the player hand, so the cards that are in the player's hand, and then we have a chat, the textual chat, and then we have like some sort of a video chat for all the players. So this is the layout that we have in mind. We draw it in Excalidraw, and immediately it organizes our thoughts. So if you see, we have the layout and what we have in mind are similar, identical, right? So we have the visual in our mind, and we have the layout, and it's identical. What do we do now? It's really easy. We take our Visual Studio Code and let there be light. We'll use React, and we'll use Create React App, like all of you probably know. Create React App Splendor already creates for us everything we need to start with React. And when we go to our server, this is what we see, right? We see this like a React logo and it's spinning, and it's really nice. what do? We do from here. It's really easy. We just need, let's put our background first. So we take the root element, we put some sort of a background. Bam! Now we have a nice background of a table, and we're like 90% ready. So we have it. We have our mind already started. So our mind had something to hang into and say, okay, I have this background, and then now we take the layout and we start to divide it in our head, and we will use CSS grid. Right, so we need to like visualize it on our background, and we'll use grid. We say our main display is grid, and we'll divide it into columns, and the columns should be like what we imagine. We divide it into rows, and then we define areas, which is it's a cool feature of CSS grid. You can just say, okay, I want, like if you look at the template areas, it visualizes what we want to do in the game. So it's I would say, I have the game in the leftmost column, then I have hand in the topmost row, and then I have players in chat. And what that allows us to do is now we can define just divs and give each of them a grid area. And our markup would look like that. Our DOM will look like that, just like 5 components. Each of them would get an area. And this already puts our components on the board, and this already organizes our look at it. Okay, so we have the game table has a grid area of game, player hand has a grid area of hand, etc., etc. And this is super easy. This is like 1 minute to set up, and now you already have your containers in place. Okay, so now comes I don't know if it's not the hard part, but it's the specific part for every project. You need to design it. You need to have the assets. You need to build your graphics. And that's something that's out of the scope of this lecture, but it's already very specific to every project. So you need to put, invest some hours in that, and then put your assets, right? So you have the cards, and you have the player hand, and that's images that you need to get. But let's dive a little bit into the cards. So we have the board, and our board, as you can see, it's divided to nobles, which is the topmost area. We have the cards in the middle, and we have the chiefs in the bottom, and that's really easy because we all know React. It's not hard to get data and just map it into view, right? So we have the board, we have the nobles on top, we have the cards, and we have the chips, and this is the cards, and this is one card. So one card just maps the data into view. So again, this is really easy, mapping data into view. That's something that you don't need special tool for that. And then we can add the video chat. So let's talk a little bit about interactivity. So we have the board and we have the card, right? So the board contains everything, and then we have the card. And the board gets the data, nobles, card array, chips, and the card gets the data. But where does it get it from? Where does the data come from? So we need to have some sort of a place to store our data. We will use Firebase. So there are several services for that. I really recommend Firebase. Firebase is very easy to start with. It's very intuitive, and we will see that it also provides us the real-time functionality that we will need. Okay, so Firebase, the main value that it gives is that it can sync between different clients. So you save something in Firebase store or the real-time database, and it automatically syncs to all of the clients that are connected. And we will see in a second how we take advantage of this. There are a lot of services that Firebase provides. You're welcome to take a look at it. It provides storage and it provides authentication, but we will use the database. Okay, how do we start something in Firebase? It's really easy. You go to the console, you just click Create Database. After you creating an app, you click in Create Database, and we'll call our database board game. And let's add it to our app. It's super easy. You go to the Firebase console, you define your app, and then once you register it, you just get a chunk of code, and that code you need to plug into your app, right? And so your code has the API key and the database URL and app ID and everything. You just take it as is. You can put it in your app. You first have to install Firebase. So we'll install the Firebase toolkit. And then we just put it inside our app. We'll put a file that's called Firebase storage that will handle all of our Firebase functionality. And yeah, and basically we'll put it into our app. Again, that's super easy. And once you have it, you can just init Firebase in your main app, main component use effect. You just init Firebase, and voila, now your app is connected to a database, to a serverless database, and is real time, and that's super cool. Again, that will take you about 10 minutes to set up. So after these phases, you already have your view, and your view is using some sort of maybe mock data, but your app is already connected to Firebase. So we will see how we can take advantage of this in order to sync between devices. Okay, Firebase has a great documentation. We're not going to go deep into the documentation, but I am going to skim over the API just so we see how easy it is to use it. So for writing data, the API is really easy. You just take the reference to the database. So you say firebase.database.ref, and then you give the reference for whatever you want to change. So in Firebase, everything is saved in a JSON format, or it's called a document or object format. So you just take the reference. I want players in this player ID, and I want the picture to be set to something. And that's super easy. And for reading data, you just do the same. You say, okay, I take the database, I take the reference, and then I say on value. Why do I do on value and I don't read it synchronously? Because like we said, whenever Firebase is updated, we'll get a push. We'll get a push to our client. So we want to have a callback that will be, whenever that database is updated, the callback will be called. Okay, like we said, we can do a set, or we can do on value. Okay, this is a visual, an overview on how it looks in the database itself. So if you go to Firebase console, you can see that whenever you take a ref and then set to something, it looks like that. Like I said, you can think of it as a JSON format. It's super easy. It's super easy to put values. You can also take the ref and take the child players something. We'll see how it's useful after that. And you can do either set or update, where set is overwriting and update is just updating whatever you need. So those are the same, what we just saw. You can also use timestamp. So if there's specific Firebase functions that you can use. One of them is timestamp that would put the current timestamp in the server. So if you want to sync something time-wise, you can put a current timestamp, and it will be the same timestamp for all the clients that are involved. When we do the on value, it's the same. We just take the reference, and I hope that by now you understand how easy it is to work with Firebase, right? You point to some reference, and then you do something. You either set a value, or you're saying on value, I want to have something. And you can see it's very common, so we can write helper function. We can write change value, which just gets the key and new value and either updates or sets it. And we can write the on value that just gets the key and the callback and just does everything under the hood. And so yeah, that's change value, that's on value, and now now our app can just use them freely wherever you need. You say change value to whatever you want. You say on value, and then you get a callback, and that's super easy. Just think how easy it is when you're working with a remote database, for example. It was never that easy to change data, and now you just call change value, on value. And the nice thing about Firebase is that if you pass it a key that doesn't exist, it just creates it. So if you say change value with a key that doesn't exist, it will just create a value create a key inside its own hierarchy, and then puts the value. We'll put the value, and the on value won't read the callback. So this is change value, this is on value, and you can do it wherever you want in your app. But it can get messy for that reason exactly. Because if your app is calling change value with some keys and the on value with other keys, so you can bloat your database, because Firebase won't throw errors if you reference to keys that doesn't exist. It will just create them. So you need to have some sort of a model, at least in your head. You have to have some sort of a schema. Now I know what you think. There is also a Cloud Firestore with Firebase, which you can define a rigid schema and work according to it. But since we're doing a weekend project and we want to get everything set up fast, so I think real-time database is like the easiest. It's like the fastest way to set up this database. So let's just define like a mental scheme. So we need to take a look at our application, at what we want to build, and we need to ask ourselves, how do you want to model our JSON, our data? What would be the best way? So we have the board, and we have some sort of videos, and we have users. So let's go step by step how we want to build it. So I find it helpful to just save a schema. I work with prop types, like React works with prop types, but I just save a schema, and that's my reference whenever I want to think of what do I need to update in which key. So my schema is divided to table data, which is what's on the table right now, the cards, the chips, everything. And you can see that the cards are an array of cards ID, and the chips are a mapping between a chip color and how many do I have. I'm saving the player hands, so what each player holds. So it's a map of player ID to whatever the player holds, and I'm using players. I'm defining the players object and the game data and the cards. So the cards are like separate entry in the database. Why? Because I want to work with IDs. I want all of my database to work with card IDs, and I have the object of cards that just maps the card ID to whatever I need to do to render this card. That way it's easiest. If for example, I need to change something with the card image, I don't need to change it entirely in the entire database. I just change it in this object, and everything else is referencing it. Yeah, so that's like a database modeling. Yeah, so this is, like I said, this is cards, and now it's really easy because now you have the schema, and now you have like you can see the database schema. So it's really easy in your card function, in your card component. Let's see what you're doing. You get the card ID, right? First of all, what you need to do is when the component is loaded in the use effect, you just subscribe to whenever this card ID is changing. I want to get the new card data, okay? And you get the cleaner function. So that's what you do. You do the on value like we saw before. Sorry, I'll go back one. And you can see that it's really easy because once you have the card data, you have it in mind. You know that there's an image and points and gem and price. It's really easy to render it. Okay, so you subscribe to it. And the same thing with chips. So you get a chip color, and the same thing. You in the use effect, you just subscribe. Sorry, you just subscribe, and then you can render the chip easily. And the same thing you do if you using the current player, right? So you just subscribe to the current player, and maybe get the current player data. So you can easily see that there are code lines here that are repeated in every component that we build. We use effect, we subscribe to something in Firebase, we get the data, we put it in state, and only then we use it in the component, and we do it in every component. It doesn't matter if it's a card, a chip, a current player, it's the same thing. And maybe in current player, we want to do something extra. Maybe we want to also add the function that changes the current player, right? And then you have to use the change value function that we saw before. So this chunk of code that is repeating everywhere, we can just extract it. We can just extract it to a hook, and we'll use a hook that we will write a hook that's called use Firebase. And it's really simple, but it really makes our life easier. So use Firebase just receives a key and maybe some other settings, and it puts the use state that we saw earlier. We put the use state. It puts the use effect that we saw earlier, and it says, okay, when the value arrives for this key, just update the state, and you just return the value of the state. So that is for reading. And it also has, if the value is missing, then you can define like a default value, and it can also returns the status. So if, for example, you're waiting for the value to arrive, then you can say, okay, it's pending, and if it's missing, you can say the status is missing, and if it's found, it's found. And it's easy if you want. It's useful if you want to show in your application like a loading or something, or to know if the value is not there, or is it null because it's null, or it's not there. So it's easy. And it also defines the change Firebase. So it uses the change value that we saw earlier, and it wraps everything together, and it just returns the value of the thing It returns the callback, the function to change the value, and also the status. That's it. That's what the hooks returns. And now it's super easy because we have this all of the lines of code that repeats in every component. We can just shrink them, and we can just use our use Firebase hook, and it's super useful. So you can see that in the card at the top left, I'm using use Firebase with the key, with the path, and I get the card data. Now the card data will probably start empty because it takes time for the value to arrive. But then once it arrives and once it updates, the card data will be updated. The same thing for the chip and for the current player. I'm also reading the current player, but the second argument that I get, the second return value that I get is the change player function. So I can just call it. I can just rely on use Firebase that will organize everything for me. Okay, so it keeps my data synchronized, and it has the callback function. And now if you want to add some new feature like the nobles, like the noble ties that we saw, it's again super easy. I'm just calling the use Firebase hooks. I just need to remember my schema, so it's in table data / nobles, and then I get the nobles data, and I can do with it whatever I want. And again, I need to just add it to the schema, again, just for myself. So I would remember that that's what's there. Under the table data nobles, there is an array of noble ID, and then I have like a mapping of noble ID to whatever data. Okay, so now you can see how it looks like in real life. You can write custom hooks that use Firebase. So you can see here like use player score, for example, that gets the player ID, and then it does things. And the important thing to remember is that we want to save in Firebase only the minimal amount of data that we need. So everything that we can infer from the data, and everything that can be like computed from the data, we need to do the computation ourselves. The reason that we do it is in order to keep it consistent. We don't want to update in many places in the Firebase store. We just want to update in one. So for example, if I want to calculate the player score, but I'm already saving what the player has in hand, what cards he has, what chips he has, then I don't need to save the score as well, because I can just compute it. I can just calculate it in the client side. So I'm writing like a custom hook, use player score, that reads whatever the player has in hand, does some sort of math on it, reduce, and then returns the score. Okay, so it's important to remember, just save the minimal amount that you need to save in the database. Okay. So yeah, we're actually using it in our project a lot. Use Firebase, and it's really easy. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the chat. So we saw how we can add Firebase to our application and have the data synchronized between everyone who is playing. Now we want to actually build a chat. So a chat, there are a million ways to build, but something that I found useful is React chat elements. It's super handy library to build chat. It provides everything that you can think of. Messages and message list and the view and the functionality of replying to a message and the input field. So really, if you don't want to build the UI yourself, which I think most of the time when you don't have to, you don't need to, especially in a weekend project. So React Chat Elements is a very good alternative. You just npm install it, right? React Chat Elements. And now let's think, so React Chat Elements gives us the view, it gives us the UI, but let's think a little bit on how we save it. So again, we'll use Firebase to save the chat messages. Why? Because it's classical use for Firebase. It's update, it's synchronized between in real time between all the clients. It's like basically chat. So let's use Firebase. Again, we need to have like some sort of a mental model, some sort of schema. So we put in our schema chat, which is just a bunch of messages. It's just like an object of messages, and every message has the content, the timestamp. We saw that we can synchronize timestamps, and the poster, which is who is the person that is currently posting this in the chat. So it looks like that. You can see that the messages are an array of message. Every message gets its own ID. This is like an ID that Firebase gives it, so you can refer it. But this is how it looks in the Firebase itself, in the Firebase console. And it's super easy, because once you have this, once you see it, it's very straightforward to take this data and just translate it into chat. Right, so we have this shape. You have the code here that, again, it's like, I don't know, 24 lines of code. You use the React elements, and then you just, the only thing that you need to make sure is how you map the chat data to the view and how you handle the send, right? So this is how you do use Firebase messages like we saw. And this is the UI itself, and this is how you handle the send. So once someone clicks send, you just get the content. You just take the current message, and you just push it to Firebase, and immediately it updates everywhere. Okay, so this is cool, right? We have the chat. Now let's talk about video. So you want to implement a video chat, which is nice. Everybody wants a video chat today. How do you do it? So you say, okay, I want a video chat. I want to do like a cool, like a chat between all my friends that are playing this game. So you start to read about WebRTC, and you start to think, okay, how do I do it? So I have the browser, I have the caller, I have an app. How do I do it? And you start to read about all the protocols that you need in order to build a video chat. And then eventually you say, okay, do you want to build a video chat? No, you kind of give up, right? Because no one wants to implement it. No one wants to implement it from scratch. But we have Agora to the rescue. Again, here you have a lot of alternatives. I chose to use Agora because it's the easiest to ramp up. It's the easiest to start with. And Agora, basically, it's a service or a bunch of services. They have a lot of services, video call, voice call, messaging, whatever you want. We'll use the video call. So again, it's really easy. You just install the Agora RTC SDK, the Agora SDK. And this is how you do it. So it's like 5 steps. First of all, you create your client. You create your video client. Just one line of code, create client. Then you join a channel, because everything works on channels. You have the channel. Let's say if you have like multiple games, so every game is a channel. So you just say your client, okay, I want to join the channel. And then you create your own stream. So when you're doing a video chat, you first create your own stream, which is not streamed anywhere. You just locally, okay? So you use the Agora RTC create stream, and you have a stream ID. And then this stream is local. So you would see yourself in the camera. You would see yourself. You would see your video. No one else would see it because you didn't publish it. So the next thing you need to do is to publish the stream. So you have the client, which already connected to a channel, and then you publish the stream, your stream. You publish it, and once you publish it, everything that happens in the stream will be published to everyone who is listening on this channel. Okay. So again, I think we saw like 4 lines of code so far. The next thing you want to do, so you publish your stream. So you sent your stream everywhere, but you can't see anyone yet because you need to listen to events. So your client, whenever a stream is added, so someone else is publishing a stream, you just subscribe to it. And then whenever you're subscribed, just play it. So you just take some sort of a div or container, and you say, okay, whenever I have like a remote stream, I just want to play it in this div. And that allows you to actually see the videos of all of your friends. Okay, so you can see that we can have like a component of players that just takes the player data from Firebase, and it has a local video component, local video that plays my video, my stream, and then I just map on all the players, and I create a participant component for every one of them with the user ID, and the user ID is what I'm using to listen to their stream. So maybe it's a little hard to see, but that's basically like 35 lines of code, and that's everything you need for a video chat. And it has everything that we just discussed. And I know that I said it's 5 lines of code, but you can see that due to nesting and promises and inits and everything, it's 35, but it's basically just 5 steps, right? So you create the client, like we said, you hang the events. what I'm doing when a stream is added, what I'm doing when the stream is subscribed. You might want to hang an event what happens when the stream is removed. So when someone finishes their video stream, what I want to do with it. And then I just join the channel, I get the user ID, I create the stream, and then I publish it. Again, the same like we saw. It's super, super, super easy. And then I just take this and I just init in a use effect in my player component. I just init Agora, and that's it. And that's it. You see that everything I do is just I init it, I hang the events, I join the game, or I join the channel, for example, and then I just have video chat. Okay. So Agora again provides a lot of API methods. You can mute, you can turn off video, you can mute someone else. It's really easy. So muting is just, I mean, it's super easy. You just take your local stream and you mute or unmute with the method. Again, it's super easy. And then you can just put 2 icons or 1 icon of speaker. And whenever you click on it, you just toggle your audio true or false. And basically you're just muting yourself or unmuting yourself. So it's just that easy to add a video API. And now Agora has a new API now, which as you can see is much shorter. It does basically the same thing. You're joining a client, you're publishing your stream, but it's promise based. So you can use the async await for that, and you can use the different video camera tracks and microphone tracks. So it's really cool. And so check it out. Okay, that's nice. So now we have our video chat. The next thing we want to do is play with everyone, because we just built it and it's just locally. I mean, you probably spent like a day on that, and now it's locally. It's working locally on your computer on localhost 3000. But okay, what do we do now? Again, you have a lot of alternatives here. I recommend Netlify. Netlify is a great place to deploy your app because it connects to GitHub. So whenever you're pushing something to GitHub, it triggers a build in Netlify, a build and deploy. So it's, again, super easy to set up. You just connect it to some sort of a repository, and you specify the build command. So you're saying whenever a repository is updated, I want to npm run build. And if you're in create React app, if you used create React app, it's just npm run build. The published directory is build, and that's it. And you can just forget about Netlify and just work on your code, push it to GitHub whenever it's ready, and your site will be updated. So that's cool. You have you can configure a lot of things here. For example, I configure redirects. So I'm basically saying in Netlify, every path that you don't recognize, just redirect to the root path, because I'm doing the routing myself. And now you have this netlify.app address, and you can share it. It's open, right? So that's really cool. So again, you just connect it to GitHub. You can have this nice badge to show you the situation of the build of Netlify, and you can add a lot more things. So you can add authentication. Firebase also provides you an authentication. It's really easy, as you can see, 2 lines of code, and then it gives you like this nice block of do you want to sign in with email, with Google, whatever you need. So this is authentication. You can add. This is how it looks like. So now you have like authentication. You have a user in your app. You can do multiple games, so you don't have to limit it to Splendor. You can do Splendor and Catan and Explorer, and you can do multiple sessions of the same game. The only thing that you need to change is that instead of working with the game data in Firebase, right? So I have like the game data. You need to divide it into separate games, right? So instead of doing one game data, you have to have another level in the hierarchy of which game it is. And thankfully, since we're using the helper function of update value and on value, we can just, instead of taking the root reference to the Firebase, we can just take the reference. Our root is now the game that we're using. So our entire app is operating the same way, is calling the same functions. It doesn't matter that we change the hierarchy in Firebase. Just in our on value and change value, we need to get the reference to the specific game. Yeah, so we started with this Excalibur. and we used React to build all of it. We use CSS Grid. We use Firebase to sync everything. We use Firebase and React chat components to build the chat. We use Agora to build the video chat. We can use, I use Mobix to sync Firebase state and local state, which I also recommend. It's really super easy. We use Netlify to deploy it. And now we have a working game and we have a working project. So it's super cool. We use Firebase authentication if we want. So I think the main takeaway from this is if you have an idea, just do it. You have a plethora of tools. You have some very mature tools that would, I don't know, 5 years ago, you couldn't have done it. You didn't have those tools, but now they take database and synchronize and video chat. They take everything out of your head, out of your mind, and you can just use them with few lines of code. So you can spend 2 days in a weekend and build whatever you imagine. I can say that I have built some sort of like an online game, and it went so popular that I'm working with a gaming I don't know, a couple of gaming group that to do online games right now, and it all started in a weekend project. So a nice tweet that I saw a few days ago is share your work before you feel ready, forget perfectionism, and just launch your side project. It's an amazing takeaway and an amazing message, I think. So just build it, use whatever you feel comfortable to use, but I recommend Firebase, but whatever you feel comfortable to use, put it on Netlify, send it to people, play against each other, or just ask for advice and ideas. And yeah, just do it. I think that's the main takeaway. Just remember, everyone is awesome, and like this, like a quarantine high five. And that's it. If you have any questions, you can either ping me directly at Twitter or now in the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
That was really awesome, Liad. Like, and yes, just 3 minutes left, and you are done with your speak. So really appreciate like the way you have managed the time, and yeah, I would really appreciate the way you have presented. And yes, there are a lot of takeaway I could see from your speak. So I thought of asking question, but I will keep all this question to myself till Q&A. Because if I'll ask, then nothing would be left for Q&A session. So that would be brought during Q&A, and even I'll wait for the viewers and the audience to put more questions so that I can take all of them in a consolidated way, and then we'll put together so that you will be answering and helping others. So yeah, thank you, Liad, for this, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
So yeah, audience and the viewers, before going to our Q&A session, I have a small announcement. Like, we have a small announcement for you. Our speaker prepared for you a pool of private interactive workshop where we can get much more information on the topic and dive deeply into the React.js. So basically there would be 3 different workshop. So all the workshop name I'm giving into the chat so that it would be easier for you people to see what exactly all this workshop is about. So the first workshop would be on component design system. The second workshop would be based on, I'm just putting everything onto the chat so everyone can see. So the second workshop would be on resilient component libraries with React. And the third workshop, which our speaker would be presenting, would be on React app hosting in Azure, which is PaaS and IaaS. So these are the 3 different workshops which our speaker would deep dive into. And yes, the most important part, from where we can get all this workshop. So yes, I'm giving you a link into the chat box, into the comment box, as well as I would be displaying it onto our screen. So you people can go here and check it out, and you can get a lot of other information, other resource related to the workshop, and a lot of stuff. So I'll suggest you to visit this link and see how things are there, and please let us know in what way this workshop would help you out so that we can take ahead all this stuff. So yes, I believe I need to bring all our speaker onto the stage and have a small discussion between them, and then we can take ahead our Q&A session. So I'm going to bring back Liad onto the screen. Hey Liad, welcome back. And I'm going to bring Homer onto the screen. Yes. And even we were having a Gabriel also, but since it was a pre-recorded session by the Gabriel, and unfortunately he is not able to join our Q&A session, so need not to worry. And even I'm looking forward for one more of our speaker, Eric. So I'll get in touch with our organizer to bring Eric onto the screen. So meanwhile, just give me one moment and I'll just come back. So to our speaker, please hold on for a second. Yes. So welcome back, our speaker. I confirm with our organizer. So unfortunately, two of our speaker won't join due to some issues. But yes, welcome to Liad and Homer. So first question to Homer. So how you are feeling, Homer, about after giving this speak?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How about you?
Well, I'm doing great, and I'm feeling very much, fortunate to have you people on the stage and moderating this event, and even learning, listening, and even exploring the new stuff, which I have not used something into my product or the project yet. So I saw a lot of stuff, even especially from the Homer, like you talked a lot of things on the accessibility. And to be very honest, I started working on the accessibility part, but whatever you have covered, so that was really nice thing to bring onto the stage. There were a lot of things which, as a developer, they were not knowing, like, hey, these are the things which can also be used as a part of accessibility feature into our React project, or its Angular project, or it's a MVP product, or anything. So yeah, that was really nice. And yes, I would like to go to Liad and I would like to ask him, so how he's feeling?
I'm feeling great, thanks. It was really fun. Yeah, hope everyone here feels great as well.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions also. So before diving deep into the questions, I would like to understand from the Homer. Oh, wow. I could see one of our speaker, Eric, also. So I'm going to invite him onto the stage. Hello, Eric.
Hey, he made it.
Hi, Eric.
Yes, he made it. We thought like, hey, Eric won't be able to join our Q&A,
Only
but
midnight
yes.
here. I'm still alive.
It's 3 a.m. over here.
Oh my God, 3 a.m. Well, it's almost gonna be 1 p.m. in India IST time. So yes, so let's start our Q&A session. So I would like to go to Homer first. And yeah, just to our viewers, audience, let me give a short intro, a basic intro about all our speaker. So Homer, he talked on the accessibility part. Eric, he talked on the Recoil.js, which is basically onto the React the state management stuff. And yes, Liad, he talked about the case studies. So we have three different speakers, three different concepts, and all the three different concepts are tremendously awesome. So yeah, I would like to start from Homer, and I'll go to Eric and then Liad, and then we can keep it the stage open for a mutual discussion. So yeah, Homer, I would like to understand, like you talked about the accessibility part. So a lot of our viewers are a junior. So they might have started working on the React, or they have started working, but they might not have started working on the accessibility part. For sure, I know this. So if anyone has to start or get started in this with this accessibility, how he has to approach the case study, or I would say, like, I'm a novice. I know what accessibility is all about, but I have to implement this into my React project. I will just put a React because the whole our event is based on
Right.
React. So I'll put React. So yeah, how I can start?
Well, see, that's the good thing. In order to make our components accessible, it really doesn't matter what library we're using or any framework we're using, because it starts with the semantic markup. So for anyone who is a novice, I would say dig into the HTML5 spec, because once you start authoring your code based on the HTML5 spec and using the correct elements when you're authoring your code to form your UI or to design your UI, you will automatically inherit a lot of the accessibility needs and hooks that are already natively built into those components. It's only when we get into the aspect of when we start to build our own custom UI and our own custom components, such as really complicated drop downs where you have a drop down and you click on it and it has a search field inside of it, in addition to a list of items that you have to select. That's not a native HTML element. However, it is still made up of native HTML elements. And so as long as you start there with semantic markup, you will get a ton of accessibility wins straight out the gate. Now, once you start customizing and adding unique functionality, that's when you're going to have to start adding the correct ARIA roles into your semantic markup or just into your code.
Got it, got it. So that's really nice. So I believe as a novice, if I have to start, I really follow what you mentioned, and I think I can be good to go with the accessibility part. So thanks, Omar, for this answer. And yes,
No problem.
Yeah, I would like to go to Eric. So I saw, Eric, you have mentioned or you have talked a lot about this Recoil, and as an engineer, you mentioned as state management. And when it comes to the state management, basically three things comes to all the engineers' mind if they have really worked on the state: either Redux, either the context API, or yeah, the third thing which you mentioned about the Recoil, which as per my experience, people are not using much, or I would say it has not came up into the market much in terms of its uses or whatsoever it be. But since you have brought this into a picture, so I would like to understand, Eric, as a developer, should I need to worry about using context API and Recoil in the same project or in conjunction with one another?
Oh, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I would say no. So I think the best advice for new developers is to take React as far as you can with context API and use state and those features that you have out of the box with React. Recoil is for a very specific purpose, like I showed in the talk, where you have, in the case of the design tool, which is also Dave McCabe, when he originally showed Recoil, he used the same exact example. So you have all of these items that are getting put onto a canvas, and potentially moving one or changing the size of it or whatever is going to cause re-renders to all these other items on the canvas. So so when you find that one situation, that is, I think, when you reach for Recoil, and otherwise don't reach for it. However, if you have an app like I had with the hotel application, where I have some global state like the theme and the side menu that are being controlled by React context, and I want to just try Recoil out on maybe like my hotel list component, there's no problem with that, because you can easily drop, kind of sprinkle Recoil in there, and you can make sure that Recoil doesn't load unless you're loading that specific page or that specific component. So you can code split with Recoil, and then you don't really bear any of the, the weight of Recoil being added to your app until someone navigates to that page. And they don't conflict with each other. So underneath the hood, Recoil is using React State in a sense. It's doing a lot of the same things that Context API is doing underneath the hood. And since Context API is kind of out of the box with React, I don't see a problem with using them together. However, I would drill the point in. Don't use Recoil unless you need it. And also, you might want to wait until it's production ready because it's still kind of experimental right now.
Got it. So just wanted to understand, like we have this context API for the state management, and then we also had a Redux. So what leads to the, I would say, the Recoil.js? Like what were the shortcomings in context API? Like, Redux and context API are totally different in terms of state management. So viewers have understanding like, okay, Redux is a little bit heavy. It's a third party library, and it create a more expense onto your project. So why not use the React
Plus, it keeps
itself?
track of its own state too. Redux keeps track of its own state outside of React, and Recoil actually batches all of your operations and schedules them with the React renderer. So, that's a big difference between those two.
Yeah,
sorry,
got it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that was my question. Like, okay, from the Redux perspective, the engineers have understanding like, hey, the context API is of the React, so you need not to get an extra library to install and you can use. But yeah, if I'll just bifurcate between the context API and the Recoil. So what was the shortcoming in this context API, or what the context API was not able to deliver in terms of state management or to the engineer, that because of that we jumped, or we have started figuring out a new state management stuff like Recoil.js?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So I think that where kind of context API fails you is when you want to have like flexible shared state. So you want to share state between components without the additional boilerplate of context API, without the additional provider component, no reducers, simple get and sets, the ability to code split. Context API gives you one provider throughout your application, where Recoil is more like a manager of many different providers, each which can be assigned, in a sense, to a specific component. Also being able to derive data from queries, and also app-wide state observation. So if you have context API in your app already, and you're using Recoil for an intended purpose, there's really no problem of having them separate. However, I would probably go all in and get the additional benefits from Recoil, because Recoil can do the same thing that context API can do as well. Like it can manage all of your global state. It doesn't have to, but it can. But those three things that I said, like flexible shared state, derive data from queries, and what was the other one? Just app-wide state observation. Those are where context API can let you down. Not necessarily always let you down, but especially with the last one. But context API has limitations in those areas, in my opinion.
Great. I can understand now. I can relate to those. So yeah, thanks for this answer. And yeah, I would like to go to Liad, and his presentation was totally on the case study. So it was totally different out of the presentation which was given by the speaker, and he talked on a lot of different stuff related to database, then to authentication, and a lot of stuff. So I would like to understand, Liad, from you, even not me, but other engineers would also have this basic question. And I would say even such kind of question is being asked in interview of the FANG companies, whether it's a Microsoft or Google or anything. So the question is when to use or not to use the Firebase database. Why? Knowing the fact Firebase DB is a NoSQL DB, and other DB we are having the SQL DB. So when to use such kind of DB, and in what scenario we have to choose, NoSQL DB over a SQL or a SQL DB over NoSQL?
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. Actually, it's a great question. So in my talk, I try to talk about how to start a weekend project or a side project. So when you're starting your side project, you probably want to start as fast as you can because you want to iterate quickly, you want to have your proof of concept out of the gate quickly. And if you have like 2 days, if you have like a free weekend and you want to build something, you probably don't want to work a lot on installing databases or understanding the databases or trying to build complex schemas. So I think Firebase is a very good solution to this because it just lets, like I shown in my talk, it just lets you start. Just you add a few lines of code, then you can just start using data in your application, and this data is synchronized between all the clients, and you don't need to think about it. So you just say, okay, I want to save this, and then I want to retrieve that, and I don't need to think about the schema or the tables or anything. I just need to have like the keys, and that's it. So I think for when you're building a small application or a side project, using a tool like Firebase or using a NoSQL document database, that's the way to go. When your application gets larger and it scales, and if you think about maybe going with it, and having it like a paid application, then you need to plan for scale. But if you're just fiddling around with something, I think Firebase is a very good solution. There are other solutions, of course, but Firebase is like the easiest to start with, in my opinion, and it also allows you to you can connect authentication and storage and all the things, all the needs that your application, when it grows a little bit, you need it. So yeah, I think it's a good solution.
Yeah, agree on this part which you mentioned. Like if you have to get your stuff done in a very less span of time, you can use a database such as a Firebase. So honestly, what I used to do when I was kind of a junior engineer 3 years back, I just used to create a schema, a hard-coded schema, and everything I used to just make a query from there. So as novice, I was doing that. So but when I started using Firebase, so one thing I realized, it's very, very much easy. Just one line of code you have to write to either retrieve the data or either to delete the data. And even you don't have to write the configuration. Just go to the Firebase console, copy all those configuration of Firebase, and yeah, boom, you are done. So that's the nice one. Well, with that great answer, Liad. And yeah, I would like to go to Homer, and I would like to ask him, because I'm a very big fan of accessibility. To be very honest, I'm very much big fan. And why? Because I have faced a lot of issues while working on the accessibility projects. So I would like to ask Homer, like, who is responsible for accessibility? Like, if you are working on the accessibility part, so in terms of a novice user, if I would like to ask you, like, who is responsible for the accessibility? So what you have to say? The very first thing, does my question make sense to you?
Oh, no, it makes perfect sense. And the answer usually scares everybody to death, because the answer to that is everybody's responsible. So it's not just the developers, it's also the designers, it's also the copywriters, it's also the PMs and the executives. Everyone that works for that company is responsible for the accessibility of the application. Now, when it comes down to it, yes, it's the designers and the developers that are actually implementing the accessibility, but it is everyone's concern. Because, for instance, my talk covered a lot of what the developers are responsible for, as far as the semantic markup. Designers are also, responsible on their side, because they need to come up with the UI that is perceivable for everyone. And then you have copywriters. The copywriters need to be able to write the copy in a way that it makes sense for all of the users. And as I stated in my talk, the number one disability is cognitive. So if you have someone who is coming to your site or using your application that has any type of cognitive disability that makes reading content difficult for them, like dyslexia or anything like that, you have to be aware of that. You have to understand how to actually structure your content so that it makes it easier for them.
Oh, great. So this is the story behind the responsibility of accessibility. So yeah, that's nice to understand and hear from you. Even I was also curious to know such kind of stuff. So yeah. So the next question I would like to ask to Eric, he has talked about, like he showed us about the atoms in a family in a very one-dimensional and simplest. So Eric, this Recoil can handle more complex data structure? Or can it handle the most complex data structure, the Recoil?
Well, yeah. The data structure kind of that we were using there, even with the canvas, was very kind of one-dimensional, just basically a list. However, there is no kind of limitation as to how complex that list is, whether it's a tree or whether it's some type of other data structure. I'd like to say more about it, but the answer is pretty much just yes. It can handle more complex data structures. Although, of course, if you want to do a lot with that complex data structure, things can get more complex. But complexity comes with, I guess, complexity. Simple answer, yes. There's no limitation there.
Of course, because when we talk about the state management, the very first thing comes into our mind is complexity, whatever the case it be.
In fact, there's some demos that I'm working on that can actually show that, and I'm still kind of learning about how to use a little bit more complex data structures. But yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, I can come back maybe sometime and do a more advanced talk on Recoil. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, we'd love to see your this upcoming task, like if you are able to finish and if you can present us and to show our viewers. So that would be really great as a part of our Geekle community. So I would appreciate and will wait for that. So, and another question, a quick question from you, Eric. Like we always talk about the backward compatibility for every stuff, whatever we used to do. But if we talk specifically for this Recoil, so how do you think about the future of Recoil when there would be changes in the React? Like if I have to ask a straightforward question, so is Recoil going to be compatible with future changes coming down in the pipeline of the React? Like how do you see this?
Yeah. So one thing I would say is that the people building React, or at least that have created React, they come from Facebook open source, and I don't think that they would continue building and release a production ready version of it that wasn't compatible with, for instance, concurrent mode, and also take any other kind of roadmap features into consideration. I think the idea is for Recoil to mix seamlessly with React and to take advantage of everything that's coming down the pipe in React. And I think that they're in a unique kind of position to do that because, they're some of the main contributors are from Facebook.
Okay, got it. So thanks for this answer, Eric. So coming to Liad. So Liad talked about database. Again, one question from the database part, Liad, because I really enjoyed the database part of yours. So I thought you talked about the Firebase database. So we have something called a Firestore along with this Firebase. So could you please help us to understand, or our viewers who are watching this, like they would be in dilemma, like what kind of the database they should go on if they are using the Firebase and when to use them? So that's a very important question.
Yeah, so it's a really good question. So I touched it briefly in the talk. So I think if you're planning on using Firebase for like a medium size app and more, you should use the cloud file store, because that's the product that Google is now putting all of its weight on. It's more structured. It can give you easier queries and easier slices. While it keeps the NoSQL approach, it's just more structured. The real-time database, that was actually Firebase's old product, and when Google acquired them, it still remained because it still has value. The reason that in my talk I was talking about the real-time database and not file store is that because it's easy, it's the easiest one to get into. Like I say, it's like a few lines of code and that's it, you're done. So I think, again, if you're working on an MVP, if you have an idea and you just want to show it in 3 days, you want to show it to your cousin just to hear his opinion, then yeah, just start with whatever tool you're feeling the most comfortable with. But I think that if you're taking it more seriously and you want to build it like to be a medium, large scaled app, yeah, you need to probably go with a cloud file store. So it's all about the scale of the app and how quickly you want it to get it out of the way, and how much do you want to work on configuring databases as opposed to how much do you want to work on your app's logic. So that's I think that's the idea. When I built my side project, I used the real-time database, and I have to say, when it grew and when I had like this contracts with when it became a product and people were paying for that and it grew, then I had to take a decision whether to migrate it to cloud file store or not. And yeah, eventually you need to do it.
Got it. Thank you for this answer, Liad. So I believe it totally depends on the scope of your product or the project. If your product has to be delivered in a less span of time, so basically we have to choose those tech stack which we can get it done, or like which need a lesser learning curve and a more faster implementation, so that we can deliver our product in a very fast span of time. So this is what I can conclude from your answer. All right, then. Thank you. And yeah, coming to Homer. So Homer, one thing I would like to understand from you, like accessibility is getting used, and I would say they are getting buy-in. I would say like how I can explain you means it is getting used by most of the org or most of the developers or the engineers, and there comes a kind of different type of content being used in terms of accessibility. Like, okay, if I'm using a particular project and I need the accessibility feature, I can download this third-party content or another thing. So my straight question to you, Homer, is, should we worry about third-party content which is not accessible?
Yeah. Yes, big time. Especially here in the United States. I'm not sure how it works in other countries, but here in the States, if you have third-party content that is pulled into your website and it's not accessible and you get sued, you're responsible for that. So a lot of companies, what they will do is they will make sure that that's inside the agreement, you know, when they bring in the third party, because the last thing you want is to have a lawsuit coming down for some code that you're not even responsible for. Or I should say responsible for maintaining, but you're responsible for it because it is being served up inside your application or your site. So yeah, definitely be mindful of third-party content. And I would also say that any company that is overseas that is actually doing business with over here, where they have clientele that are in the States, they might be liable. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not sure how that would fall out, but it's very possible that they may have to deal with that as well.
Got it. So it means we have to deal with the government agencies in terms of working with third-party content which is not accessible. Mm-hmm. All right. So to the viewers who are watching this, if you are planning to get such kind of things done, so please make sure like there would be a kind of intervention, or I would say you have to approach or take care of the government agencies also, because of some laws in different countries. Like India might be having some different laws, US might be having some different laws related to that accessibilities and accessing third-party content. So yeah, please make sure of that. And thank you, Homer, for this answer. And
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. And coming to Eric. Eric, I have a very basic question, and this question comes from my side only, not from any of the viewer. So say, for example, I have my React app built on Redux. And after watching your videos, your speak, my mind changed, and I thought, hey, why not to try Recoil? So for that, I have to migrate from the Redux to Recoil. So what kind of limitation challenges I would be facing during this migration? First question. And second, do I really have to migrate? But I want to migrate. So does it make sense to migrate?
I think it would make sense. So to be super honest, I'm not a huge Redux user. But I do know that the difference between kind of how Recoil works with React, and again, with kind of the batcher and scheduling updates and using the internal React state versus, you know, from how I understand Redux works, where it kind of has its own state that it keeps track of outside of React, and the fact that those are different in the way that they update React, just to keep it in kind of layman's terms, is so different. I wouldn't think that you would want to use them together. I would think that you would want to make the decision early on and try not to mix the two. That would be my suggestion. There is a really good video that I have in my resources with Dave McCabe on React Wednesdays. It's one of the links in there, and the specific question is asked to him. And I would suggest if someone wants to get a little bit better of an answer from the creator of Recoil, that they check that out. But he probably explains that a little bit more eloquently than I can. But I know that you would have some issues trying to get them to work together. It's not the same as trying to get it to work together with Context API in the same app. It's a completely different ball game.
True. Totally understand that. Yeah, thank you for this answer. And coming to Liad, so Liad, you talked about authentication, and I believe in today's part or today's date, authentication is one of the most concerned part of any organization, whether it is related to your login or accessing any of the resource or accessing any of the pages or route or anything. So authentication plays a very important factor in terms of securing your React app in any of the way. So you talked about the authentication, and we know Firebase have their inbuilt authenticator as well as authentication. Like simply you have to copy the config, paste, and the Google authentication, GitHub, and even the authentication using mobile, everything will come into the picture. So a question to you, Liad, is how far this authentication is configurable? Because we see everything is ready-made or ready-to-eat kind of thing in Firebase. But if we go through the authentication using developer.google.com, so there we have a lot of authentication steps or a kind of a configuration, such as domain, and then using access token. Everything is over there. But if we'll go with the authentication using the Firebase, we don't have those configuration of using an access token, refresh token, and all those stuff. So what is your thought on such kind of authentication being provided by the Firebase?
Yeah, that's actually an excellent question. I think I agree that the authentication, once you get to the point that you need to do authentication or user management, it's one of the hardest parts to add. I think the power of Firebase is that it allows you to add it in a relatively simple way, especially if you only need several login forms. So you can either need, I don't know, email and password, and then Gmail or GitHub. So I think if everything that you need in your application is just the notion of a user, so you need to know who is the user that's using my app. So I think Firebase's solution is very good. It's very easy to implement, and it allows you to go a long way with showing your user personalized content, or just knowing who is logged in to where. So that's a very good solution. If you need something more than that, then I agree it's not as customizable, especially if you need something that approaches like an enterprise grade app. It's not as customizable. You either need to write it yourself or use one of the authentication solutions that out there. I think the power of Firebase is that it just is like a toolkit, like well-rounded toolkit that allows you to do everything to some sort of an extent. So either using storage and authentication and databases to some sort of an extent. Other than that, if your needs are growing, you need to try to look at other tools, like choosing the best of breed. I know there's an interesting startup that I heard of. It's called FrontEgg, which their idea is something like Firebase, but for enterprise-grade applications. So they're saying, we'll handle the authentication, user management, and the notifications and everything. You just write your app. So I think that in the coming years, we'll see a lot more tools that are trying to give you whatever you need, like around your application, and just leave you to write your business logic, and that's it. So return to your question, I think if you need like a more serious authentication, authorization, then yeah, maybe Firebase is a little bit too limited. For the need of just recognizing users, identifying users, it's perfect for them.
Got it. So that really makes sense. And of course, I would be taking it into account if in future I'm going to use such kind of stuff. So thank you, Liad, for this. And to our speaker and the viewers, we have 6 minutes left until we close our this Q&A session. So the more question you have, that would be great. We can just shoot it out to our speaker and they can answer all your question. But yeah, I would like to go with a quick question to Homer, Eric, and Liad again. So that would be, I would say, like, I'll just combine my last question into one so that I can get a very fast response. So I'm very enjoying this discussion and I'm learning a lot by asking this question, because at some point of time, even I was also not aware of something which you people have responded. So first of all, I'm very grateful and I appreciate you people have taken out the time and answering this stuff, and even you have attended this meeting. So yes, coming to Homer. So actually I have 3 questions for Homer, but I would try to put it short and get everything done in once, because there's a very crucial questions. But I'll try to make it short, and I would appreciate if I can get a very fast response or to the point response. So yeah, Homer. So is there a way we can tell if someone with disability is using our product? Like we have this product, it came into the market, but a person with a disability is using your product, how can we tell, like, hey, our product is being used by such and such person?
There isn't a way that you can tell, because legally we are unable to collect that type of information due to HIPAA regulations, which is rules that protect a user's privacy. Basically, we don't want to be able to collect that because that could lead to discrimination against them in some instances. Has it been something that we've asked about often? Yes. Can we detect the user agent and things like that? But the answer is going to be no. But when it comes to wondering if someone with a disability is using your application, like I said, cognitive disabilities are the number one. In addition to that, 1 out of every 4 person or 4 people has a disability. So keep that in mind. So chances are, yes, you have more disabled users or more people with disabilities using your application than you actually know about.
Got it. And how do we comply with the areas of your product that we can't upgrade?
Okay, so when you get stuck with those areas where you can't upgrade, that's when you basically want to be as upfront as possible. We have a form in the industry that we use called a VPAT. And this VPAT is basically a voluntary document that you would actually use when you do an audit of your site. And what this does is that it allows you to identify areas that pass, partially support, or do not support accessibility. And as long as you're upfront about that, it shows that 1, you've already done the due diligence to work on those problems and to fix some problems. It shows where you are lacking, and it also allows you the room to discuss it and move forward and work out a plan to kind of get people off of your back. But being open and honest about the accessible status of your application is very good from using the VPAT.
Got it. So I was about to ask next question, but I would refrain from asking the next question because we got one question from one of our viewer, Erwin. So not sure whom he has asked. So please let us know, like this question falls to whose domain. A general question: is now browser interactivity changing purpose of browsing?
Is now the browser interactivity changing purpose of the browsing? I would say yeah.
All right.
Anytime Yeah, anytime we have that interactivity going on, it is definitely something that we need to be cognizant of, aware of, and build towards.
I mean, think of how interactive Flash was, and I'm sure that was just a nightmare for accessibility.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Super interactive, not very accessible.
Not at all. Not at all. They tried to add some in there, but no. Face plants hard.
Got it. And what's your thought, Liad, on this particular question from one of our viewer? So you have any thought over this?
Yes, I think, I mean, it's super obvious that in the last years, your web experience has changed. It's not just browsing, it's creating content and interacting. And it will be interesting to see where we'll be in 5 years. I don't know if maybe the VR site will be a thing, I don't know, but definitely the browser interactivity is changing the purpose of browsing. It's not just browsing anymore. Your browser becomes your operating system for practically anything you want to see. And we saw it in the last year, right? A lot of the things that you used to do moved to remote or moved to the cloud. So yeah, it's a trend that we definitely will see increasing.
Got it. So yeah, that's all about our Q&A session, and I think we have to wrap it up. But yeah, before wrapping up this our Q&A session, I would like all the speaker to just have a 1 minute of I would say advice or recommendation or whatsoever you have, so you can put it to the viewers so that they can take advantage of that. So this is what I'm thinking. It would be a good wrapping up of this session to hear from the user or speaker 1 minute so that we can get it done. So I'll start from Liad, then Homer, and then Eric.
Sure, that's actually a good point. So I think my one advice to whoever is viewing is that if you want to get into the field or if you want to develop something, it's easy to get confused with all the technologies and paradigms out there. And even to select a state management library, you have like 5 good alternatives. So I think the main thing is just start to do something. Just start to do it. Don't be afraid. Don't try to be perfect about it. Just pick something and try to learn it and try to build something like in the side. And it's a great way to learn, a great way to get in the field. And yeah, don't get confused with all the possibilities you have out there.
Great. So hope the viewers have heard this. And how about Homer? So Homer, what's your point?
Actually, I would piggyback right off of what he said, especially when it comes to accessibility. You know, it seems like it's daunting and it may feel like it's just this ridiculous uphill battle, when in reality, we already have the knowledge and the tools to actually, implement accessible UIs and accessible experiences. It's just being mindful to do so. We all know how to write HTML. Write semantic HTML. That's where you start straight out of the gate. And then you add the layers using ARIA tags if needed on top of that, and then move forward. Again, don't be afraid to jump into it. Just start someplace.
Great, Homer. And how about Eric?
Yeah, I would just say that, we need to, I like what Liad said about just getting out there and doing things, trying different things out. But I think as developers and especially, people like us that are able to have a platform here and talk, we need to remind everyone that inclusiveness is kind of also a part of accessibility, making sure that as an industry we're being inclusive of everyone, and that means people with disabilities, but it means people of different colors, races, and everything else, and kind of raising those people up and making sure that they have a voice and that they can get up here and do things like this and get good jobs. And so we all need to strive to do better in all those areas and teach and show people how to, especially new developers, where are the shortcuts? There's not a lot of shortcuts, but show them where to go, show them how to teach themselves and how to elevate themselves to the next level. Let's keep doing it.
Great, Eric. So that's really a fruitful and impactful comments and recommendation from all of the speakers. So I would like to thank you all, Liad, Homer, and Eric, to take out the time and to speak something which was very much fruitful to all the audience, engineers, and especially to the moderator, because at a time we are also audience of yours. So, and honestly, even I have also learned some of the stuff which I was not knowing. So to really appreciate it, and I would love to see you all in the next session of this Geekle festival. So till then, thank you, tata, and bye bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Bye.
So hey viewers, so that was all about our session and the festival, and hope you people have enjoyed. So before signing off, I would like to do one small announcement. And yeah, before the announcement, even something is mentioned on your screen, so probably you can read it that. And yes, so our attendees, first of all, I would like to thank you that you have taken your time and you have attended this Geekle festival on the YouTube as well as on the Pine, and you liked the talk. So the very important point was you people liked the talks, and we really value that because all our speakers and team worked relentlessly hard to make this event happen. So we are having a giveaway for our event among those who will post in the Twitter, and the tag of that is being mentioned on your screen. So please take out the time and mention whatever you feel about the speakers, the speech they have given onto the Twitter, and don't forget to use that hashtag. So yeah, then signing off, and I believe our next moderator, Prakruti, will be taking it off. So till then, thank you, tata, and bye bye.
Hello everyone. So my name is Sakriti Chandak, and I'm glad to be here today for this React.js case study festival.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the small micro interactions. We all are, I think I mentioned it to the user that, and we'll get to see